Chapter 547. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are available here. Fortunately, Eunuch Qin came over at this time. "Little Deng, why are you still standing here? Didn't I tell you to smash walnuts?" Eunuch Qin scolded the little eunuch, then saluted Princess Ningyan with cupped hands. "Princess, did this useless servant offend you?" Princess Ningyan said gently, "No, you're called Little Deng, right? I like it very much." Little Deng was flattered. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said to Little Deng, "Quickly thank the princess for her favor." Yes. Little Deng knelt and kowtowed to Princess Ningyan. "Thank you for your favor, princess. You may leave." Princess Ningyan said. "Yes." Little Deng retreated. Eunuch Qin smiled at Princess Ningyan. "Princess, you've come a bit late today. Are there too many affairs at Iridescent Clouds Hall? If there aren't enough people to serve you, this servant can send you a few capable servants." Princess Ningyan said politely, "No need. We don't need that many servants." Eunuch Qin said, "This servant watched the princess grow up. If the princess needs anything, there's no need to be polite with this servant." Princess Ningyan faintly tugged at the corner of her lips. Princess Ningyan used to be a lively little girl who liked to laugh, but all her happiness seemed to have disappeared after returning from the frontier fortress. Eunuch Qin rarely saw her smile. Even when she did smile, there was a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. What a sin. If concubine Jing hadn't used the prince consort to set up a handsome trap, Princess Ningyan wouldn't have fallen so low. Eunuch Qin. Princess Ningyan suddenly spoke. "Princess, please give me your orders." Eunuch Qin said respectfully. Princess Ningyan said bluntly, "Did you notice that Dr. Gu resembles me?" "I did. Their backs are very similar. Their temperaments are also somewhat similar." Eunuch Qin smiled awkwardly. Princess Ningyan finished for him. "Then, I have a scar on my face and I always wear begonia makeup. She has a birthmark on her face, and it's very similar to my begonia makeup." Eunuch Qin laughed dryly. "Ah, that's how it is." Actually, Eunuch Qin didn't think it was very similar. It was just that at first glance, there was something on the left side of her face. Princess Ningyan walked forward. "Imperial Mother, how did you meet Dr. Gu?" Eunuch Qin stepped forward to catch up. When the Empress Dowager and Miss Gu met, this old servant was in the palace and was not by the Empress Dowager's side. "I'm afraid that you will have to personally ask the Empress Dowager about the situation." Eunuch Qin was indeed not by the Empress Dowager's side, but after that, Eunuch Qin had learned the ins and outs of the matter from the Empress Dowager. He didn't tell Princess Ningyan because he felt that he shouldn't be the one to tell her. Princess Ningyan said, "If Dr. Gu asked Qin Gongong how Imperial Mother met me for the first time, would Qin Gongong also let Dr. Gu personally ask Imperial Mother?" Eunuch Qin choked. Princess Ningyan smiled faintly. "I was just joking." "Ah." Eunuch Qin secretly broke into a cold sweat. He thought that her joke was a bit too much. Princess Ningyan said again, "Would Miss Gu pretend to be me to make Imperial Mother happy?" Eunuch Qin choked again. He smiled and said, "Princess, you are of noble birth. How can Miss Gu really be like you? She can't pretend to be you and she can't pretend to be you." Princess Ningyan said softly, "It seems that she can't. I thought that Imperial Mother spoiled her so much because she saw the shadow of my past in her." Eunuch Qin, "Princess, don't tell this servant everything that's in your heart. This makes this servant feel very pressured." Fortunately, Princess Ningyan didn't say anything that would make Eunuch Qin speechless for the rest of the journey. Eunuch Qin sent Princess Ningyan to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. Little Jing Kong couldn't stay any longer. He didn't sit for long in his Greytant's bedchamber before he ran out of sight. At this time, the bedchamber was exceptionally quiet. Eunuch Qin pushed open the half-closed door. A little palace maid walked out quietly. She bowed to the two and whispered, "Princess Eunuch Qin, Empress Dowager Zhuang is resting." Princess Ningyan asked worriedly, "So early? Is Imperial Mother not feeling well?" The little palace maid shook her head. "Dr. Gu just checked the Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse. She's fine. She's just tired." Princess Ningyan's expression cleared a little. She nodded and said, "Then let Imperial Mother rest well. I won't disturb her. I'll come back tomorrow." The little palace maid curtsied. "See you off, Princess." Princess Ningyan turned and left Rinshou Palace. On the other side, Gu Jiao finished fixing the swing and went to the bedchamber to say goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Princess Ningyan looked back and saw Gu Jiao enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber as if there was no one around. She didn't need to report and wasn't stopped. Eunuch Qin looked at Princess Ningyan and then looked at Gu Jiao who just entered the bedchamber. He was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain that he didn't treat the two masters differently. It was the Empress Dowager who didn't use the palace rules to restrict Miss Gu. Miss Gu was the same here as she was in Bishui Alley. When she was with Miss Gu, Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't the powerful Empress Dowager. She was just a grandaunt in Bishui Alley. Unlike when she met Ningyan was the princess and she was the empress. The rules were set from the beginning. Princess Ningyan murmured, "It seems that Imperial Mother really loves Dr. Gu." Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, "The Empress Dowager loves you the most. You follow the rules. Dr. Gu grew up in the countryside and doesn't understand some palace rules. The Empress Dowager is old and doesn't like to argue with little girls." Princess Ningyan smiled faintly. Eunuch Qin doesn't need to rush to explain. "I won't make things difficult for her." Eunuch Qin smiled. That's right. You're a princess. You're magnanimous and won't argue with a little girl." Princess Ningyan nodded. "Eunuch Qin, please." Eunuch Qin bowed. "Princess, take care." After Princess Ningyan disappeared into the night, Eunuch Qin returned to the small pond where he raised the tortoises. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been extremely benevolent to him. She even dug a pond for him to raise tortoises. In the palace, no one's mouth could be trusted. If he had anything on his mind, he would only tell this pond of little tortoises. He touched the little tortoise on the edge and sighed. "Why do I feel that the princess is a little jealous of Miss Gu?" He had a tortoise on his left hand. Miss Gu. He had a tortoise on his right hand. Princess Ningyan, they were all little masters that he had to be loyal to. He had to be fair and not be partial to anyone. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. "I watched you grow up. When you peed your pants, I changed your clothes for you." He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. "You saved the Empress Dowager's life. The Empress Dowager doesn't have to live so tirelessly with you. You take care of everything for the Empress Dowager." He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. "Since you were young, the Empress Dowager loved you the most. She didn't let you suffer any grievances." He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. "Thank you for protecting the Empress Dowager so well. You let the old lady have someone to rely on." Alas, as a loyal servant, he should be more loyal to Princess Ningyan, who he had brought up single-handedly. But why did he like the tortoise on his left hand more? Jiao Jiao. On the carriage back, little Jing Kong sat beside Gu Jiao obediently and pulled Gu Jiao's hand. "Aren't you sleepy?" Gu Jiao held his little hand. Little Jing Kong shook his head. Gu Jiao said, "That's strange. You didn't take a nap today but you aren't sleepy. Are you scared by the little dog?" "No." The little dog was very pitiful, but little Jing Kong was not a child who was easily frightened. He opened his dark eyes wide and his long eyelashes flickered. He pointed at the big trees by the roadside and said, "Jiao Jiao, the branches of those trees are broken. Are they in pain?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "Maybe, but their branches will grow back in spring." "Then, what about Hua Hua?" Little Jing Kong asked again, "Can Hua Hua grow back even if it's cut off?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong stretched out his little head and shook it. "What about my little head? Can it grow back too?" Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. "That's not possible." Little Jing Kong sat upright again. He shook his pair of short legs. "What about legs? Jiao Jiao? If there are no legs, can they grow back like branches?" Gu Jiao touched his little head. It was a pity, but she had to tell him cruelly, "They can't grow back." Little Jing Kong lowered his head. He had just met Huang Fuxian and he asked such a question. Of course he was not speaking without thinking. Her Jing Kong was the warmest child in the world. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. Although they can't grow back, they can stand up again with the help of external forces. Little Jing Kong's dim eyes suddenly brightened. "Really? Can he really stand up again?" Gu Jiao curved her lips. "Yes, as long as he works hard enough." Chapter 548. The novel is updated faster. There are novels that can't be found on the internet. This matter seems easy from her mouth, but it's very difficult to actually implement it. If a person who lost his legs wants to stand up, he must make a pair of prosthetics suitable for himself. Prosthetics are not the most difficult part. The most difficult part is the socket. At present, there is no suitable material for the socket in the small medicine box. After Xiaoheng visited Empress Dowager Zhuang, he went directly out of the palace. He didn't go back to Bishui Alley but went to the clinic first. At this time it was already late at night. The smell of food floated out of the clinic. The girls' school next door hasn't started yet, so it was still deserted. The business of the clinic was good, so people came and went. Xiaoheng entered the lobby and asked the second boss behind the counter, "Is Xing Darren still here?" Yes. The second boss said. He already knew that Xing Darren turned out to be the second-ranked minister of the Ministry of Justice. He suddenly felt honored to see him. Xiaoheng was not a doctor, so he didn't know much about the treatment process. Therefore, he didn't think it was strange that Minister of the Ministry of Justice was still here. He went up to the second floor and saw Minister Xing and Dr. Song in the innermost room. Minister Xing's arm has already been reset by Dr. Song. The reason why he hasn't left yet was because Dr. Song found other problems with him. After Dr. Song carefully checked his pulse, he gave him a prescription. He asked him if he wanted to take it back or boil it into a pill. The latter cost more money, but it was less troublesome. With Minister Xing's family background, he doesn't lack money, so he asked the medicine boy to boil it. Is it serious? Xiaoheng asked Dr. Song after learning about the situation. Dr. Song said, "The problem was discovered early. It's not a big problem. In the future, pay more attention to your diet and take more walks. The most important thing is," speaking of this, Dr. Song looked at Minister Xing seriously, "avoid drinking." Minister Xing cleared his throat in embarrassment. "Can't I drink even a drop?" He had such a hobby. "Not even a drop," Dr. Song said without any refutation. Alas. Xing Shangshu sighed helplessly. "I've been drinking it for half my life. Isn't it too cruel to suddenly not let me drink a single drop?" Xiaoheng persuaded. "Song Dafu is also thinking for Darren." Minister Xing waved his hand dejectedly. "Alas, all right, I won't drink it." Dr. Song looked at him and said, "Don't say that you don't want to drink it. Go back and drink it secretly. I will know if you drink it or not the next time I check your pulse." This was Gu Jiao's catchphrase. I would know if you did it or not. The doctors in the clinic had all learned it and it was quite useful for patients. Minister Xing choked and thought to himself, "Can I not come to your clinic next time?" Dr. Song saw that Xiaoheng had something to say to Xing Shangshu. After telling him all the precautions, he said, "I'll go and see how the pills are doing." Then he turned around and went downstairs. Minister Xing pointed at the table opposite him. "Lulang, pour me some water." Xiaoheng poured a cup of hot tea for Minister Xing. Minister Xing drank a large cup in one breath. Again, another cup. After drinking a total of 3 cups, Minister Xing felt that his throat was not so dry. Am I the one talking or is he the one talking? Minister Xing thought of being nagged by Dr. Song for the whole afternoon. His head hurt. Xiaoheng didn't answer this question. Minister Xing shook his head and threw Dr. Song to the back of his mind. Then he talked to Xiaoheng about business. "You went out just now, what did you find out?" "Xinla House's Hua Kuei is not dead." On the way here, Xiaoheng had already thought about what information he could say and what information he couldn't say. Minister Xing was shocked. "What? That girl named Emo Chinxue is not dead? Then why did they all say?" Xiaoheng speculated. The maidservants of Xinla House should have recognized the wrong person. As for Hua Xiao, she should be acting. Minister Xing frowned. Deliberately? So, the two of them are in the same group? Xiaoheng, Minister Xing slapped his thigh. "I said that there is something wrong with Xinla House. They cooperated to put on such a play. What's their purpose? To deal with me, to deal with Gu Jiao. This trap was set up for him and it was also set up for Gu Jiao. The mastermind behind the scenes could be Immortal Music House or it could be some other power." Xiaoheng didn't tell Minister Xing about this for the time being. Minister Xing asked, "Where is that Hua Kuei?" Xiaoheng said, "In the medical center." Medical center. Minister Xing lifted the quilt and got out of bed. "Which room?" Xiaoheng said, "In a wing room in the backyard." She was seriously injured at that time and was picked up by the doctor in the medical center. She is an important witness, so we shouldn't alert the enemy for the time being. Minister Xing was puzzled. Why was she picked up by the doctor in the medical center? Did she do it on purpose? Is there something wrong with this medical center too? As expected of someone from the Ministry of Justice, his logical reasoning was too strong. However, Xiaoheng didn't intend to tell him that Emo Chinxue came for Gu Jiao. It wasn't that he didn't trust Minister Xing's character, but that the time wasn't right. Now was definitely not the best time to investigate Emo Chinxue. Xiaoheng said without changing his expression, "There is nothing wrong with the medical center, but it is too famous. Even you, Minister Xing, came here. Other nobles will also come here when they have a headache or fever. Maybe she is waiting for someone here." Minister Xing said thoughtfully, "What you said makes sense. Or maybe she just wants to fake her death to hide her identity so that she can act in secret. After all, who would suspect a dead person? Then I am puzzled, is the owner of Shinla House dead or not? If he is not dead, where is he? If he is dead, who are they working for? There is also a young owner, Xiaoheng thought in his heart. Xiaoheng said, my wife also works in this medical center. I will tell her later and ask her to send someone to keep an eye on Imo Qianxue. As long as we keep an eye on her, we can always find some clues. Minister Xing thought about it and said, okay, we will do as you say. Tell your wife to be careful. Imo Qianxue is good at fighting. Xiaoheng nodded, I know. Minister Xing asked again, who else knows about this except you? Empress Dowager. In the bedroom of Rinshou Palace, Eunuch Qin called Empress Dowager Zhuang softly, who was sitting by the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang came back to herself and lightly pinched the 2 candied fruits on the plate. What's the matter? Little Jing Kong was good at complaining, but whenever Empress Dowager Zhuang ate candied fruits, he was always the first one to complain to Gu Jiao. However, the little guy also felt Empress Dowager Zhuang's low mood and secretly gave her 2 candied fruits. Eunuch Qin said, nothing. Before Miss Gu left, she asked me to make some ginseng soup for you. When the soup is ready, I will serve it to you. Bring it up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. Eunuch Qin turned around and took the ginseng soup from the tray carried by the little eunuch. He walked over and gently put it on Empress Dowager Zhuang's table. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not move. Eunuch Qin smiled, it is not hot. Drink it while it is hot. It will be cold soon. Empress Dowager Zhuang lazily took a sip of the soup. Eunuch Qin said embarrassedly, Miss Gu asked me to reduce the salt. Will it be a bit bad? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, I have not eaten Liu Long's food. I'm not qualified to say it is bad. Eunuch Qin, but to be honest, it was really bad. If she had not been poisoned by Xiaoheng's cooking skills, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not drink it. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang disliked it, she still forced herself to drink it. Eunuch Qin smiled from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, no matter how bad the food was, as long as it was Miss Gu's order, the Empress Dowager would accept it. You were there when Ningyan was young, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly asked. Qin Gongong didn't know how the topic had turned to Princess Ningyan. He stilled and replied, yes, yes. When the Empress Dowager just entered the palace, this old servant came to serve you. Princess Ningyan was only born a few years later. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked out the window at the crabapple tree covered with a layer of snow and said, do you remember Ningyan's temperament when she was young? Yes, yes. Eunuch Qin said as if he was familiar with her. She was sweet, lively, active, and couldn't calm down. Otherwise, how could she have bumped into your phoenix carriage in the imperial garden? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, it was concubine Jing's plan. How could she have bumped into my carriage? It was a pity that I was young and did not understand the dangers of the palace. I mistook her for a friend. Eunuch Qin observed her expression and asked, do you regret it, Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Zhuang tapped the table. Eunuch Qin's sharp eyes poured a cup of hot tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the cup. What do you regret? Do you regret befriending concubine Jing or treating her 2 children well? His Majesty was not concubine Jing's flesh and blood, but since he was under her name, he was indeed her child. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, there is nothing to regret. The Emperor and Ningyan were indeed doted on when they were young. I lost my son, and it was thanks to them that I was able to walk out of the shadows. Rather than saying that it was concubine Jing's plan, it was better to say that we each took what we needed. Then now you. What did she mean by saying all this? Eunuch Qin was a bit confused about what Empress Dowager Zhuang was doing. He felt that something was strange. First, Princess Ningyan was strange. Now the Empress Dowager was strange as well. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, Ningyan is a paper tiger. Usually she relies on me to support her and is fearless. But in reality she is very timid. She is afraid of the dark, of thunder, of pain, and of death. At the mention of this, Eunuch Qin seemed to see little Ningyan crying in front of him. He smiled and said, Princess Ningyan has to light a lamp when she sleeps. This habit is the same as His Majesty. Both siblings are afraid of the dark. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at little Jiao, who was flapping her wings and sweeping away the snow on the crabapple tree. She said, but one night she suddenly became fearless. I remember very clearly that it was when I was banished to the cold palace by the late emperor. You were punished to do hard labor in the dungeon and weren't by my side. I was sick for a few days. That night, there was a thunderstorm and Ningyan came to the cold palace alone to see me. There was such a thing? Eunuch Qin was surprised. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to drink the tea in her hand and said what was in her heart. Usually, it is the two siblings together. If only one person came, it would be Hong. So I was very surprised at the time. I asked her why she came. She said, "Mother, I came to see you. You are sick." I didn't tell anyone that I was sick. I didn't know how this child knew, so I asked her, "Are you not afraid of the dark?" She said no. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, "The princess is sincere to you. For you, she doesn't even care about being afraid." Little Gio accidentally fell down while sweeping the snow. It flapped twice in the snow as if it was wronged. It flew over and squatted down by Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. It seemed to be waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to touch its feathers. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed little Gio away with a cup with a look of disgust. Little Gio, who was rejected, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "I also think so." So I was really moved. I swore in my heart that I would love this child for the rest of my life. The more Eunuch Qin listened, the more confused he became. There was nothing wrong with the Empress Dowager's words, but the Empress Dowager's expression didn't seem right. Did Xiao Darren come over today and say something to the Empress Dowager? Xiao Heng sent Minister Xing to the carriage to return to the residence before heading back to Jishui Alley. The alley was filled with the sounds of little Jing Kong. "Are you that excited?" Xiao Heng shook his head and stepped over the threshold. When he entered the room, he found that Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng had come over. Gu Changqing came to buy hair growth medicine, and Gu Qingfeng came to see his younger brother and sister. Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao went to the frontier fortress, leaving Gu Yen alone here. Baby Yen expressed that he was very angry, but he couldn't bear to be angry at Gu Jiao. So Gu Changqing endured all of his little temper. Gu Changqing took Gu Yen to ride a horse and accompanied Gu Yen to shoot arrows. Finally, he managed to coax Gu Yen. Then came Gu Xiaobao. When Gu Xiaobao was born, Gu Changqing wasn't in the capital. After the war broke out, he rushed to the frontier without stopping. So today was the first time he met Gu Xiaobao. However, Gu Xiaobao seemed to be very afraid of him. His little body trembled in his arms. Gu Qingfeng rarely saw his big brother in a good show. He laughed mockingly. "Big brother, you can't do it. Xiaobao doesn't like you." Gu Changqing said coldly, "If you can do it, then do it." "I'll do it." Gu Qingfeng took Gu Xiaobao without any pressure. As expected, Gu Xiaobao stopped trembling. Gu Changqing's face darkened. "Ah, I knew it." Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. The next second he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Gu Xiaobao suddenly burrowed into his arms and opened his mouth to suck on his. Gu Qingfeng shuddered. "I'm not a nanny." Chapter 549. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that couldn't be found online were all available here. For the entire night, whenever Gu Qingfeng hugged Gu Xiaobao would snuggle into his arms and drink milk. Gu Qingfeng, who had just ridiculed his eldest brother, finally understood what it meant to be, "A man can't be arrogant, or he'll get stabbed." The Gu brothers had dinner in Bishui Alley before returning home. Before they left, Gu Changqing taught little Jing Kong a set of boxing techniques. Little Jing Kong learned with relish and practiced tirelessly in the backyard. He didn't even go to take a bath when Gu Changqing asked him to. "Forget it, let him play for a while. There's no school tomorrow anyway." Gu Jiao said to Yuya. Yuya said, "Then I'll send the hot water to Xiaoshun and Xiaoshun's room first so that Xiaoshun can take a bath first." The order of bathing at home was from young to old. Gu Xiaobao had already taken a bath. "Go ahead," Gu Jiao said. Yuya went to take the hot water. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to help Nanny Fang tidy up, but Nanny Fang didn't let her do it. "I'm not so old that I can't move. I'm doing this and that all day long. I'm just doing nothing." This wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone in the family was lazy. Even Gu Yen, who was the laziest, knew to peel corn and water the vegetable fields. Most of the chores at home had been shared, so Nanny Fang really wasn't tired at all. Gu Jiao didn't insist on going to the kitchen. She went back to the east room to pack up. She still had to go to the medical center later, so she wanted to say goodbye to her family before she left. Everyone else saw Xiao Heng, but he was neither in the study nor in the west room. Gu Jiao said, "That's strange, where did he go?" Xiao Heng went next door. In fact, Gu Changqing was there as well. It was impossible for Gu Changqing to not be alarmed when such a big thing happened at Immortal Music House. After Gu Qingfeng got on the carriage to return to the residence, he lied to Gu Qingfeng that he was going to the military camp, but in fact he was going next door. "Lu Quan, go and guard outside." Don't let anyone hear you. The old chancellor said to Lu Quan. Yes, master. Lu Quan stood guard at the door. The three of them sat down in the study. The old chancellor said, Speak, what is it? Gu Changqing glanced at Xiao Heng and said, Something happened at Immortal Music House. Is there any news from the Ministry of Justice? Yes. Xiao Heng was even more honest with Gu Changqing than Xing Shangshu. Other than the fact that Mo Qinshue mistook him for someone else, he almost told Gu Changqing everything, including the young master of Immortal Music House. He didn't say that Mo Qinshue was the one who told him about young master. Gu Changqing thought that he found out through the means of the Ministry of Justice. Gu Changqing was silent. He really didn't expect there to be such a shocking thing. I thought it was just a rumor. What is the purpose of Immortal Music House? Xiao Heng thought seriously and said, The ultimate purpose is not clear, but Jiao Jiao seems to be blocking the path of young master of Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House made a move on Jiao Jiao. Gu Changqing's face suddenly became cold. Xiao Heng said, However, Immortal Music House made a mistake this time. The people they sent can't make a move on Jiao Jiao. For the time being, there is no need to worry about Jiao Jiao. Gu Changqing's eyes were still cold. Is there anything I can help with? Xiao Heng said, Investigate the background of young master of Immortal Music House. All of her past, all of the people she knows, all of the things she has done. The more detailed, the better. Also investigate in secret. Don't let anyone find out. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and said, I will tell His Majesty that I will leave the capital to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in the line of duty in the Gu army. The old chancellor nodded approvingly. This was a good reason. After Gu Changqing left, the old chancellor said to Xiao Heng, Is there anything you haven't said? The old chancellor knew Xiao Heng too well. Others couldn't see through Xiao Heng's emotions, but he wouldn't be so easily fooled. After all, Xiao Heng's black-bellied skills were taught by him. That group of people might be coming. That group of people? The old chancellor twisted his white brows and tried hard to think about who Xiao Heng called that group of people. After a while he frowned. You mean, the people of Yan Kingdom? Xiao Heng nodded slowly. He didn't block the path of the young master of Immortal Music House. If he was the young master of Immortal Music House, he would definitely try to subdue him. If he couldn't subdue him, then it wouldn't be too late to kill him. The one who wanted his life must be someone else. For him to sit in his current position, there were many people who were jealous of him, but there were too few who had the guts to touch him and the strength to enter the eyes of Immortal Music House. It could be said that there were almost none in the entire Zhao country. Didn't Grand Tutor Zhuang want to touch him? But Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have the guts to challenge Empress Dowager Zhuang's bottom line. At most, Grand Tutor Zhuang used a bit of power to suppress him. Those who weren't as strong as Grand Tutor Zhuang, Immortal Music House looked down on them. Those who were favored by Immortal Music House had no enmity with Xiao Heng. After thinking about it, there was only one last possibility left. The old chancellor heaved a long sigh. Alas, now I finally understand why Princess Xinyang would rather let you wander among the common people and ignore you than bring you back to the capital. The power of Shangguan wasn't something that ordinary people could contend against. They hid it so well, but the other party still smelled Xiao Heng's scent. The old chancellor said earnestly, Princess Xinyang isn't in the capital these days, so you have to be more careful. Xiao Heng said, For the time being, they don't have the guts to touch me in the capital. Otherwise they wouldn't have made such a big scheme to lure him out of the city. There was a problem that the old chancellor couldn't figure out. The power of Shangguan wants to kill you, but they don't dare to do it too openly. What are they afraid of? Marquis Xianping? The royal family of Zhao country? The old chancellor carefully analyzed the course of events and found that those people were becoming more and more careful. At first, when they assassinated Xiao Heng's mother, they dared to sneak into Marquis Xianping's residence. More than 10 years later, when they assassinated Xiao Heng, they only dared to borrow Prince Ning's hand. As for now, they didn't even dare to act rashly in the capital. There must be some reason behind this. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I always feel that your mother isn't a female slave. Xiao Heng didn't have this knot in his heart, whose blood flowed in his body. To Jiao Jiao and his family he was Xiao Heng. He didn't care about his own situation and said, It's not important. What's important now is to solve the big problem of Immortal Music House. The old chancellor hesitated for a moment and asked, Did you tell Zhuang Jins about Immortal Music House? What's her attitude? Is she partial to Jiao Jiao or partial to that person? The next day at the first glimmer of dawn, Ning'an woke up early. She first went to Huang Fuxian's room. Wang Fuxian was still sleeping. She looked at the injuries on his cheek and the back of his hand and took out the golden sore medicine from the drawer to apply some on him. The golden sore medicine seemed to be different from the bottle she gave, but she didn't care too much about it. After that, she went to Rinshou Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang and accompanied her for breakfast. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't need to attend morning court now, so she had a lot of free time. While Empress Dowager Zhuang was washing up, Princess Ningyan quietly waited in Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. After a while, someone from the Imperial Household Department came and handed a tray covered with a silk cloth to Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin then sent the tray to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. "What is this?" Princess Ningyan asked softly. "It's something sent by the Imperial Household Department." Eunuch Qin said. "Let me see." Princess Ningyan took away the silk cloth covering it. She saw that on the tray was an imperial purple gold token, engraved with the two words "Protector of the Country." Next to the token was a purple gold phoenix crown. "This is the token and phoenix crown of the Protector Princess?" Princess Ningyan was shocked speechless by this exquisite and peerless object. Not everyone could have the title of Protector of the Country. It could be said that no princess in this dynasty could bear this title. And now, Princess Ningyan was going to be crowned with the title of Protector Princess. How could this not make Ningyan happy? The calmness she had tempered in the frontier fortress completely disappeared at this moment. She excitedly reached out, picked up the phoenix crown and put it on her head. Then she grabbed the token on the tray and turned to look at herself in the bronze mirror. However, before she could see her majestic appearance, a figure wearing a royal blue phoenix robe walked over with a majestic aura. The owner of the figure took off the phoenix crown on her head. Everything happened so fast that Princess Ningyan didn't have time to react. She sat in the chair, her body and hair violently pulled. The originally exquisite bun was scattered. There was no pity in Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her condescendingly, a powerful aura bursting out. "This is something that Ijiao prepared for Jiao. Who gave you the courage to touch it?" Princess Ningyan looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in disbelief. She didn't know whether to be surprised by Empress Dowager Zhuang's appearance or her words. Clearly yesterday, how come today? This attitude really caught her off guard. Ningyan looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in shock and hurt. "Mother?" Empress Dowager Zhuang snatched the Protector of the Country token from her hand and said with a cold face, "Don't call Ija mother. You don't deserve it." Chapter 550. Ningyan wasn't the only one who was stunned by this sudden change. Even Eunuch Qin, who had just cut a plate of fresh fruits, was stunned. What was going on? Why did mother and daughter suddenly turn against each other? To be exact, it was the Empress Dowager who turned against Princess Ningyan. The Empress Dowager had watched Princess Ningyan grow up, and she was no different from her own daughter. Princess Ningyan looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang as if she had been struck by lightning. Confusion, surprise, fear, and many other emotions flashed through her eyes. Just as her emotions gradually gathered and something seemed to be about to come out of her mind, her tears fell first. "Imperial Mother, this son doesn't know what wrong this son has done to make Imperial Mother so angry?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly. "You don't know? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Princess Ningyan's eyes flickered slightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang was unable to restrain her anger. "Let me ask you, did you secretly pay respects to your mother?" Princess Ningyan opened her mouth, and the flickering light in her eyes slowly settled down. She slowly relaxed her body, then stood up and took a step back. Kneeling in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang, she lowered her head and said, "Please forgive me, mother." Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her fingers and looked at her with disappointment. "So you admit it?" Princess Ningyan admitted in a low voice, "I did go to the nunnery and I did remember mother there." Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. He knew about this as well. It was the night Princess Ning and returned to the palace. She secretly went to the nunnery where old concubine Jing used to live and stayed there for an hour before coming out. No matter what, concubine Jing was Princess Ningyan's birth mother. It was reasonable for Princess Ningyan to remember her. Didn't the Empress Dowager know about it early on? Didn't she say anything? Why did she suddenly bring up old scores today? Empress Dowager Zhuang's body seemed to tremble slightly from her suppressed anger. "If I hadn't heard someone mention it last night, I wouldn't have known that you were constantly thinking about concubine Jing while calling her mother. Do you really not know how much I hate her?" Ningyan kowtowed and placed his hands on the cold ground, his forehead pressed against the back of his hands. This son knows his mistake. Mother, please calm down. Eunuch Qin was even more confused. Did the Empress Dowager know the night Princess Ning and went to the nunnery? How could he tell Princess Ning and that he had just heard about it? Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone was cold. Since you want to recognize that poisonous woman as your mother, then don't recognize me as your mother. After saying that, she flicked her sleeves and left. Eunuch Qin didn't dare to stop her. It wasn't until she was far away that Eunuch Qin stepped into the bedchamber. He placed the fruit platter on the table and helped Princess Ning'an up with his other hand. Princess Ning'an looked at Eunuch Qin, her eyes full of hesitation and guilt. Eunuch Qin, alas. Eunuch Qin sighed again. So many things have happened. Can't the princess see how deeply concubine Jing hurt the Empress Dowager? She caused the Empress Dowager to fall out with His Majesty and took away the only princess the Empress Dowager loved. You are concubine Jing's own flesh and blood. I can understand that you can't hate her, but to remember her and pay respects to her. Aren't you throwing the Empress Dowager's heart into a millstone? Princess Ning'an blamed herself. Eunuch Qin, I know I was wrong. Eunuch Qin said, forget it. The Empress Dowager was angry because she loved you too much. If it were someone else paying respects to concubine Jing, the Empress Dowager probably wouldn't care. You know the Empress Dowager's temperament. People she doesn't care about can never hurt her heart. Princess Ning'an said, what should I do to make mother forgive me? Eunuch Qin paused. The Empress Dowager is angry now. You should avoid her for now. Once she's calmed down, you can find a way to ask for her forgiveness. Princess Ning'an lowered her eyes. It seems that's the only way now. I can't be filial in front of mother. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for me. Eunuch Qin smiled. I will. Don't worry, princess. Princess Ning'an said softly, then I'll leave first. I'll see you out. There's no need. Eunuch Qin should go serve mother. Yes, Eunuch Qin agreed. Watching Princess Ning'an's receding figure, Eunuch Qin suddenly said, Princess. Is there something else, Eunuch Qin? Princess Ning'an looked back at Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin said sincerely, the Empress Dowager deliberately used Miss Gu to anger you. Princess, please don't take it to heart. Princess Ning'an was stunned. Is that so? I thought. Imperial Mother really prepared those things for Dr. Gu? Eunuch Qin smiled and said, I serve the Empress Dowager. How can I not know who those things are made for? Princess Ning'an revealed a knowing smile. It was as if spring had returned to the earth. Eunuch Qin, thank you. Eunuch Qin smiled and bowed. Take care, princess. Princess Ning'an left Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin's smile disappeared. How would I know who those things are for? But he understood that he shouldn't draw any hatred for Jiao Jiao. Eunuch Qin went to the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting calmly on a chair. In front of her was the protector's token and the purple and gold phoenix crown. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin honestly recounted his conversation with Princess Ning'an without missing a word. This old servant doesn't know if it's right or not. He had served the Empress Dowager for so many years. The Empress Dowager didn't inform him of everything in advance. As a capable confidant, he couldn't drag his master down under any circumstances. What should be said, what shouldn't be said, what should be dealt with, he handled it clearly. In particular, he did an excellent job of erasing Gu Jiaojiao's hatred. There was a tacit understanding between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. She knew that if she stabbed the sword, Eunuch Qin could pull it back and put it back into the scabbard. Eunuch Qin was puzzled. But Empress Dowager, why did you do this? Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, when it's time for you to know, I will tell you. Eunuch Qin replied. Yes. As the saying went, don't guess the emperor's intentions. But the cruel thing was that if you couldn't guess the emperor's intentions, you might not be able to survive in the palace. Eunuch Qin thought about it carefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't tell him. Was it because she didn't trust him enough, or was it because she didn't want to talk about it? He thought it was the latter. It was too painful. Every time it was mentioned, it was like 1,000 arrows piercing through the heart. Empress Dowager Zhuang could wrap herself up in cold armor, but the heart under the armor was no different from a normal person's heart. It could be hurt and hurt. But the Empress Dowager had too many burdens on her shoulders. She couldn't wallow in her pain and could only endure it and move forward. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, keep an eye on her and find out what she took from the nunnery that night. Eunuch Qin was shocked. What? Princess Ning'an took something from the nunnery? Didn't she go to pay respects to concubine Jing? Could it be that her act of paying respects to the dead was fake and taking something was real? Then it would explain why she went to the nunnery where concubine Jing lived. despite knowing that Empress Dowager Zhuang hated concubine Jing. Of course, the information revealed by this sentence wasn't as simple as Princess Ningyan going to the nunnery to take something. It also revealed why Princess Ningyan took it and why the Empress Dowager wanted to investigate. If it was an ordinary relic, the Empress Dowager didn't need to investigate. If it wasn't an ordinary relic, then it was a big deal. Eunuch Qin was someone who had followed Empress Dowager Zhuang through the wind and waves. After experiencing so many storms, his mental endurance had naturally become stronger. What could startle him? Right? But at this moment he couldn't help but want to curse. I've lived long enough to see it. On the other side, little Jing Kong entered the palace again. He came by himself again this time. He sat in Lu Quan's carriage. He came to find Huang Fuxian. Because of the conflict with Huang Fuxian, his grandaunt didn't allow him to go to Bixia Hall again. So he could only go there secretly. Huang Fuxian sat by the window in a daze. Liana was tidying up his clothes in his room. Liana looked at him strangely and thought, ever since the young master was injured that day, he liked to stare at the window in a daze. It's such a cold day. Isn't he afraid of freezing? He was obviously a person who was afraid of the cold. Young master. Lian asked him, do you want me to close the window a little? No need. Huang Fuxian said indifferently. Then I'll pour you a cup of hot tea. Lian put down the half-folded clothes and poured a cup of hot brown sugar ginger tea. Then she turned and walked toward Huang Fuxian. At this moment, a small round head suddenly popped out of the window. Huang Fuxian's eyes trembled. He reached out his hand and pressed the little round head down. Lian, what's wrong, young master? Huang Fuxian said calmly, I'm hungry. Hurry up and get me something to eat. Liana looked at the cup in her hand. Then this tea, Huang Fuxian said impatiently, I don't want to drink it. Pour it out. Huang Fuxian was always so temperamental. Lian didn't find it strange and didn't suspect anything. She put down the ginger tea and walked out of the room. After making sure that she was far away, Huang Fuxian took back his hand that was pressing down on a certain someone's head. The small mushroom head really grew out like a mushroom. Little brother. Little Jing Kong tilted his head to kill, cute. Huang Fuxian looked away, so ugly. Little Jing Kong looked up and down and picked up little Jio who was playing with snow on the ground, and said regretfully, little brother said you're ugly. Little Jio who took the blame for no reason. Chapter 551. The windowsill was a little high, but little Jing Kong was a smart kid. He moved a flower pot and stepped on it. He supported himself with both hands and stepped on the windowsill with one of his short legs. Then he slid up the windowsill. Huang Fuxian looked at Little Mushroom with disgust. Little Mushroom, who didn't know that he was being despised, turned around on the windowsill. He aimed his little butt at Huang Fuxian and slid down the windowsill. It was too high. He would get hurt if he jumped down, so he had no choice but to do so. Huang Fuxian looked at the little butt that almost hit his face. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to poke him out of the windowsill. After landing, little Jing Kong turned around and greeted Huang Fuxian politely again. Little brother. Huang Fuxian snorted. Ordinary people would find Huang Fuxian annoying and unreasonable when they came here. However, little Jing Kong didn't feel that way at all. On the contrary, little Jing Kong felt that he was very amiable. After all, Gu Yan always gave people a hard time at home. However, Gu Yan wasn't as vicious as Huang Fuxian. Gu Yan was spoiled and had a small temper, but Huang Fuxian had always been living in the dark. His heart was very obscure. He was motionless and lifeless for the whole afternoon. Sometimes he was no different from a corpse. No one liked him. Or more accurately, no one was not afraid of him. Children would cry out loud when they saw him. As for his father and mother, as long as he showed his legs, he would always see an unexpected expression on their faces. That was really an expression that made him want to laugh ferociously. Little brother, are you waiting for me? Little Jing Kong pointed at the place where he was sitting. It was very close to the window and he could see the movements in the courtyard at a glance. What are you waiting for? Can you eat or drink? Huang Fuxian asked angrily. I have food. Here you go. Little Jing Kong took out a small paper bag from his purse and opened it to reveal a few shiny candied fruits. These are candied fruits made by my granduncle. They're really delicious. Huang Fuxian, did this child not understand human language? Huang Fuxian hated eating such sweet and greasy things. He also hated beautiful children. Of course, he hated ugly people even more. In short, he didn't like anyone. Little brother, here you go. Little Jing Kong stuffed a paper bag of candied fruits into his hands. The child had just played in the snow. His fingertips were cold, but his palms were sweaty and soft. It was a wonderful feeling. Little Jing Kong retracted his little hand after giving him the candied fruit. He leaned on the armrest of his wheelchair and looked at him. "Little brother, have you recovered from your injury?" "Yes," Huang Fuxian replied indifferently. "Let me have a look." Little Jing Kong was a strict kid. Seeing was believing. "Why are you so troublesome?" Huang Fuxian muttered impatiently. He wouldn't take the initiative to show his injury to others. However, when little Jing Kong stretched out his soft little hand to grab his hand again, he didn't resist. He felt the soft touch of a cat's paw again. Little Jing Kong looked carefully. After a while he nodded seriously. "Yes, you're recovering well. The scab will fall off in a few days. Don't scratch it." Huang Fuxian snorted coldly. "I don't need you to tell me that. Little brother, your hands are so beautiful." Little Jing Kong grabbed his clean and slender hands and didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Huang Fuxian's hands were indeed beautiful. The joints were distinct, slender, and fair. They were as delicate as jade carvings. This was the first time someone praised his good looks, even though it was only his hands. He was handicapped. Everyone who saw his legs would have a look of disbelief. He knew that his legs were ugly when he was young. Gradually he felt that his whole body was ugly. He was an extremely ugly person. He wasn't qualified to be a disgrace. "You're really beautiful." Little Jing Kong held Huang Fuxian's hand with his two chubby hands and looked at it over and over again. It was said that children didn't know how to lie. In fact, it wasn't true. Children would even believe their own lies. However, no child would tell such an unnecessary lie to a handicapped person like him. He wouldn't be able to trick him into giving him food and toys. Little Jing Kong played with his hand. He watched as little Jing Kong played with his hand. At this moment, Lian came back. Lian was shocked to see the little guy who appeared out of nowhere in the room. Huang Fuxian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Princess Ning was nearby. She was alerted by Lian's cry. "What happened?" Princess Ning stood at the door and asked. Lian pointed into the room. "A child." Princess Ning stepped into the room and took a closer look. She recognized little Jing Kong. Huang Fuxian subconsciously withdrew his hand that little Jing Kong was playing with. His face returned to its usual indifference. However, no one knew a son better than his mother. The moment Princess Ning entered the room, she saw a different Huang Fuxian. Princess Ning smiled and walked over. "Are you Jing Kong? Do you know me?" "Yes, you are." Little Jing Kong had been to Rensho Palace before. Of course, he had seen Princess Ning and knew that she was Huang Fuxian's mother. He rolled his eyes and greeted her politely. "Princess Ning." Princess Ning smiled gently and raised her hand to touch his cheek. Huang Fuxian said, "Mother." Princess Ning's hand that was about to touch little Jing Kong paused. She turned to look at him and smiled. "What's wrong?" Huang Fuxian said coldly, "I'm tired. I want to rest." Princess Ning smiled helplessly and said to him, "That's your fault. Why didn't you tell me that you have a new friend? Your friend just arrived. You can play with him for a while. There's no need to hurry to rest." "I'm tired." Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered after he said that. He quickly added, "He's not my friend. His bird flew to my courtyard. He just came in to look for his bird." Little Jiao, who was teasing Huang Fuxian on his pillow, was speechless. Princess Ning smiled faintly. "Since you're already here, there's no harm in making friends. Jing Kong is Dr. Gu's younger brother. The Empress Dowager loves him very much. It's not wrong for you to be friends." As she spoke, she bent down slightly and looked at little Jing Kong gently. "Jing Kong, are you willing to be friends with Brother Xianer?" Little Jing Kong nodded. Princess Ning reached out to rub his little head. Little Jing Kong stepped back and held his head with his two little hands. He patted his palms gently and said, "I can't let other women touch my head. Only Jiao Jiao can touch it." Princess Ning chuckled. "Okay, I won't touch it." She turned to look outside the door. "Lian, go get the chestnut cake from my room." "Yes." Lian turned and left. Not long after, she came back with a plate of exquisite chestnut cake. Princess Ning took it and personally took a piece to little Jing Kong. "This is the chestnut cake I made myself. It tastes different from the ones in the palace. Jing Kong, try it." Little Jing Kong hesitated. But Jiao Jiao said that I can't eat other people's food." Princess Ning smiled. "I'm not other people. I'm your grandaunt's daughter. We're family." Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. Then you and I are family too? Princess Ning and nodded. Of course you're family. It should be edible if it's family's food, right? Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva and took the cake that Princess Ning and handed to him. Unexpectedly, before he could put it into his mouth, Huang Fuxian slapped the back of his hand. He felt the pain on the back of his hand and loosened his grip, dropping the cake. Huang Fuxian said coldly, "Who allowed you to eat our food? I'm not giving it to you." Princess Ning said, "Xian er." Huang Fuxian seemed to be very angry. In a fit of pique, he knocked over the plate in Princess Ning An's hand and all the cakes fell to the ground. Princess Ning An's face darkened. "Xian." Huang Fuxian roared at Princess Ning An, "You can't let other people eat my food. I hate it when you're nice to others." Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian with hurt and said sullenly, "I won't steal mother from you. I have Jiao." Huang Fuxian didn't seem to hear his explanation at all. He said with a disgusted face, "Go away. I don't want to see you. In the future, if your bird dares to fly into my yard, I'll kill it and make a pot of eagle soup." Little Jiao, who was tearing down the house, suddenly felt that it wasn't delicious anymore. Little Jing Kong hung his head and pulled on Little Jiao's wing as he left pitifully. Little Jiao, who was sitting on the ground and being dragged around like a mop, was speechless. Princess Ning and looked at Huang Fuxian without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. Leonor felt that a storm was about to come. However, Princess Ning and only took a few deep breaths in the end. She slowly exhaled, turned around and walked out. "You go out too," Huang Fuxian said. Leonor, who had just stepped over the threshold, resentfully retracted her foot. Huang Fuxian was the only one left in the big room. He looked at the quiet courtyard as if no one had ever been there. It was as if he was the only one in the vast world from the beginning to the end. This was good. This was the best. He didn't need friends. He didn't need pity. He didn't need happiness. They approached him with pity and sympathy, but in the end they all abandoned him with fear and disgust. He was already tired of it. Little brother. That little mushroom actually grew out from under the windowsill again. Huang Fuxian was so shocked that he staggered and rolled out of the wheelchair. Chapter 552. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Huang Fuxian fell to the ground in a very embarrassing way. When little Jing Kong slid down from the windowsill to help him, he was rejected mercilessly. He supported himself with both hands and sat back in the wheelchair with difficulty. His cheeks were red, not knowing if it was because of anger or embarrassment. There was a strange feeling in his heart, like a surging tide. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back, tilted his head and looked at him cutely. "Little brother, are you shy?" "I'm not." Huang Fuxian's face was red and he said angrily. Little Jing Kong said, "Oh." Huang Fuxian thought, "What's with that tone of disbelief?" Huang Fuxian said coldly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" "No, didn't the little guy leave already? Why did he come back after saying such hurtful words?" Little Clear Sky said honestly, "I did leave, but I remembered that there is something I forgot to tell you." Little Jing Kong was a child with a lot of plans. He would definitely do what he planned. Otherwise, sure you wouldn't have been troubled every day because Gu Yen didn't follow his lunch plan. "What's the matter?" Huang Fuxian said coldly. "Your leg." Little Jing Kong pointed at his stump under the blanket again. Huang Fuxian's pupils shrank. His leg was his taboo. No one could touch it, no one could look at it, and no one could mention it. Huang Fuxian's aura became cold. Little Jing Kong finished his words without being affected. "Jiao Jiao has a way to help you stand up again." Huang Fuxian's eyes moved slightly. There was a very short moment when his heart suddenly tightened, but it was only for a moment. Soon, his heart returned to the state of still water. He had heard such words too many times. There were countless witch doctors, and even legendary doctors in the frontier fortress who could cure him. It was laughable that the young him actually believed it. In the end, without exception, he was just coaxing him. In the end, he came to terms with the fact that his legs were not twigs. If they were broken in the winter, they would grow back in the spring. He would never have a pair of legs again in this lifetime, let alone the opportunity to stand up. Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Jiao Jiao said that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to stand up again." Hard work. Huang Fuxian smiled coldly. Even if he could stand up, it must be in a dream. The funny thing was that he had been disabled for so long that he had even forgotten the feeling of standing up. He could not even dream of that kind of realistic feeling. Huang Fuxian did not seriously consider whether the Jiao mentioned by little Jing Kong was a swindler or not. Perhaps he was just trying to deceive a child. He said indifferently, "Don't waste your time, little brat. I can't stand up." Little Jing Kong said confidently, "If Jiao says you can do it, then you can. Next time I will bring Jiao to see you." After saying that, he jumped over the windowsill and skipped away. Little Jing Kong returned to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin went to do some errands and Empress Dowager Zhuang was alone in the bedroom. Little Jing Kong walked in energetically and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Great aunt, you stole food again. I'm going to tell Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang almost choked to death with a mouthful of candied fruit. Little Jing Kong came over and confiscated her candied fruit. Empress Dowager Zhuang grabbed the candied fruit box tightly. "I saved these candied fruits these days." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Jiao said that candied fruits can't be saved. You can't eat what you didn't eat before either. Anyway, you can only eat 5 candied fruits a day. Great aunt has already eaten 5 candied fruits." Empress Dowager Zhuang insisted on defending her candied fruits. Was it easy for her to save so much? "Give it to me," Empress Dowager Zhuang said majestically. "No," Little Jing Kong said without showing any weakness. The old woman and the young man each grabbed the 2 ends of the box and stared at each other. It seemed that an invisible contest had started in the bedroom. "Empress Dowager, His Majesty has sent some snacks over." At the door, a little palace maid reported. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Little Jing Kong fiercely. "Let go." Little Jing Kong also looked at Great Aunt fiercely. "No." Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath and slowly let go. "Okay, I will give it to you. I will give it to you." Little Jing Kong raised his eyebrows and showed a victorious smile. "Go and see what snacks are there," Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Little Jing Kong. "Okay." Little Jing Kong put the box on the table and ran to the door to take the snacks. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Little Nine, who was sweeping the snow with his wings on the crabapple tree, and hid the candied fruit box. Little Nine took the candied fruits away. Little Nine, who took the blame for no reason, was speechless again. After the 15th day of the first lunar month of the Zhao nation, the imperial court would begin. For the upcoming imperial court, the emperor made meticulous preparations in the imperial study. He flipped through the memorials presented by the cabinet, as well as the various voices he had his spies gather from the people. Among them, there were many people who wanted to confer Princess Ning'an as the first princess of the protector of the state. The people praised Princess Ning'an as if she had become an indispensable force in this battle. The emperor doted on Ning'an, so he naturally wouldn't dislike the people's praise of her. However, the emperor was hesitant when he thought of the ambitious Huang Fuxian. A little eunuch came to the door. Eunuch Wei went out quietly and heard the eunuch whisper a few words. He waved his hand and let the eunuch leave. Then he turned and went into the imperial study. "Your Majesty, Prince Gu wants to see you." "Let him in," the emperor said. Gu Changqing had made a great contribution, so the emperor thought highly of him now. Gu Changqing entered in a plain brocade robe. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The emperor said pleasantly, "No need to be so polite. Do you have something to report to me?" "Yes." Gu Changqing said seriously, "This humble subject wants to leave the capital for a few days to visit the families of Deputy General Zhao and General Qi. They made a great contribution in this battle and could have lived, but in order to save the soldiers under their command and the people of Lingguan City, they chose to die together with the generals of the state of Chen. This humble subject wants to personally bring their military plates back. Wrapped in horse hide, traveling 1,000 miles without returning, the only thing they could bring back to their hometowns was a military plate that could prove their identity. This was originally Gu Changqing's plan. However, because of the incident at Immortal Delight residence, this trip was brought forward. After he paid his respects to the families of the two, he wanted to investigate the background of the young master of Immortal Delight residence. The emperor couldn't refuse such a request. The emperor sighed and nodded. "You can go. We will reward you when you return to the capital." Gu Changqing cupped his hands and said, "This humble subject doesn't ask for a reward. I only ask that the state of Zhao be prosperous and the people be at peace, that the government be harmonious, that the people have enough food and clothing, that the men plow and the women weave, and that they no longer have to suffer the flames of war and be homeless." How could this not be the emperor's wish? The state of Zhao was a lower country. Whether it was its economy or military strength, it was far inferior to the 3 upper kingdoms. Don't look at how the people in the capital lived in peace. In fact, in such a bitter and cold place like the frontier, the people had to live frugally. It was not easy to even fill their stomachs. On the other hand, the state of Yen, which also had a cold ice field, was able to achieve a prosperous and populous life. The people did not suffer the pain of hunger and cold. If he could, he really wanted to go to the state of Yen to learn. He wanted to see how the emperor of the state of Yen managed to turn a lower country into the strongest country in the 6 countries in just a few decades. After Gu Changqing obtained the emperor's permission, he left the capital on the same day. Accompanying him were 2 generals from the Gu army. Therefore, no one suspected that he had other motives. Gu Changqing's visit today set off a big wave in the emperor's heart. He suddenly felt that his reward was not enough. After thinking about it, the emperor called Eunuch Wei over. "How is the old marquis's injury?" Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "I heard that there are no major problems. He can get up and walk, but he is not as nimble as before." Miss Gu said that he would be completely healed in the future. The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "Send someone to the Marquis Ding'an Manor and bring the old marquis to the imperial palace. Jin has something to discuss with him. Remember, the carriage should move slowly. Do not jolt the old marquis." "How about this servant go personally?" Eunuch Wei asked. "That is also fine," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei then personally went to the Marquis Ding'an Manor and brought the old marquis to the imperial palace. Although the old marquis could get up and walk, he could not walk for too long. His 4 limbs had been broken. Although they had grown back, they still needed to be nursed back. The emperor had him sit in the palanquin all the way to the imperial study. This was a supreme honor. After he entered the imperial study, the emperor immediately gave him a seat. "Your Majesty." The old marquis was overwhelmed by the favor and was about to stand up to reply. The emperor pressed his hand down. "Beloved official Gu, please sit. You are Zhen's right-hand official. At the border fortress, your contributions cannot go unnoticed." The emperor was very clear on the role the old marquis had played in this battle. If it was not for him, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng would not have gone to the border fortress. And if the 2 of them did not go to the border fortress, Zhao country would have lost an outstanding general. The border fortress would have lost another city. The plague would have killed countless citizens. The emperor would also have lost Ning'an, this younger sister, forever. In short, it was all thanks to Gu Chao. Moreover, Gu Changqing and the Gu family army were so brave. How could it not have been because Gu Chao had been captured? This official does not dare. The old marquis cupped his hands. The emperor said with emotion, "Gu Chao, ah Gu Chao. You are blessed. Your grandchildren are all outstanding." There was no need to mention Gu Changqing. This child had never disappointed anyone since he was young. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao were pleasantly surprised. "Your Majesty is too kind," the old marquis said modestly. "All right, you have been my monarch for many years. There is no need for such formalities. Today, I have summoned you to the palace to discuss with you the matter of awarding your grandchildren." Although the old marquis was a general, he was quite sensitive to numbers. But clearly, only 2 of his grandsons had gone to the border fortress. "I intend to promote your eldest grandson, Gu Changqing, to 3rd-level Dingbei general, and your second grandson, Gu Qingfeng, to 6th-level Yuqi commandant." Hearing this, although the old marquis felt that the reward was a bit too big, he also understood that returning from battle was a way to pacify the soldiers and boost their morale. It was also a strategy to win over the hearts of the people. However, the emperor's next words puzzled the old marquis. "Your granddaughter is also not bad. I intend to confer her the title of Junju. The title will be decided by the Hanlin Academy." "Wait, Your Majesty, you just said this old official's granddaughter? Why is Your Majesty conferring this old official's granddaughter?" The emperor wanted to confer rewards to the Gu family's grandsons who had no merit. Shouldn't he start with Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan? That girl was only a woman. What was the point of conferring her? The emperor smiled and said, "The little divine doctor has made great contributions to the border fortress. Of course, I want to reward her." The old marquis was dumbfounded. She made great contributions? That girl went to the border fortress? The old marquis expressed that he did not understand at all. Yes, the people from the medical center had gone to the border fortress. She must have gone there with the medical team. What was Gu Chao's reaction? The emperor frowned slightly and said seriously, "She and Marshal Tang defended Yueqing City and waited for the Gu family's army to come to the rescue. Also, she saved you." The old marquis said excitedly, "That was clearly my little brother's credit. It was my little brother who fought for several days and nights in Yueqing City. It was also my little brother who went to the governor's office to rescue me. That's right, even my injuries were treated by my little brother. Just because the people from her medical center changed my medicine a few times, the credit can't be given to her. Your Majesty, if you want to reward someone, you should reward my little brother. No one could steal his little brother's credit. Not even his own granddaughter. Whoever made his little brother suffer, he would be angry with them. This time it was the emperor's turn to be confused. What little brother? Speak of the devil. Gu Jiao originally entered the palace to pick up little Jing Kong. Knowing that she was going to enter the palace, the old chancellor asked her to bring a memorial to the emperor. She was here to deliver the memorial to the emperor. Of course, Eunuch Wei would not stop her. After all, they were not talking about any important military matters. Eunuch Wei led her to the door of the imperial study. Your Majesty. The emperor turned his head and saw Gu Jiao at the door. He smiled and waved at Gu Jiao. Come in quickly. We were just talking about you. Gu Jiao stepped in. Who knew that as soon as she stepped into the threshold, she saw the old marquis sitting on a chair. She froze on the spot. The old marquis turned his head. He wanted to see who it was. At the critical moment, Gu Jiao took out a mask and put it on her face. However, Gu Jiao forgot that this was not the border fortress. She was wearing a woman's dress. Chapter 553. Strictly speaking, Gu Jiao couldn't be blamed for this. People have conditioned reflexes. Gu Jiao had spent several months with the old duke in the frontier fortress and on the way back to the capital. She was used to it and had long equated seeing the old duke with wearing a mask. It was too early to wear it. If she didn't wear it, could she still be Gu Jiao? If she wore it, she couldn't explain it clearly. Gu Jiao looked at the emperor in the room with hidden bitterness. He couldn't do anything, but he was the best at removing disguises. Why did he call her? If he didn't call her, her big brother wouldn't look back. She could still have some time to think. She was too careless. The emperor looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu, little brother? The old duke stood up and walked towards Gu Jiao with a blank and uncertain face. He recognized this mask. It belonged to his little brother. The feathers on the mask fell off in a battle. He personally asked someone to get 2 peacock feathers for his little brother's mask. The person's figure was similar to his little brother. The only difference was that he was wearing a woman's dress. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and held the old duke's hand. She was in character in a second. Big brother. The old duke looked at the hands. This was how they recognized each other in the frontier fortress. He looked at Gu Jiao's eyes again. It was a familiar look. The old duke suddenly became excited. Little brother. Is it really you? Gu Jiao nodded. Big brother? The emperor was even more confused. Who can tell me what happened? Why did Gu Jiao call his granddaughter little brother? Why did the little magic doctor cast a kind look and expression at him, the emperor? The emperor was in a complete mess, all right? Gu Jiao held Gu Jiao's hand tightly and asked, Little brother, why are you dressed like this? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and pulled her hand back. She took out a small notebook that she always carried with her and scribbled, Someone is after me. I need to disguise myself so that I won't be targeted. Filled with righteous indignation, the old marquis said, Who dares to chase after my younger brother? Could it be that his little brother's military exploits were too great and he was an eyesore to some people? How about this, little brother? You move to the marquis's estate and big brother will protect you. Gu Jiao thought to herself, that won't do. If you move to the marquis's estate, how can you still secretly stir up trouble? Gu Jiao wrote solemnly, Don't worry, big brother. Everything is under control. The old marquis thought about his brother's skills and nodded thoughtfully. In the capital, unless it was against the Dragon Shadow Guard, no one could hurt his little brother. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run. The emperor stared blankly at this scene of brothers reuniting with each other. The old marquis thought of something and asked puzzledly, That's right, little brother. Why did you enter the palace? Gu Jiao finished writing without changing her expression and raised the small notebook. His Majesty summons me. The emperor, how can you fake an imperial edict in front of me? The old marquis pulled Gu Jiao's hand into the imperial study and cupped his hands to the emperor. Your Majesty, you summoned this subject's little brother to reward him, right? This subject knows that your Majesty is a wise ruler and has always been clear about rewards and punishments. The one who brought my unfilial grandson to sneak into the governor's estate to save me was this subject's sworn little brother. The one who fought a bloody battle with Marshal Tang and defended the Zhao country's flag and the border fortress was also this subject's sworn little brother. The one who cured the plague was this subject's little brother. The one who went to destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty was also this subject's little brother. I hope that your majesty won't wrongly give the credit to others. The emperor, the reason why the old marquis knew that those things were done by his little brother was mainly because he asked Gu Qingfeng every day where his little brother went. Gu Qingfeng couldn't fabricate things out of thin air, so he could only tell him about Gu Jiao's whereabouts. For example, Gu Jiao went to Lingguan City, Gu Jiao saved the plague victims, and Gu Jiao accidentally destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. However, Gu Qingfeng didn't use your granddaughter, but your brother. The old marquis was seriously injured and had been lying in the ward. His information basically came from Gu Qingfeng. In addition, Tang Yueshan and Gu Changqing didn't say anything, so Gu Jiao's little identity was tightly covered. Your Majesty, this subject has heard a little about the rumors in the cabinet and among the people. They say that Princess Ning and made great contributions at the border fortress and should be conferred the title of Princess Protector. This subject doesn't mean to be disrespectful to Princess Ning N, but this subject really doesn't understand where the word contribution comes from. This subject was imprisoned in the governor's residence at the time, so this subject is clear about the situation there. Princess Ning and didn't cooperate with this subject's second grandson. It was he who fearlessly barged into the governor's residence. It was he who took this subject's second grandson out of Lingguan City. It was also he who joined forces with Marshal Tang to fight off the pursuers. This subject was able to return safely to Yuelu City all thanks to this subject's sworn little brother. The one who guarded the city and fought the enemy was my sworn brother. The one who saved the princess and me was also my sworn brother. Princess Ning, and placed righteousness before her own family. This subject has no objection if your majesty wants to confer the title of Princess Protector. However, the title of Princess Protector is not something that anyone can bear. As the old marquis spoke, he didn't care how dark the emperor's face was. He lifted his hem, endured the pain, and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "This subject requests your majesty to confer little brother Gu the title of Princess Protector." The emperor? What the hell is this? The emperor spent a lot of effort to resist the urge to pull off Gu Jiao's little vest. Perhaps it was because he was old, he was more talkative. The old marquis rambled on for a while, but it didn't deviate from the original point. He wanted to confer the title of marquis on his sworn brother. The emperor's mouth twitched. You guys really share blessings and bear the burden of marquis together. After the old marquis left, Gu Jiao remained in the imperial study, blinking her big eyes. The emperor drank a mouthful of tea to calm the fire and glanced at her. Don't be delusional. I won't confer the title of marquis on you. Gu Jiao, oh. The emperor put down the teacup. I said I won't. Gu Jiao spread her hands. The emperor took a deep breath and asked, "Why did you come to find me?" Here. Gu Jiao took out a memorial from her arms. The emperor saw the handwriting and knew it was written by the old chancellor. He casually flipped through it and put the memorial on the table. Gu Jiao said goodbye and turned to walk out. The emperor looked at her small back, clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. I am the emperor. My words carry weight. I won't confer the title of marquis. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. In the medical center. Emo Qinxue was still not allowed to get out of bed. She leaned against the bed and weaved a red rope. Little Jiangli came to the medical center to work. She looked at the red rope in Emo Qinshue's hand and said, "Sister Emo, this is not how you weave a red rope." Emo Qinshue choked and said, "Why not? I think you made it up like this." Little Jiangli showed her the red rope she made. Your middle finger has to hook this line, then your index finger has to wrap it inwards, not outwards. Emo Qinshue muttered, "Why is it so complicated? It was much harder than practicing martial arts." Little Jiangli said considerately, "If Sister Emo doesn't want to make this, we can do something else." Emo Qinshue said stubbornly, "No, I want this." Little Jiangli sighed. "Okay, I'll take it apart and weave it again for you to see." God knew that this was the 11th time little Jiangli had taken it apart. Emo Qinshue's hands were clearly praised by the lodge master as the god of hidden weapons, but she couldn't even weave a single rope. Emo Qinshue was angry with herself. Sister Emo watched carefully. Little Jiangli didn't sit on the stool anymore. Instead, she lay on the bed and raised the red rope with 2 fingers. However, as soon as she tied a knot, a hidden weapon broke through the window and shot toward little Jiangli's shoulder. Emo Qinshue's eyes trembled, and she caught the hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, there was knockout powder on the hidden weapon. Little Jiangli breathed it in and fell asleep on Emo Qinshua's body. This amount was useless to Emo Qinshua. Emo Qinshua threw the hidden weapon back out the window. There was a muffled sound. The hidden weapon hit something. Soon, the window was pulled open from the outside and Hua Xiao rushed in. She pulled out the hidden weapon on the handle of her fan and smiled slowly. I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? If I really wanted to kill her, I wouldn't use knockout powder but poison. Why are you here again? Emo Qinshua asked coldly. Hua Xiao waved her fan and smiled charmingly. I'm here to tell you that the 3-day deadline is up. When are you going to kill her? Emo Qinshua's expression didn't change. Go and tell the young master that I'll have the strength to kill her after I recover. Hua Xiao sneered. It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Do you want to recover until next year? Don't tell me you're too soft-hearted to kill her? You're living a good life here. You don't have to be a courtesan and you don't have to please those stinky men. You must be addicted to such a life, right? Emo Qinshua said rudely, when did I please those stinky men? Don't use your Hua Xiao's tricks on me. Hua Xiao's face darkened. The young master asked me to tell you that the plan has changed. Within 3 days, get her out of the capital. Chapter 554. The novel will be updated more quickly. In the medical center, Xiaoheng was chatting with the second boss in the study. Recently, Gu Jiao stayed in the medical center, so Xiaoheng came here more often. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. Outside the door, little Jiangli waved at Xiaoheng in a low voice. Xiaoheng looked outside the door and said to the second boss who was making tea, Excuse me, I'll go see if Jiao Jiao is back. The second boss hurriedly said, Go. The two of them were really loving. In the past, he and his wife were also like this. However, as time went by, he couldn't afford to pay the public anymore, so he didn't dare to get close to his wife. Xiaoheng went out of the study and went to a storeroom downstairs with little Jiangli. Little Jiangli looked outside and made sure that no one was approaching before closing the door. He whispered to Xiaoheng, Brother Xiao, someone came to Sister Mo's room. Little Jiangli was a medicine boy of the Immortal Music House. On the surface he was there to relieve Emo Qinshua's boredom, but in fact he was a little spy sent by Xiaoheng. After all, Xiaoheng wasn't the person Emo Qinshua really knew, so he was a little wary of Emo Qinshua. Who was it? He asked. Little Jiangli shook his head. I didn't see her face clearly. From her voice, she was about the same age as Sister Mo, maybe a little older. Her voice wasn't as young and pleasant as Sister Mo's. Xiaoheng had seen the file of the Immortal Music House case and knew that Emo Qinshua was 17 years old this year. Xiaoheng first thought of a woman who was older than her. Hua Xiao was 19 years old and was from Fu City. Of course, birthplace could be faked, so could age. However, Minister Xing had seen Hua Xiao before, so he judged that Hua Xiao was less than 20 years old. Little Jiangli said, She drugged me as soon as she came. Xiaoheng frowned. You were drugged? Are you all right? Little Jiangli shook his head again. It felt good to be cared for. Little Jiangli patted his chest happily and said, Those drugs are useless to me. What do you mean it's useless? Xiaoheng was puzzled. Little Jiangli scratched her ponytail. It's because I'm in good health and am especially resistant to drugs. That's what my brother said. I can hold my liquor well. Xiaoheng. You're only 9 years old and you can already drink? Xiaoheng said, You're still young. Don't drink in the future. Okay. Little Jiangli felt that this suggestion wasn't unacceptable. She didn't like drinking anyway. Xiaoheng said again, Tell me what happened after you were drugged. Little Jiangli recalled, After I was drugged I was a little sleepy so I pretended to be asleep. She drugged me with knockout pills and that's what she said too. These words were very strange. The normal explanation would be that I heard her say that she had drugged me. But little Jiangli's words clearly said that she knew it was a knockout pill, and then she got confirmation from the other party. Xiaoheng asked, You can recognize knockout pills? Little Jiangli said proudly, I've been a medicine boy for so long, of course I can recognize them. I even recognize arsenic and crane top red. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, continue. Little Jiangli said, I heard that person say that the 3-day deadline is up. When is Sister going to make a move on him? Could it be that Sister's heart softened and you can't do it? Brother Xiao, who is the he she's talking about? Is it you? It's Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng's gaze turned cold. It's not me. Is there anything else? Little Jiangli said, She said, Young Lord wants me to tell you that there's a change in the plan. Within 3 days we'll lure him out of the capital. Lure him out of the capital within 3 days? The simpler it was, the more information it contained. Why did the young lord of Immortal Music House suddenly give up on killing Gu Jiao? Did the young lord of Immortal Music House think that Mo Chinshua couldn't succeed, or did the other party think that Gu Jiao still had value? Killing Gu Jiao and luring Gu Jiao out of the capital were different in terms of difficulty. But if you put the whole thing into perspective, you'd find that the two were essentially the same. That was, both had to gain Gu Jiao's absolute trust. And if Mo Chinshua could do this, whether she killed Gu Jiao or lured Gu Jiao out of the capital, it would be something she could do. Inferring from this, it should be the latter, Gu Jiao's value. What did they want to do with Gu Jiao? Xiao Heng closed his eyes, connecting all the events related to Immortal Music House in his mind. Suddenly, a bold conjecture emerged. They wanted to capture Gu Jiao outside the capital and use Gu Jiao to lure him out. It was that group of people. He could almost conclude that once he fell into the hands of that group of people, the young lord of Immortal Music House would immediately give the order to kill Gu Jiao. After coming out of the imperial study, Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong was playing on the swing in the front yard, and Little Nine was dismantling the birdcage that the palace servants made for him on the snowy ground nearby. Recently, for some reason, he liked to dismantle the house. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao at first glance. He stopped playing on the swing, jumped down from the seat and pounced on Gu Jiao. It was a snowy day and he was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and touched his neck. It was also wet with sweat. Go in and change your clothes, Gu Jiao said. Okay Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was especially obedient. He held Gu Jiao's hand and jumped into the inner hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang was secretly eating candied fruits in her bedchamber. When she heard Little Jing Kong's small voice, she quickly hid the candied fruits. Great Aunt. Gu Jiao entered the room and greeted Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang seriously opened the booklet on the desk and pretended to read it. Although she no longer held court, some booklets would still be sent to her. It was just that recently the number of booklets sent to her had decreased. Presumably, Grand Tutor Zhuang was slowly becoming estranged from her. Little Jing Kong had stayed in Rinshou Palace before, so his clothes were kept here. Gu Jiao found a set of clothes for him to change into. When he was changing, Little Jing Kong said to Gu Jiao, Jiao Jiao, little brother agreed. When will you go see him? Gu Jiao said, any time is fine. Is he in Bisha Hall now? Yes, yes. After Little Jing Kong finished speaking, he was suddenly a little stunned. Jiao Jiao, how do you know that little brother is in Bisha Hall? Gu Jiao curved her lips and pointed at his shiny forehead with her fingertips. Because I have a spell that can see the thoughts in your head. Little Jing Kong hugged his little head. I didn't want to play truant. No. Gu Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jiao rarely laughed, and the time when she laughed out loud was even rarer. Her funny point was always very strange. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't laugh when she heard Little Jing Kong's words. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw Gu Jiao laughing. When Gu Jiao was done laughing, Little Jing Kong's face was also completely red. I really didn't want to play truant, he said guiltily. After learning that Gu Jiao wanted to treat Huang Fuxian's legs, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't object. She asked Eunuch Qin to go to Bisha Hall. After a while, Eunuch Qin came back and reported with a look of embarrassment, young Master Xian didn't want to come. He said, he didn't want to be treated. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, he said it himself? Could it be that Princess Ningyan had spoken on his behalf? Eunuch Qin said, yes, he said it himself. He was very determined. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed, then let him be. If he didn't want to, they couldn't kidnap him. It wasn't a minor illness. They could just force a bowl of medicine down his throat. If he didn't cooperate, the doctor couldn't treat him. They couldn't use the Empress Dowager's imperial edict to pressure him. That child was obviously someone who would resist the edict. Serve the meal, Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Eunuch Qin. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. On the carriage back, Little Jing Kong didn't say a word. He was in low spirits. Gu Jiao didn't know how to comfort him. She touched his little mushroom head and whispered, do you want a hug? Little Jing Kong turned around and threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao held his soft little body and stroked his little back. Why don't you want to treat your legs? Maybe he was desperate about life? He couldn't find the motivation to live. He didn't care whether he had legs or not. He didn't care whether he was standing or sitting. He even didn't care whether he was kneeling or crawling. Little Jing Kong was sad and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao took him back to Bishui Alley. When she was about to get off the carriage with little Jing Kong, Xiaoheng walked out of the courtyard first and reached out his hand. Let me. Okay. Gu Jiao handed the sleeping little Jing Kong to Xiaoheng. When he left Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong struggled for a moment, but when he fell into Xiaoheng's arms, he rested his head on Xiaoheng's arm and continued to sleep. Xiaoheng put the little guy back in the west room, took off his coat and shoes and pulled the quilt over him. Gu Jiao was about to go to the clinic when Xiaoheng came out and stopped her. Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you. The two went to the east room. Gu Jiao lit an oil lamp. Xiaoheng adjusted the wick to the brightest and lit another oil lamp. Gu Jiao actually liked a brighter room, but she didn't tell anyone. Gu Jiao sat on the chair and looked at Xiaoheng, who was adjusting the wick seriously. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. Chapter 555. Gu Jiao also noticed that there was a charcoal brazier in her room. It must have been lit early as the room was very warm. She had been staying in the medical center for the past few days, and if she wasn't mistaken, she would stay here tonight as well. Did he specially light the charcoal brazier just because she wanted to talk to him in this room? Was he worried that she would be cold? Although Gu Jiao's body wasn't afraid of the cold, she still couldn't help but smile. Xiaoheng finished adjusting the wick and turned around. He was caught off guard by her infatuated look with her hands on her cheeks. Xiaoheng calmly sat down opposite Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him openly. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiaoheng automatically ignored her burning gaze and said seriously, it's about Mo Chenxue. Gu Jiao nodded. How do you know about Mo Chenxue? She didn't remember introducing Mo Chenxue to him. Xiaoheng said lightly, how can I not care about a patient who is staying in my wife's room? Gu Jiao blinked and rested her cheeks on her hands. Are you jealous? No. Xiaoheng flatly denied. Sleeping with you every day. Gu Jiao smiled and stood up. She leaned across the table and put her face in front of him. At this distance, she could see his thick and long eyelashes trembling slightly. She could also hear his nervous breathing because of her sudden proximity. Xiaoheng was very thick-skinned in the yamen, but in front of people close to him, especially Gu Jiao, he was easily shy. He lowered his eyes to avoid her gaze, but he couldn't avoid her seductive breath. She didn't do anything, but she could still seduce him. Gu Jiao kissed him on the cheek. Xiaoheng's body stiffened and he instinctively looked at Gu Jiao. He met her burning gaze. His heart skipped a beat as if it had been struck by something. You look so good when you're jealous. After saying that, she sat back down with a slight smile. Xiaoheng's cheeks were burning, and the places she had kissed felt like they were on fire. They were husband and wife in name and had done more intimate things than this. However, for some reason, this unexpected kiss still teased him to the point where he almost lost control. He almost forgot what he was talking about. Xiaoheng took a deep breath and forcibly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He calmed himself down and said, Mo Chenxue is a member of Immortal Music House. Yes, I know. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. If it was a normal patient, she wouldn't have brought her back to her courtyard. It was very likely that she already knew Mo Chenxue. Xiaoheng continued, her injuries were intentional. Her goal was to get close to you and gain your trust. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Oh, no wonder. Mo Chenxue's injury wasn't that big of a flaw. It was indeed the kind of injury that could have killed her. The strange thing was that Mo Chenxue had collapsed on her way back from Immortal Music House. It wasn't that she didn't suspect anything, but she didn't feel any malice from Mo Chenxue, so she didn't take it to heart. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, if Mo Chenxue really wanted to kill me, she should have had many opportunities to do so. But she didn't. How did you two meet? You met on the street? She refused to admit that she had visited a brothel. Xiaoheng, forget it. Even a fool would be able to guess that this lass had been to Celestial Music Abode before, probably when she was investigating Grand Concubine Jing. Women weren't allowed to enter Immortal Music House. Was this girl dressed in men's clothes? Then Mo Chenxue, Xiaoheng suddenly felt that he was being cheated on. Gu Jiao's instinct was to protect her. She blinked and said sincerely, husband, you're so handsome. You're the most handsome. Very good. She was guilty. Xiaoheng made a mental note. He decided that he would deal with her later. Right now, he had to deal with the young master of Immortal Music House. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, it snowed again in the capital. The emperor went to court, and the matter of awarding meritorious officials was a hot topic. Almost no one objected to the awarding of Tang Yueshan and Gu Changqing. However, the awarding of Princess Ning'an was met with many different opinions. The officials in court were divided into two factions. One faction was led by Su Sifu, who wanted to reward Princess Ning'an with the title of Protector of the State. The other faction was led by the Minister of War, who objected to awarding Princess Ning'an with the title of Protector of the State. The Minister of War, Su Yuan, was the father of Su Kanji. Su Sifu's argument for awarding Princess Ning'an was that Princess Ning'an had made great contributions in the frontier fortress. Su Yuan's objection was that Princess Ning'an was the widow of the previous dynasty and she had a son with the royal family of the previous dynasty. She didn't know the right person and led the wolf into the house. She also gave birth to the child of the previous dynasty. She was not qualified to be conferred the title of Protector of the State. The emperor's subordinates suppressed the memorial presented by the old chancellor. The memorial said that someone might make an issue of Huang Fuxian's identity and asked the emperor not to fall out with the officials in court. The people had always sympathized with Princess Ning'an, not Huang Fuxian. If the emperor fell out with the officials because of Huang Fuxian, the people's hearts that he had worked so hard to accumulate would be in vain. The emperor had no choice but to withdraw from court. But he loved Ning'an. The more people objected, the more he felt sorry for Ning'an. Why did everyone in the world bully his Ning'an? What did his Ning'an do wrong? Wasn't it the fault of the previous dynasty? His Ning'an was also a victim. Why couldn't she be compensated? On the way back to Pure Flower's palace, the emperor almost had the impulse to insist on conferring Ning'an even if all the civil and military officials opposed it. But when he thought of Huang Fuxian's child, he endured it. The night before the deadline of 3 days, Hua Xiao came to the medical center again. Emo Qinxue could already walk a little. She sat by the window and looked at Hua Xiao with disgust. Can you not always come here? You will expose me. Hua Xiao waved the round fan and said with a smile, I just came to remind elder sister that tomorrow is really the deadline. Has elder sister thought about how to lure her out of the city? Emo Qinxue said indifferently, if I don't lure her out, what will happen? Hua Xiao said with a smile, then elder sister will die. Emo Qinxue said coldly, can you kill me? Hua Xiao's lips curved. I can't kill you, but there will always be someone who can. Elder sister should know the consequences of betraying the young master. Emo Qinxue turned her face. Do you still have poison? Hua Xiao asked with a smile. What kind of poison is elder sister talking about? Emo Qinxue said coldly, like the kind of cartilage powder. Hua Xiao covered her face with the round fan and smiled. 7 days drunk. Yes, I brought it. I was afraid that elder sister would not ask me for it. 7 days drunk, as the name said, one pill could make one drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Emo Qinxue paused and asked, she is a good drinker. Will it be ineffective? Hua Xiao handed the bottle to Emo Qinxue, then patted the bottle with the round fan and said, no, it will be my poison. Elder sister, don't worry. I am the best drinker in the capital, but I will be drunk after 1 pill. Just in case there are 3 pills in here. Elder sister, take your time. At night, Gu Jiao came over and checked Emo Qinshue's physical condition as usual. You are healing well, Gu Jiao said. Emo Qinxue nodded absent-mindedly, poured a cup of flower tea and handed it to Gu Jiao. Drink some water. Look, your lips are dry. Really? Gu Jiao touched her lips, took the teacup and drank all the water in the cup. Emo Qinxue looked at her nervously. Gu Jiao did not respond at first. When she was packing the small medicine box, she fell down with a thud. At dawn, a carriage sped out of the city. The coachman was from Xianle House. Emo Qinxue was sitting in the carriage. No one in the clinic noticed that she left. When they found out, they would not be able to catch up with her. Hurry up. Emo Qinxue urged the coachman. But miss, where are we going? The coachman asked. I don't know. Hua Xiao did not tell her where to take Gu Jiao, only that they were going out of the city. She was already out of the city. Did the young master's people find her? There is a post house in front, the coachman said. Emo Qinxue said, don't worry about it, just go straight. Yes. The coachman waved his whip, and the carriage went away on the cold road. Just as they were about to reach the relay station, a group of experts dressed in gray suddenly rushed out from the side path on their horses. They lined up in a row on the official road, instantly blocking Emo Qinshue's path. The coachman hurriedly stopped the carriage. Miss, there is nothing for you to do here. Go quickly. Emo Qinxue ordered, go to the post house in front. Go quickly. Yes. The coachman got out of the carriage in confusion. He always felt that the aura of that group of people was too scary. When he walked past them, he did not even dare to raise his head. Fortunately, that group of people did not stop him. He quickened his pace and rushed into the post house. Mo Chinshue waited until he had gone in before she parted the curtain slightly. "Who are you?" The leading man in gray said. "The young master asked us to pick you up. Did you bring the person?" Mo Chinshue lifted the curtain slightly, revealing the unconscious person inside. "I've brought him," he said. "Give her to us." "Wait." Mo Chinshue pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Gu Jiao's neck. He frowned. "What are you doing?" Mo Chinshue said, "I think I might not be able to keep my life. To prevent you from killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, I need to go to a safe place first." The leading man in gray narrowed his eyes dangerously. Mo Chinshue said coldly, "The young master needs her life. If she dies now, you will not be able to answer to the young master. As for me, it is my own business that I escaped. The young master will hunt me down in the future. It will not be your fault." The leading man in gray tightened his grip on the reins. "Okay, where are you going?" Mo Chinshue said, "Feng County. It is 30 miles from here. An hour should be enough." The leading man in gray gestured to his subordinates. They surrounded the carriage. One of them jumped off the horse and became Mo Chinshue's coachman. They rushed to Feng County at top speed. Halfway there, Mo Chinshue suddenly shouted, "Wait! Stop! She is going to vomit. She is poisoned by the 7 days of intoxication. It will be troublesome if she chokes." Those who practiced martial arts naturally understood that vomiting while unconscious was very dangerous. They had no choice but to stop the carriage. The leading man in gray rode on the horse and said to his coachman, "See what is going on." The coachman turned around and lifted the curtain. A silver needle glittering with cold light flew out with a whoosh. The distance was too close and the speed was too fast. He wanted to dodge it, but it was already too late. He screamed and fell from the carriage. "It's a trap." The leading man in gray drew his saber. Another row of silver needles shot out. The coachman blocked them with their sabers. Mo Chinshue quickly cut off the reins on the carriage and rode away on a fine horse. The leading man in gray was about to order his men to stop her when the carriage suddenly burst into flames. "Hostage!" The leading man in gray flew up, split the carriage with his saber, and carried the unconscious hostage to the snow not far away. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He pulled down the veil on the face of the hostage, but it was not the hostage but Hua Xiao. Yes, Mo Chinshue knocked Hua Xiao out and made her drink the 7 days of intoxication the night she came to find her. The reason why she also made Gu Jiao drunk was so that she could leave. She betrayed the young master. She could not escape the fate of death. But she did not want to die in front of her. Mo Chinshue raised her speed to the extreme. However, she did not escape far before an arrow hit her horse. The horse screamed and fell forward. She also fell into the snow. She was in severe pain all over, including her chest. She turned sideways and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Chinshue. The leading man in gray got off the horse and came to her with a saber in his hand. Mo Chinshue raised her hand to use the silver needle, but he kicked her acupoint. She instantly froze in the snow. The leading man in gray squatted down, grabbed Mo Chinshue's clothes, and pulled her in front of him. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent the anger in his chest. His gaze fell on Mo Chinshue's slender white neck, and a trace of wickedness appeared in his eyes. Immortal Music House's #1 courtesan. It is said that no man has taken her virginity. Why don't you submit to us brothers today, and let you have a good time before you die? Mo Chinshue could not speak and could not move. She could only stare at him fiercely. The leading man in gray tore Mo Chinshue's clothes, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed to the cold air. The leading man in gray originally just wanted to humiliate and intimidate her. He did not really want to do anything to her, but this body was too seductive. Perhaps even a eunuch would be able to act like a real man if he saw her. The leading man in gray tore off Mo Chinshue's skirt. Tears of humiliation and despair fell from the corners of her eyes in big drops. She trembled, desperate, but could not help but think. Fortunately, it was me. Fortunately, it was me. The moment Mo Chinshue closed her eyes, an eagle's cry suddenly came from above her head. Immediately after, a cold and threatening red-tasseled spear pierced through the air. With the force of thunder, it shot from the side of the leading man in gray, piercing through his head from his temple. Chapter 556. The man in the gray robe who had his head pierced fell sideways into the snow, his brain and blood splattering all over the ground. This scene was too terrifying. Being shot in the head by an arrow was enough to make one tremble in fear, not to mention a long and heavy red-tasseled spear. All the gray-robed men felt as if their heads had been pierced as well. Their heads felt cold and their bodies froze. They had killed countless people, but they had never seen such a method of murder. It was too cruel and too horrifying. How much killing intent did one have to possess to be able to shoot such a spear? Who was it? Who did it? Everyone sensed that the situation was not good. The snow-covered official road was suddenly filled with tension and fear. Another man in the gray robe took over from the previous man and began to give orders. "Draw your swords. Draw your swords." He shouted loudly. Everyone was pulled back to reality by his voice, and they all drew the scimitars at their waists. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves that seemed to be able to break through mountains and rivers came from afar, and the snow seemed to be trembling. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a young man in green riding a vigorous horse galloping towards them. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the few people. With a leap, he flew over their heads. The moment the horse's hooves landed on the ground, the young man reached out his hand and pulled out the red-tasseled spear that had pierced through the man's head. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he took off his cloak and used it to cover Emo Chenchua's body. Emo Chenchua lay in the cold snow, watching the young man galloping towards her. He was not wearing a mask and his eyebrows were cold. The eye-catching birthmark on the left side of his face was not ugly, but had a hint of coldness and evil. The young man was full of killing intent, but he covered her body with a cloak. Gu Jiao's horse did not stop. She pulled out her red-tasseled spear and immediately attacked the remaining 5 people. This group of people was not weak. Together they were as strong as Sky Wolf. However, Gu Jiao was not the Gu Jiao from 2 months ago. Her strength had recovered a little. Even if she fought Sky Wolf again, she would be invincible. Gu Jiao dismounted and the 2 sides began to fight fiercely. One of the gray-robed men suddenly thought of something and pointed at Gu Jiao. "Her. She is the hostage we want." Gu Jiao clenched her red-tasseled spear and said coldly, "Come and catch me if you have the ability." The 5 of them attacked Gu Jiao with all their might. What was surprising was that Gu Jiao's power was not as described in the letter. Logically speaking, the strength of the 5 of them should be enough to control him, but to be on the safe side they added one more master. However, they were completely unable to gain an advantage over her. Gu Jiao hated trouble and she also hated fancy attacks. Shadows were bloodthirsty. Her killer move was her most powerful move. The gray-robed masters fell one after another. With Gu Jiao's last stab, the last gray-robed master fell into a pool of blood. However, she did not kill this one. She left him alive. Gu Jiao stabbed her red-tasseled spear into the snow and bent down to wrap Emo Chenxue in her cloak. Her arms went around Emo Chenxue's back and knees, and she picked up her cold and stiff body. At this moment, the Ministry of Justice's carriage arrived. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and glanced at Gu Jiao and Emo Chenxue. He glanced at the scene and understood what had happened. He hurriedly got off the carriage and called the coachman to the side. Gu Jiao carried Emo Chenxue into the carriage. Xiaoheng asked through the curtain, "Are you all right?" Gu Jiao looked at Emo Chenxue. Emo Chenxue's face was pale as she shook her head, indicating to Gu Jiao that she was fine. Gu Jiao replied, "I'm fine. Your face is covered in blood." "It's not my blood." Xiaoheng's expression relaxed. Emo Chenxue's body was shivering. The cloak was clearly not enough to keep her warm. Gu Jiao took off her winter coat and gave it to Emo Chenxue. There was no charcoal in the carriage. It was as cold as ice. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Then a slender hand handed in an official's robe and winter coat. It was Xiaoheng's. There was only one carriage from the Ministry of Justice. Xiaoheng could not get on the carriage with Emo Chenxue in her current state. This meant that he had to ride back. In a world of ice and snow, how could a civil official like him withstand it? Moreover, he was going to enter the city later. How could he, the secretary of the Ministry of Justice, walk around in his underwear? Gu Jiao did not reject all of them but also did not accept all of them. She only took the winter coat and let Xiaoheng put on the official's robe. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and took the red-tasseled spear back to the carriage. She said to Xiaoheng, "Oh right, I left one alive. See if you can get anything out of him." "That one?" Xiaoheng pointed at the expert in gray who was lying alone on the side. That expert was pretending to be dead. Unfortunately, he could not fool Xiaoheng's eyes. "Okay, you guys go back first. Leave the rest to me." Gu Jiao got on the carriage. The coachman received Xiao Heng's orders and sat on the outside seat. He turned the carriage around and headed back to the capital. In the carriage, Mo Qianxue leaned against the wall. She gradually regained her body temperature and consciousness. She looked at Gu Jiao, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. She whispered, "Are you asleep?" "No." Gu Jiao opened her eyes and looked at her calmly. "How do you feel?" Mo Qianxue lowered her eyes and whispered, "It's like a nightmare." Gu Jiao reached out to her. Mo Qianxue understood what she meant. She slowly raised her hand and handed her wrist to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt her pulse. From the pulse, she could see that she had suffered a little internal injury and her vitality was greatly damaged. "Are you hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." Mo Qianxue said. "That person did not manage to reach the last step." "Why are you here?" Mo Qianxue asked. "Xiao Jiu brought me here. Otherwise, she would not have been able to find her way." Mo Qianxue opened her mouth. "I mean, weren't you drugged by me? How can you still wake up? Is your alcohol tolerance better than Hua Xiao's?" Hua Xiao was the best drinker in the Immortal Music House. So far, no one could drink more than her. 7 days of intoxication was her unique knockout drug that could even knock her out. Mo Qianxue realized something and stared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. "You didn't drink it, did you?" "Yes." Gu Jiao admitted generously. That night, Xiao Heng told her about the Immortal Music House and mentioned Mo Qianshue's purpose and the young master's order. When Mo Qianxue handed her the glass of water, she drank it on the surface but did not swallow it. She wanted to see what Mo Qianxue would do next. Mo Qianxue first put her on the bed and then dragged out a person from under the bed. It was Hua Xiao. Mo Qianxue changed Hua Xiao into her clothes and put on a veil. At this point, Gu Jiao could almost guess what Mo Qianxue would do. The reason why she did not immediately stop Mo Qianxue was that Mo Qianshue's drug was really too strong. Even if she did not swallow it, she still absorbed some of it after holding it in her mouth for a long time. She slept for an hour. Fortunately, Mo Qianxue did not walk too fast. Otherwise, when she arrived, the tragedy would have already happened. Killing the man would not help. Mo Qianxue did not ask Gu Jiao when she began to suspect her. She was too embarrassed to ask and there was no need to ask. She approached her for another purpose. Now that the matter was exposed, she still came to save her. "Next time, take me with you." Gu Jiao said, "Don't do stupid things alone." Mo Qianxue stared at her. After a long while, she lowered her head and answered in a low voice, "Yes." Gu Jiao took Mo Qianxue back to the medical center. On the other side, Xiao Heng and the bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice brought the survivor back to the Ministry of Justice, together with Hua Xiao, who fainted nearby. Hua Xiao was drugged with 7 days of intoxication and would not wake up for 7 days and 7 nights. Xiao Heng temporarily put her in a separate cell. The man in the gray robe was taken to the torture room. There was a poison sac in his mouth, which was found by Xiao Heng and taken out. After that, he tried to commit suicide by biting his tongue several times. Xiao Heng simply gave him a little bone-softening powder. Xiao Heng was the head of the Ministry of Justice, so interrogating prisoners was not within his authority. However, when he personally applied to Minister Xing to be interrogated by him, Minister Xing readily agreed. The man in the gray robe sat weakly on the iron chair in the center of the torture room. Behind him was a scaffold for holding the prisoner, and on the walls on both sides were hung all kinds of torture instruments used for torture. The torture room was dim and there was no candlelight. There was only a stove half the height of a person on the right side of the door. On the stove was a red-hot iron. Xiao Heng sat opposite the man in the gray robe. The stove was only a few steps away from him. The light of the fire reflected on the right side of his handsome face, making half of his face look dark and half of the fire. For no reason, there was a sense of gloominess and coldness. "You leave first," Xiao Heng said to the 2 bailiffs in the torture room. "Yes, Lord Xiao." The bailiffs were under Minister Xing's orders. They listened to Xiao Heng's orders. Xiao Heng changed his image of a good official. His expression was cold and even carried a trace of ruthlessness. He looked at the man in the gray robe and said, "Who ordered you?" The man in the gray robe was someone who had seen many storms and could be considered calm. He lay weakly on the chair, his head tilted, and his body unable to move. When he heard Xiao Heng's words, he laughed coldly. "When your yamen investigates a case, don't you start by asking the identity of the prisoner? Won't you ask who I am?" Xiao Heng looked at him indifferently. "Your name is Bai Kuan from Fu City. You are 25 years old this year. Your parents passed away 3 years ago. You have no brothers or sisters and no family. When you were young, you studied at Mr. Liu's private school in Fu City for 2 years. Because of your naughty nature, you were expelled from the school. Later, your parents sent you to a blacksmith shop as an apprentice. After 2 years of studying, you were expelled by the blacksmith shop owner for stealing. You moved from place to place and finally caught the eye of a martial arts teacher. Your talent was not bad. In just a few years, you were able to practice martial arts. When you were 22 years old, your parents passed away one after another. After you buried them, you left Fu City. Since then, there has been no news of you. The man in the gray robe looked at Xiaoheng with a face full of shock. Xiaoheng walked step by step in front of him. That excessively handsome face had a pair of sinister eyes. How is it? Am I right? No. I am not Bai Kuan. The man in the gray robe shook his head with all his might. However, the effect of the bone-softening powder made him unable to move at all. Xiaoheng bent down slightly and looked at him closer. He said indifferently, "Is it important that you are Bai Kuan?" The man in the gray robe was shocked again. Xiaoheng took out a confession letter from the wide sleeve of his official's robe. He also took out a box of cinnabar ink. The man in the gray robe suddenly had an ominous premonition. What do you want to do?" Xiaoheng flicked the confession letter. His slender fingers opened the box of ink and then grabbed the man in the gray robe's hand. The man in the gray robe tried to struggle, but he had been drugged with the bone-softening powder. How could he have any strength? His eyes were as big as copper bells. He roared, "You are an official of the imperial court. If you do this, you will be beheaded." Xiaoheng said, "Oh, is that so?" The man in the gray robe said, "You are crazy. I want to see your official. I want to see the Minister of Justice. You can't beat me into a confession." Xiaoheng said, "I didn't beat you. I don't confess. I didn't confess. I didn't confess. It wasn't me." The man in the gray robe was so flustered that he spoke incoherently. Xiaoheng ignored his struggle and complaints. He was not the kind of person who was cold on the outside but soft on the inside. His heart was black. However, there was no need for him to disguise himself in a place where Gu Jiao couldn't see. Xiaoheng expressionlessly grabbed his hand. He first pressed the ink, then pressed a bright red handprint on the confession letter. The torture chamber was a place where important criminals were tortured. Ordinary criminals would not be sent here, and those who were sent here would basically have a layer of their skin peeled off. In order to isolate the screams of the criminals, the door of the torture chamber was made to be extremely soundproof. The yamen runners in the corridor did not hear the commotion inside. About an hour later, Xiaoheng came out of the torture chamber with a tired face. His forehead and neck were covered in sticky sweat. His chest rose and fell slightly and his breathing was short. He pretended to be calm, but there seemed to be a trace of reluctance in his eyes. When the yamen runners saw this, they hurriedly went to inform Minister Xing. Minister Xing hurriedly rushed over. "Liling, what happened to you?" Xiaoheng looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression. "I'm fine. However, the criminal committed suicide out of fear of punishment." Minister Xing was stunned. He was somewhat surprised that the other party would commit suicide out of fear of punishment. "Then did he confess?" Minister Xing asked. Xiaoheng presented the document in his hand as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Bai Kuan confessed. This is Bai Kuan's confession letter." Minister Xing hurriedly took the confession letter and carefully read it from top to bottom, from right to left. The more he read, the more dignified his expression became. This person was indeed related to Immortal Music House. At the end of the confession letter, the young master of Immortal Music House was mentioned. It was written in black and white. Immortal Music House's young master, Zhao Country's princess, calls the present emperor elder brother. Minister Xing felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 557. Minister Xing had absolute trust in Xiao Lulang. Firstly, Xiao Lulang was just a weak scholar. He couldn't kill a vicious criminal to silence him. Secondly, Xiao Lulang had always given people the impression that he stood aloof from worldly affairs and was honest and upright. Anyone could fake a crime, but Xiao Lulang wouldn't. Minister Xing wasn't worried that Xiao Lulang would fake a crime. Instead, he was worried that Xiao Lulang would feel guilty if he saw a living person die in front of him. That would leave a shadow in his heart and prevent him from solving the case. Minister Xing didn't remember that Xiaoheng used to be a coroner. He had even dissected corpses before. Why would he be afraid of a dead person? The main reason was that Xiaoheng looked like he had suffered a blow. If I had used a heavier dose, he wouldn't have been able to recover his strength so quickly and commit suicide out of fear of punishment. I would have been able to get more information out of him. That's right. That person only told him about the imperial princess, but didn't say which princess it was. This was where Xiaoheng was smart. Sometimes, it was this little bit of regret and incompleteness that made things seem more logical. Minister Xing patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. You've already done very well. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to get any clues. I'm just trying to reason with him. Xiaoheng was halfway through his sentence when a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Minister Xing said to the two bailiffs, "You two go in and clean up. Luleng, come with me." Yes. Xiaoheng followed Minister Xing to his duty room. Do you have something to say? Minister Xing asked. Xiaoheng said, Bai Kuan didn't commit suicide out of fear of punishment. He didn't dare to say who the mastermind was, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Minister Xing looked strangely at the document that had just been placed on the table. Then this confession, Xiaoheng nodded. The confession is true. I used some acupuncture on him, but that's all he dared to say. He was very secretive about that person's name and refused to say it no matter what. This was more reasonable. Minister Xing was puzzled just now. Why would an assassin commit suicide for fear of punishment? If he had such awareness, would he still be an assassin? Minister Xing said thoughtfully, it seems like that person's methods are impressive. That's why the assassin didn't dare to say her name. But who could it be? Since she called Jin Shang imperial brother, she must be Jin Shang's younger sister. The previous emperor had many children and 7 princesses, but only 4 were younger than the emperor. They were Princess Ningyan, Princess Xinyang, Princess Diqing, and Princess Huiqing. Among them, Princess Diqing died of illness 2 years ago. Princess Huiqing's birth mother was the previous emperor's cousin and was given the title of Ling Jiaoyi. Ling Jiaoyi was favored in her early years, but after giving birth to Princess Huiqing, she was a fool. Later, both mother and daughter lost favor. So, was this young master of Xian Le House a fool for Princess Huiqing, Princess Xinyang, or Princess Ningyan? I'll go to the imperial palace. In addition, Bai Kuan committed suicide for fear of punishment. Yes. Torture easily made people think of torture. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Xiaoheng, Minister Xing decided to punish Bai Kuan in the name of committing suicide for fear of punishment. As for whether he could convince others, it was up to Minister Xing's ability. Minister Xing reminded, His Majesty may summon you. You only need to remember that you didn't use torture. You used reason and emotion to persuade him to confess. Yes. Xiaoheng said, Darren, there's one more thing I forgot to say. Minister Xing asked, What is it? Xiaoheng said seriously, Hua Xiao is in cahoots with them. She is also an important witness. I think she should know something. Regarding what happened before returning to the Ministry of Justice, Xiaoheng also wrote a letter explaining the details. In the letter, he said that Mo Qianxue was still alive and approached Gu Jiao as a patient. However, he omitted the fact that the two knew each other. He only said that Gu Jiao didn't know that she was a courtesan of Xian Le House and thought that she was just an ordinary patient. As a benevolent doctor, she picked her up halfway and brought her back to the medical center for treatment. During this time, the assassins of Xian Le House came to assassinate Mo Qianxue once. In fact, they wanted to confuse her and let Mo Qianxue take the opportunity to kill Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao, who didn't know the truth, risked her life to protect Mo Qianxue and even got injured. Mo Qianxue was moved by Gu Jiao's actions and gave up the idea of assassinating Gu Jiao. 3 days ago, Hua Xiao of Xian Le House found Mo Qianxue and urged her to lure Gu Jiao out of the capital. Mo Qianxue knew that Gu Jiao would be in danger this time, so she couldn't do it. Therefore, Mo Qianxue thought of a way. She drugged Gu Jiao and Hua Xiao and let Hua Xiao disguise herself as Gu Jiao and abscond in the name of sending Gu Jiao out of the capital. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had their eyes on her and chased her out of the city. After that, they killed the masters and captured Hua Xiao and took them back to the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing knew about Gu Jiao. She was the miraculous doctor of the medical center and Xiaoheng's wife. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to have a grudge against Gu Jiao or had a conflict of interest with Gu Jiao. Princess Huiqing could be ruled out. Putting aside the fact that she was a fool, she didn't live in the capital and had never seen Gu Jiao. She had no interest with Gu Jiao. Then only Princess Xinyang and Princess Ningyan, who had returned to the capital in the past year, were left. Sir, there's something I don't know if I should say. Luleng, go ahead. The prince consort, was killed by the Gu siblings. Minister Xing was stunned in the duty room for a long time. This was a serious matter that involved the royal family. Minister Xing had to report to His Majesty first. Xiaoheng knew that Minister Xing would go to His Majesty. With concubine Jing's example, Xiaoheng wouldn't leave the decision to His Majesty alone. He wanted the whole world to know and all the officials to know. It was best if His Majesty wanted to find out who was the mastermind behind the scenes. If he didn't, then let the whole world force him to do it. Minister Xing's carriage ran into Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage halfway. His official rank was lower than Grand Secretary Yuan's, so he naturally had to get off the carriage and salute him. He didn't expect the old Chancellor to be in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. In terms of official rank, Minister Xing was 1.5 ranks higher than the Chancellor of the Imperial College. However, everyone knew that the old Chancellor was an important official of 2 dynasties and His Majesty's trusted aide. He was someone who could compete with Grand Secretary Yuan in seniority. Both sides greeted each other politely. Grand Secretary Yuan gave him a look and asked, "Minister Xing, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen?" This. It wasn't convenient for Minister Xing to divulge the details of the case, so he only said, "It's the case of Immortal Music House. There's a bit of progress, so this humble official is planning to report to His Majesty." The old Chancellor asked with a puzzled expression, "What kind of progress needs to alarm His Majesty? Could this case be related to His Majesty?" Minister Xing smiled in embarrassment. This humble official can't say too much. I hope Grand Secretary Yuan and Chancellor Hua can forgive me." "It's fine." Grand Secretary Yuan nodded in a reasonable manner and raised his hand to indicate for him to return to his carriage. Minister Xing cupped his hands in salute. "Then this humble official will take his leave." The moment he turned around, the old Chancellor suddenly cried out in pain and fell out of Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. His fall was too technical, perfectly avoiding the coachman's hand to catch him. Minister Xing's expression changed and he hurriedly reached out to catch him. Although he did catch him, his sleeves were also torn, and 2 documents fell out in a voluminous manner. "Let me pick them up, let me pick them up." The old Chancellor didn't wait for himself to stabilize his body and bent down to pick up a confession letter as well as the case file Xiaoheng wrote. He pretended to look at the documents in his hands carelessly. How could this be?" Minister Xing hurriedly took the documents and folded them before stuffing them back into his other sleeve. He said with a flustered expression, "Farewell." The old Chancellor returned to Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. Grand Secretary Yuan looked at him with a solemn expression. The old Chancellor looked as if he was struck by lightning as he said in a daze, "Old Yuan, guess what I saw?" Grand Secretary Yuan frowned. "Am I that familiar with you? Why did you call Old Yuan?" Even though Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Chancellor had both served the imperial court for many years, their relationship wasn't that close. The only relationship was that the 2 of them were friends with Elder Feng at the same time. It was just that Elder Feng and the old Chancellor were closer. The reason why the old Chancellor was in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage today was because Grand Secretary Yuan had met the old Chancellor whose carriage had broken down. The old Chancellor had asked him shamelessly if he could give him a ride. Could this Grand Secretary Yuan refuse? Even if he was unwilling, he had to let him get on the carriage. This was what happened after that. The old Chancellor said with a terrified expression, "I saw the confession letter from the Ministry of Justice. It said that the young master of Immortal Music House was actually the princess of Zhao country's imperial family, His Majesty's younger sister." "Was the confession letter what you were holding there?" Grand Secretary Yuan exposed him in a second. "Old Chancellor, Grand Secretary Yuan, also you purposely fell down and tore Lord Xing's sleeve. Do you think I'm blind?" Old Chancellor, the Master of Tea Arts had finally met his match. "Old Chancellor, anyway I saw it. I also told you that when news about this case appeared in the capital, I will say that it came from your Yuan family." The highest realm of a Master of Tea Arts was flipping the teacup and spilling the tea. Then there was no need to pretend anymore. The corner of Grand Secretary Yuan's mouth twitched. "Can you still be a little more shameless?" The old Chancellor stretched his legs and lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage. "I can't." Grand Secretary Yuan, how did the late Emperor accept such a shameless thing? Chapter 558. Minister Xing entered the palace to see the Emperor. The Emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Hearing eunuch Wei's report, he let someone bring him in. This humble subject kowtows in salute to your majesty. Minister Xing respectfully saluted. The emperor sat behind the desk and put down a memorial that he had reviewed. He picked up another one and asked, "Why did Minister Xing suddenly enter the palace?" Minister Xing hesitated and said, "This subject has something to report." The emperor opened the memorial. "What matter can't wait until the morning court?" Minister Xing thought, "It can wait until the morning court, but I'm afraid you won't be happy if I say it in front of the civil and military officials. Speaking of which, I met the old Chancellor and Grand Secretary Yuan on the way. The old Chancellor shouldn't have seen the contents of the document clearly, right? He only glanced at it. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have seen it clearly. Even if he saw it clearly as an old subject, he wouldn't publicize it." Thinking of this, Minister Xing secretly felt relieved. Minister Xing cupped his hands and said respectfully, "It's a case. This humble subject can't decide whether to say it in the court or not." The emperor asked, "What case?" Minister Xing answered truthfully, "The case of Immortal Music House." Immortal Music House? The emperor frowned. "The most famous brothel in the capital. Your Majesty also knows about it?" Minister Xing was surprised. No wonder he was so surprised. Immortal Music House's reputation seemed great, but in the end, it was just a brothel. The imperial city had a clear hierarchy. Crossing the hierarchy barrier was harder than ascending to heaven. As long as the emperor wasn't interested in visiting a brothel, he wouldn't pay attention to it. "I've only heard of it." The emperor didn't care much. "Does a brothel case need to be mentioned in the court?" Minister Xing said with a complicated expression. "This case involves a lot of people and is related to the imperial family." The emperor said indifferently, "Which prince went to the brothel and had an accident?" "It's fine if it's a prince, but I'm afraid you won't be so embarrassed." Minister Xing understood that if he stuck out his head, he would still be stabbed. He had to say it even if he didn't want to. The courtesan of Immortal Music House died on the 7th day of the new year. The emperor had an impression of the 7th day of the new year. That was the day the army returned, and it was also the day he saw Ningen again. Why did something happen on such a good day? The emperor frowned. At first, Minister Xing thought it was just a civilian murder case. There was no need to alarm the emperor, so he didn't mention it in court. Minister Xing continued, "But after this humble subject investigated, I unexpectedly discovered that the courtesan of Xianle House was actually not dead. She had faked her death and found a substitute to escape. Her real purpose was to get close to Dr. Gu of the medical hall." The emperor did not have much interest in the affairs of a courtesan in a brothel. When he heard this, his expression changed. "Which clinic is Dr. Gu from?" "The clinic next to the girls' school is called Miracle Hands Hall." Minister Xing was not clear about the relationship between the emperor and Gu Jiao. In order to attract the emperor's attention, he added, "Dr. Gu is Xiao Liulang's wife." Xiao Lulang was the new top scorer personally appointed by the emperor. The emperor should have some care for him. In fact, Gu Jiao was also the daughter of Marquis Ding in Fu. It was just that Gu Jiao herself had never admitted it. The emperor's eyes carried a bit of coldness. Why would a courtesan from a brothel approach a doctor from a medical hall? Minister of Justice, assassination. Assassination. Little godly doctor? The emperor's expression became doubtful and dignified. "You just said that Xianle House's case was related to the imperial family. Could it be that the imperial family ordered the courtesan to harm Dr. Gu?" Minister Xing did not directly answer. Instead, he took out the confession and case file from the wide sleeve that he had sewn on the way. The emperor took the confession and case file. He recognized that it was Xiao Liulang's handwriting. Xiao Lulang held the position of Minister of Justice. In Gu Jiao's words, he was Minister Xing's secretary and spokesperson. If he did well, he could become the Secretary General of the Ministry of Justice. It was normal for him to write the case file and confession. Of course, not all confessions were written by officials of the Ministry of Justice. A portion of the confessions were personally written by criminals. The confession clearly stated that Bai Kuan was illiterate. Therefore, Minister of Justice Xiao Lulang wrote it on his behalf. After the emperor finished reading it, he slapped the confession on the table. "Preposterous. Who interrogated the criminal?" Minister Xing, in order to avoid new problems, simply said to the emperor, "It was this official who personally interrogated him." Xiao Lulang temporarily wrote on the side. The position of Minister of Justice's official was usually filled by the Yamen's litigation master. However, if the litigation master was not in the Yamen, Shi could be appointed by the Minister of Justice. Xiao Lulang came from Hanlin Academy. It was not to the extent that he did not even have the qualifications to be an official. If it was someone else who was trying the case, the emperor was afraid that he would re-examine the case. However, Minister Xing and Xiao Lulang were officials that the emperor had personally promoted. The emperor still trusted the two of them. The emperor did not know much about Xiao Liulang's ability to solve cases. If it was only Xiao Lulang trying the case alone, the emperor was afraid that he might have been deceived. However, Minister Xing was a veteran at solving cases. He would not be fooled by a thief. Could it be that it was really done by a princess of the imperial family? But wasn't this very absurd? She called the present emperor older brother. In other words, the young master behind the scenes of Immortal Music House was his younger sister. He only had 3 younger sisters, Ningyan, Xanyang, and Huaiqing. Of these 3, no matter which one, it did not seem like they were suspicious. There was no need to mention Ningyan. She was such a kind and pure person. How could she associate herself with the power of a brothel and do something that would harm the little godly doctor? Huaiqing was a fool. She did not have this ability. Could not be Xanyang. Xanyang was indeed a powerful character. Among so many princesses, she did not have the protection of her mother, nor did she have the special favor of her father, but she had never suffered at the hands of anyone. She had also received the great marriage that her father had prepared for her before he passed away. She was indeed a woman with skill. But she had no reason to frame the little godly doctor. Minister Xing ventured to ask, "Does your majesty have any clues?" The emperor unhappily said, "What clues do I have? Are you sure you have not been deceived by the murderer?" Although the emperor trusted Minister Xing's ability, he would rather suspect that Minister Xing's judgment was wrong if he had to suspect his own sister. Now that things had progressed to this point, Minister Xing had a guess in his heart. It was just that there was no conclusive evidence at the moment. Xiao Lulang could tell him that the prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. This was the internal investigation of the case by the Ministry of Justice, providing effective clues to speculate on the motive of the real murderer behind the scenes. But he could not say this to the emperor. Just as Minister Xing was thinking about how to speak to the emperor, Eunuch Wei's voice came from outside the imperial study. "Princess Ningyan, why are you here?" "I stewed some ginseng soup for my royal brother." "Is he inside?" "Ah." He was inside, but she did not know if it was convenient. "Ningyan, come in," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei smiled and stepped aside. "Princess, please." Princess Ningyan carried the food box in one hand and slightly lifted her skirt with the other as she stepped into the imperial study. Minister Xing turned and bowed to Princess Ningyan. "This is..." Princess Ningyan looked at Minister Xing in astonishment. The emperor introduced, "This is the minister of the Ministry of Justice. His surname is Xing, so it is Lord Xing." Princess Ningyan nodded. "Sorry for the lack of manners." Minister Xing bowed with his hands clasped in front. "I do not dare." Princess Ningyan said embarrassedly, "It seems that I have come at a bad time. If I had known that my royal brother was discussing official business with the ministers, I would have come later." The emperor said, "It does not matter. It is just a groundless case. Since you are here, you can take a look." As the emperor spoke, he handed the confession and the file to Princess Ningyan. Princess Ningyan placed the food box on the table and took the file to read. While she was reading the document, Minister Xing was secretly looking at her. The more Princess Ningyan read, the more surprised she became. In the end, she frowned. It was actually someone from the imperial family who tried to kill Dr. Gu? But why? Minister Xing's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. Princess Ningyan did not look guilty at all. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Logically speaking, it was not enough to just have a motive. They also needed the time and evidence of the crime, commonly known as witnesses and material evidence. The emperor snorted, "You also think it is absurd, don't you?" Ningyan suddenly lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. "His Majesty only has 3 younger sisters, and among the 3 of them, only I have interacted with Dr. Gu the most. The prince consort died at the hands of her and Gu Shizhi, so it seems that I am the most suspicious." The emperor's face darkened. "Nonsense. How could you do that? In my opinion, it is obvious that someone has bad intentions and wants to slander the imperial family." Princess Ningyan sighed, "But didn't the murderer confess?" The emperor coldly said, "The murderer is not necessarily lying. Or he didn't lie, but someone pretended to be a princess and approached him." Princess Ningyan slowly turned her head and looked at Minister Xing. "Does Minister Xing think that there are these 2 possibilities?" Minister Xing opened his mouth and weakly sucked in a breath of cold air. "Before the truth is out, all hypotheses are possible." By the way, there are two other witnesses mentioned above. One is the courtesan of Xianle House who faked her death, and the other is also a girl from Xianle House called Princess Ning and didn't seem to remember the name. She looked at the document and said, "Ah, Hua Shiyao." As she spoke, her eyes fell on Minister Xing's face again. "Minister Xing, where are these two witnesses now? Can they testify in court?" Based on the one-sided statement of an assassin, it is somewhat arbitrary to conclude that Xianle House colluded with the imperial family. What do you think, Minister Xing? Princess Ning'an's eyes were very gentle, but for some reason Minister Xing's forehead was a little cold. He composed himself and said, "Princess Ning'an is very right, but these two witnesses can't testify in court now." "What?" Princess Ning'an asked softly. Minister Xing said, "Hua Xiao was drugged and will wake up in 6 or 7 days. The other girl called Emo Chenxue was seriously injured and is being treated in the medical hall. According to Minister Xiao, her condition is not good. Otherwise, according to the normal procedure, Emo Chenxue would be taken back to the Ministry of Justice for detention." Princess Ning'an sighed thoughtfully. One was drugged and the other was injured. What a coincidence. Minister Xing, they are important witnesses in this case. You must protect them well. Don't let them be killed, or the truth of this case will never see the light of day. Minister Xing subconsciously glanced at Princess Ning'an when he heard this. Princess Ning'an smiled at him frankly. Minister Xing lowered his eyes, frowned and saluted. "Princess is right, I will definitely send more people to protect them." After leaving the palace, Minister Xing returned to the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Heng's room was behind Minister Xing's. Hearing the noise, Xiao Heng put down the pen in his hand and went to Minister Xing's room. "Minister." Minister Xing fell into a chair tiredly and told Xiao Heng about the conversation in the imperial study. "It really is flawless. Did we suspect the wrong person? Is the murderer actually Princess Huiqing or Princess Xinyang?" Xiao Heng was not surprised by this development. If the other party didn't even have this kind of method, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were today. He was very glad that he didn't put his chips on the emperor. Xiao Heng said, "It's not Princess Xinyang." Minister Xing looked at him strangely. "How do you know?" "I often go to the medical hall." Xiao Heng said, "Princess Xinyang contracted a heart disease a few years ago, and only Dr. Gu can treat her illness. She hasn't recovered yet and is still taking the medicine Dr. Gu gave her. She won't kill Dr. Gu at this time." Minister Xing had heard that Princess Xinyang had suffered from a heart attack due to the loss of her beloved son. Back then, he had heard that she had listened to the imperial physician's advice and left the sad capital to recuperate at Fengdu Mountain. "Princess Huiqing?" Minister Xing shook his head decisively. "Someone couldn't have used the name of an imperial princess, right?" Xiao Heng suddenly said, "Actually, it's fine if she didn't warn you." Minister Xing didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Xiao Heng smiled faintly and said, "Minister, Princess Ning'an is right. You have to send more people to keep a close watch on the medical hall and the Ministry of Justice's prison. Don't let anyone have a chance to silence them." Chapter 559. In the Imperial Study. Princess Ning'an sat next to the emperor with a gloomy expression. The emperor patted the back of her hand and said, "Don't take it to heart. The truth of the case will come out one day." Princess Ning'an whispered, "I occasionally wonder if I shouldn't have come back. That year I was blind and didn't listen to my brother and mother's advice. I insisted on marrying to the frontier fortress. As a result, I entrusted it to the wrong person and caused hundreds of thousands of people to suffer from war. I also caused so many soldiers to lose their lives. When your majesty proposed to confer me the title of Princess Protector, I actually understood that I was not qualified." The emperor looked at her. "Ning'an." Princess Ning'an met his gaze. "Imperial brother, let me finish." The emperor nodded helplessly. "Okay, you say it." Princess Ning'an said with self-blame, "I was accepted by the royal family because of my brother's great kindness. Please don't mention the matter of conferring me." The emperor said earnestly, "This is not your fault. With or without you, the remnants of the previous dynasty will stir up trouble in Zhao country. You are just a pitiful person who was used by them. Even if it wasn't you, it would be someone else. Don't blame yourself anymore. Your words have reminded us. Could it be that we have doted on you too much, causing some people to be jealous? That's why they were dissatisfied and caused so much trouble?" Princess Ning'an didn't say anything. The emperor comforted her. "I have my own ideas about this matter. I will not let you be wronged. Just pretend that you didn't hear anything today. I will find out the truth." Princess Ning'an's eyes were a little red. When the emperor saw her like this, he couldn't help but think of when she was young. Ning'an was a lively and active child. She wouldn't cry like a normal little girl. When she was wronged, she would find a place where no one was around and sit there quietly, trying her best to hold back her tears. Every time he found Ning'an and made her happy. Thinking of the past, the emperor felt even more sorry for Ning'an. He didn't know how many times she hid in a corner and secretly felt sad when she was alone in the frontier fortress. Did anyone find her? Did anyone feel sorry for her? The emperor called Eunuch Wei. Go to the Ministry of Justice and tell Minister Xing to keep his mouth shut and not reveal any information about this case for the time being. Yes. Eunuch Wei accepted the order and left. However, it was too late. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Eunuch Wei heard people discussing this matter. Two little brothers, what were you talking about just now? Eunuch Wei lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out to the two young men by the roadside in a good-natured manner. Since it was a secret, his identity could not be easily revealed. He was wearing the clothes of an ordinary master. The two of them thought that he was a rich old man from the capital, so they told him about the news they heard in the tea house. I heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the royal family and killed the soldiers who returned from the frontier fortress. Is there such a thing? Old Chancellor was well aware that the speed of rumor spreading was completely dependent on how ridiculous the rumor was. It didn't matter if it was exaggerated or not, as long as it was widely spread, it was fine. Who did you kill? Young Master Gu Jiejun. Gu Changqing. Cough cough. Eunuch Wei almost choked himself to death. How was it related to Gu Changqing? Wasn't it said that the person who was assassinated was Miss Gu? Moreover, it was an attempted assassination. Is there a mistake? Young Master Gu went to visit the families of the soldiers. They were killed on the way out of the city. That place was not far from Feng County. Someone came out from the nearby relay station and saw that the snow was full of corpses and bloodstains. It was obviously Miss Gu who fought with the assassins from Immortal Music House. The people who died were all from Immortal Music House. Who made this up? Too tragic, too tragic. Young Master Gu was bravely killing the enemy at the frontier fortress, but when he returned, he was plotted against by the royal family. They were afraid that young Master Gu's meritorious service would overshadow the master, so they wanted to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of his own people. This is really chilling. It seems that he didn't die and escaped. Then young Master Gu will have to hide from now on? This was the first version that Eunuch Wei heard. There was also a second one. The contents of the first two stories were similar. They were all about how Gu Changqing was attacked when he left the city and how Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family. However, it wasn't the imperial family that killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Instead, it was the imperial family's princess who fancied Gu Changqing and wanted to recruit him as her prince consort. Gu Changqing didn't agree and angered the princess. Thus, he suffered from the other party's crazy revenge. What kind of nonsense is this? Eunuch Wei felt a headache coming on. The third story was the one that gave Eunuch Wei the most headache. The victim was still Gu Changqing and not Gu Jiao. I heard that it was the remnants of the previous dynasty. Weren't the remnants of the previous dynasty all exterminated? It seems that some of them escaped the net and infiltrated the capital. They colluded with Immortal Music House to take revenge on young Master Gu and the Gu Jiejun. It's a pity that young Master Gu is seriously injured and his life is uncertain. And I also heard that the imperial family has a spy. The remnants of the previous dynasty is hiding in the imperial palace. Hey, I've heard of something here. When the prince consort was killed by young Master Gu, Princess Ning'an pleaded with young Master Gu to let the prince consort fend for himself in the snowy mountains. However, young Master Gu ignored Princess Ning'an's opposition and took the prince consort's life on the spot. Could it be? Eunuch Wei helplessly looked at the sky. It's over, it's all over now. Once the news was spread out, it wouldn't be easy to take it back. Moreover, there was a good saying, it's better to let it out than to block it. The more the emperor forbade the people from talking about this matter, the more heated the discussion became. If the emperor was a tyrant, then it would be fine. If he killed hundreds of people, then no one would dare to talk nonsense. But he wasn't. This led to the matter continuing to ferment. By the evening of the second day, almost the entire capital had heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family to assassinate Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing wasn't in the capital right now. Even if the emperor wanted to call him out to clarify the truth, he couldn't. The emperor could choose to have Gu Jiao stand out and say that the person who was assassinated was her. But that would mean that the case of Immortal Music House's assassination was confirmed. Moreover, was there a big difference between assassinating Gu Jiao and assassinating Gu Changqing? The only difference was the speed at which it spread. As the young master of the Gu family army and the heir of Marquis Ding, and Gu Changqing's reputation was even greater in the capital. Gu Jiao was too low-key. Her name wasn't enough to attract attention. But the essence of the matter was the same. Moreover, this matter wasn't a matter of whether the victim was Gu Jiao or Gu Changqing. Rather, it was a matter of which member of the imperial family was the mastermind behind the scenes. Princess, the tea spilled out. Inside the warm room of Baixia Hall, Liana reminded. Princess Ning'an looked at the tea spilled all over the table. She put down the teapot that had been filled for an unknown amount of time and said, "Wipe it off." Yes. Liana brought over a cloth and wiped away the water stains on the table. Princess, you have been restless these past 2 days. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Princess Ning'an said. Baixia Hall was well protected by the emperor. She hadn't heard any random rumors. Lian only thought that her master was upset because of Huang Fuxian. She comforted, "Don't worry about Gongzi. He's just throwing a tantrum. When he grows up and becomes more sensible, he'll know how to be filial to you." Princess Ning'an said, "Lian, if one day you are taken away, will you betray me?" Lian solemnly said, "Of course not." Lian's life was saved by Princess. Without Princess there would be no Lian. Lian will not betray Princess. That's right. My life is mine. How could I betray me? Princess Ning'an recovered her usual vigor. She smiled and said, "Go to the small kitchen and see how the soup for Imperial Mother is coming along." Lian went to the small kitchen. When she returned, she had a food box in her hands. "I've packed it for you." Princess Ning'an took the food box and went to Renshou Palace. She never thought that Xiaoheng would also be there. Princess Ning'an looked at Xiaoheng in Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "He's the Lulang that Ija mentioned to you. Ning'an hasn't seen Lulang yet, right?" Princess Ning'an was stunned and smiled slightly. "Ah, yes, I haven't seen him." Xiaoheng stood up and saluted. Princess Ning'an nodded in return. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed to Princess Ning'an, "Didn't I tell you not to cook?" Princess Ning'an smiled and put the food box on the table. "This is the soup made by Baixia Hall's chef." Empress Dowager Zhuang motioned for Eunuch Qin to take over. "This servant will do it." Eunuch Qin opened the food box from Princess Ning'an's hands and took out the soup inside. Princess Ning'an smiled, "Then I'll leave first. I'll come to pay respects to Imperial Mother tomorrow." Princess Ning'an left the study and heard Empress Dowager Zhuang say to Xiaoheng, "Continue." Xiaoheng said, "No, that's all the rumors I heard from the people." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "To quell the rumors, the only way is to let the witness speak." "Did the witness wake up?" Xiaoheng, "She woke up." Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Wasn't she drunk for 7 days? Why did she wake up so soon?" Xiaoheng, "Jiao Jiao has a hangover medicine in her hand. She woke up in the morning but she could only speak in the afternoon." Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Did she confess the mastermind behind the scenes?" Xiaoheng shook his head, "Not yet," she refused to say. "Did you use torture?" "Yes, all the punishments that can be used have been used." "Her mouth is very tight." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "If the hard method doesn't work, then use the soft method. If the soft method doesn't work, then use rape. I don't believe that Xianle House is full of tough bones. You go and bribe someone, let her poison Hua Xiao in the name of visiting Hua Xiao. Say that it's a snack given to her by the young master. Hua Xiao won't not understand." "Princess, your handkerchief." In the courtyard, a little palace maid looked at the lost and thought Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an looked down at the torn handkerchief in her hand and smiled warmly. It was scratched by the branches. "I'm thinking about what to do." Chapter 560. After Princess Ning'an left the courtyard, Xiaoheng completely pushed open the window that had a small crack that couldn't be seen if one didn't look carefully. He watched her disappear at the entrance of the palace and said softly, "Thank you, great aunt." After leaving Renshou Palace, Princess Ning'an didn't immediately return to Baixia Hall. Instead, she went to the imperial study. "Ning'an, you're here. Come and sit." The emperor put down the memorials in his hand. After many days of absence, a lot of work had piled up. Plus, the reward for Ning'an and the murder case of Xianle House made him a bit overwhelmed. Princess Ningyan came to the emperor's side. Eunuch Wei brought a small stool and placed it next to the emperor. Ningyan sat down gracefully and looked at the emperor with a gentle gaze. Am I disturbing you, imperial brother? The emperor smiled and said, No, take a seat. I said that you can come whenever you want. You will never disturb me. Princess Ningyan recalled. I remember when I was young you often said the same thing. You're a prince and have a lot of homework. Every time I went to find you, you were studying. The emperor sighed. I'm not favored by my father. If I don't work hard to leave an impression on him, he'll probably forget that I'm his son. Princess Ningyan turned to look at him with reverence. But in the end, it was you who stabilized the throne. That's all thanks to my mother. Speaking of Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor felt a bit more emotional. You probably don't know what happened to me and my mother in the years you weren't here. Although the emperor hated concubine Jing, he still cared about Ningyan and didn't tell Ningyan all about how she had instigated him and Empress Dowager Zhuang. But now that it was brought forward, he couldn't help but say it. We were drugged and were at odds with Imperial Mother. We did too many things that let Imperial Mother down. Now that we think about it, Imperial Mother was the one who personally made us the emperor, yet we treated her like this. She must be very sad. Princess Ningyan said softly, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you don't have to blame yourself for the past. The emperor said in shame, I've always blamed my mother for controlling the court. If not for that, the country would have long fallen into the hands of concubine Jing and the remnants of the previous dynasty. Princess Ningyan lowered her head. The emperor said sincerely, Ningyan, that woman is not fit to be your mother. You can only have Imperial Mother in your heart. Imperial Mother is the one who truly loves and protects you. Princess Ningyan smiled. Ningyan knows. Ningyan will be filial to Imperial Mother. Ningyan will also be filial to Imperial Brother. The emperor smiled in relief. Princess Ningyan's eyes flickered as she said, By the way, brother, I just saw Lord Xiao in my mother's palace. The emperor thought for a moment. Lulang? There were not many men who could enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The only one surnamed Xiao was Xiao Lulang. Princess Ningyan nodded. Yes, Imperial Mother calls him Lulang. Lord Xiao seemed to be here for the Ministry of Justice's case, but I didn't hear what he said. The emperor remembered something and said, there was indeed such a thing. He just came to the imperial study and said that the suspect in Xianle house had woken up. Did she really wake up? Princess Ningyan asked. The emperor looked at Princess Ningyan strangely. This matter concerns the reputation of the imperial family, so I'm particularly concerned. Did I overstep? The emperor smiled. How could that be? That's good. Princess Ningyan smiled in relief. I saw in the file that she was drugged with a drug called 7 days of intoxication. It is said that she will be in a coma for 7 days. The emperor smiled at the mention of this. With the little magic doctor here, this is not difficult. Princess Ningyan looked at the memorial on the table and asked in a relaxed tone, did she confess? The emperor said, they are still interrogating her. Princess Ningyan touched the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. Imperial brother, do you want to send someone to take a look? The emperor thought for a moment. Okay. The emperor sent Eunuch He this time. Eunuch He didn't expose himself in front of old concubine Jing, but the emperor didn't hide anything in front of Princess Ningyan. Besides the hardships Princess Ningyan suffered in the frontier fortress, it increased his trust and affection for her. Eunuch He came back quickly. Princess Ningyan was still in the imperial study. He reported, Your Majesty, the suspect named Hua Xiao did wake up. Minister Xing personally interrogated her, but she refused to say anything. She didn't eat or drink. It seemed that she was going to go on a hunger strike. Does Xianle house know that she is awake? It was Princess Ningyan who asked. She seemed to be particularly concerned about this case. But considering that she was also the emperor's sister and one of the suspects behind the case, her concern was reasonable. If Princess Xinyang were here, she would be more concerned about the progress of the case. As Eunuch He thought so, he answered her question respectfully, I know. Ever since the case of Immortal Music House became the talk of the town, it's hard to conceal the actions of the Ministry of Justice. There are always people trying to find out something from the Ministry of Justice. Xianle House is no exception. A maid of Xianle House came to visit the suspect with some snacks. Princess Ningyan asked, What is her name? Eunuch He looked at Princess Ningyan in confusion and then looked at the emperor. The emperor was happy to spoil Princess Ningyan, so Eunuch He couldn't not give face to the princess. Eunuch He said, I think her name is Ling-er, or Ling-er. That's probably her name. Linger was Hua Xiao's personal maid. Princess Ningyan asked again, what did they talk about? Eunuch said, I don't know. The maid begged to speak with Hua Xiao alone, and Minister Xing agreed. There was a solitary cell at the end of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. It was different from a normal cell. It was more like a solitary secret room. Not only was there an extra iron door, but it was also guarded by 2 strong yamen runners. There were burning braziers hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The flickering flames shone on the expressionless faces of the yamen runners, making them look more dignified and cold. The door of the cell was locked. Everything seemed to be calm, but no one knew that the suspects had already caused a ruckus in the cell. Hua Xiao was tied to a chair, and her hands and feet were bound by ropes. Xiaoheng didn't lie. Hua Xiao did wake up, and Linger's maid came to Xianle house. She gave Hua Xiao a bowl of last meal. Hua Xiao sneered, do you think that by casually bribing a maid to pretend to be the young lord to poison me, I will suspect the young lord? Naive. Xiaoheng didn't comment. He looked at her and said, you believe in your young lord, but I don't know if your young lord has the same confidence in you? Hua Xiao laughed until her body trembled slightly. Xiao Daren, Xiao Zhuangya, I don't know how to call you. Do you really think the young lord will be fooled? You underestimate the young lord too much. You are too arrogant. From the moment you used Bai Kuan's identity to write the confession, the young lord already knew that you were setting a trap for her. Because the young lord doesn't have a person named Bai Kuan. You can only fool the people of the capital, but as long as I don't say the identity of the young lord, you can't convict the young lord. Xiaoheng's expression didn't change in the slightest because of her words. Bai Kuan is fake, but you Hua Xiao are real. Hua Xiao's smile disappeared and she said coldly, so what? I won't confess. I won't betray the young lord. Xiaoheng asked, does it matter if you confess or not? If there can be a Bai Kuan in this world, there can be a second one. Hua Xiao frowned, what do you mean? Xiaoheng stopped, flicked his wide sleeves, pressed the mechanism at hand, and the stone door slowly opened. He took out a confession letter from his arms. Come, this is Hua Xiao's confession letter. Hua Xiao's face changed. You? Xiaoheng said, personally written. Hua Xiao trembled with anger. You are trying to frame me again. Can't you be a little more creative, Xiao Daren? Is this all you have left? It doesn't matter if the method is old or not, as long as it is practical. Xiaoheng handed the confession letter to the yamen runner beside him. Send it to the imperial palace to His Majesty and say that Hua Xiao confessed. Hua Xiao scolded, despicable. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, once His Majesty interrogates me, I will say that the confession letter was written by you. Then let's make a bet, you won't live until the moment His Majesty interrogates you. Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and looked at her. His eyes gradually became cold. The murderer is not me. The yamen runner was Xing Shangshu's confidant. After receiving Xiaoheng's instructions, he immediately went to the imperial palace. The yamen runner didn't have a token to enter the imperial palace. After reporting to the emperor, he could only be let in. The yamen runner cupped his hands and said, please go and report to His Majesty, I am here to deliver the confession letter. The prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed. This case was very big. Xiaoheng and Xing Shangshu had entered the imperial palace several times. Even a fool could see that His Majesty attached great importance to the case. The imperial guards guarding the city didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly sent someone to the imperial study to pass the message. The little eunuch in the imperial study also reported to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei bowed and entered the imperial study reporting, Your Majesty, the prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed. The emperor was very excited. Really? Eunuch Wei said, yes, the people of the Ministry of Justice sent the confession letter. It is at the gate of the imperial palace. They said that it was written by Hua Xiao. Princess Ningyan, it can't be fake, right? Eunuch Wei said, it can't be fake. When Hua Xiao faked her death in Immortal Music House, as a suspect, she went to the Ministry of Justice to make a statement. Her handwriting is there. Princess Ningyan squeezed her handkerchief tightly. The emperor was very excited. What are you doing? Quickly announce it. Eunuch Wei was also very excited. He smiled and said, yes. This slave will go personally. Princess Ningyan's eyes moved slightly. She put down the half-drunk tea and said to the emperor, since imperial brother has something important to do, I will leave first. The emperor patted her hand and said dotingly, you don't have to leave. Let's listen to the case together. Princess Ning'an's eyelashes trembled slightly. This isn't very good. The emperor said, what's not good about it? You are Zhen's sister, the princess of Zhao country. Since this case is related to the princess of Zhao country, you have the right to listen. If Xinyang was here, even if Zhen chased her away, she wouldn't leave. Xinyang was a person whose means and ambition were written on her face. If she wanted to interfere in the imperial court, she would interfere in the imperial court. Fortunately, her ambition didn't lie here. After interfering in the imperial court several times, she felt that it was meaningless, so she went home to take care of her son. There was a bit of distance from the imperial study to the gate of the imperial palace. Eunuch Wei's footsteps were not fast. If he took a small path, he would definitely be able to rob the confession letter before Eunuch Wei. Princess Ning'an used her handkerchief to wipe the thin sweat on her forehead. She looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, at this time Xian'er should be looking for me. He's not a 3-year-old child. Does he still need to look for his mother at night? The emperor didn't like that little remnant of the previous dynasty, but for Princess Ning'an's sake, he didn't make his dislike of Huangfu Xian too obvious. Zhen will go with you to see Xian'er in a moment. Sit in Zhen's imperial carriage. It'll be quick. On such a cold day, how could he be at ease letting Ning'an walk back alone? Princess Ning'an began to frequently switch her hands to drink from the quilt. Are you this thirsty? A little. After drinking 3 full cups, Princess Ning'an said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I want to. Before he could finish his sentence, Eunuch Wei brought him in with a face full of joy. Your Majesty. She's here. The emperor said seriously, Come in. Eunuch Wei led the bailiff into the room. The bailiff presented the confession letter with both hands. Eunuch Wei reached out to take it. I'll do it. Princess Ning'an stood up and walked around the desk to take the letter from the bailiff. The capital in the first month was still cold. There were 2 braziers burning in the imperial study, one of which was not far from the emperor. As Princess Ning'an walked towards the emperor with the confession letter in hand, she suddenly tripped. Her beautiful face paled as she let out a cry and fell forward. The confession letter in her hand also flew out and flew right into the brazier. Between the confession letter and Princess Ning'an, the emperor would of course choose to protect Ning'an. How could he bear to let Ning'an fall and injure herself? The emperor stood up and caught Ning'an with his strong right arm. The moment Ning'an was caught, she let out a long sigh of relief. She leaned into the emperor's arms and panted slightly. She said guiltily, I'm sorry, brother. I lost the confession letter. The emperor raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. Look. Ning'an turned her head and was instantly struck by lightning. She saw the emperor's left hand accurately grab the confession letter. Emperor. Fortunately, I often play cards with Imperial Mother. I can grab cards with my left hand. Chapter 561. Ning'an, are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Did you bump into something? The emperor looked at Princess Ning'an, who seemed to be nervous in his arms, and asked. Princess Ning'an whispered, I'm fine. It was a close call. Fortunately, brother caught me in time. Otherwise, I would have been hurt. The emperor looked at the chair behind him and said with fear, Yes, your head almost hit the chair. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Princess Ning'an vaguely hummed. The emperor helped her sit down on the stool. The confession had been in the emperor's hands, so it was impossible to let it have a second accident. After the emperor sat back in the chair, he glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had served the emperor for many years. If he couldn't understand this look, he would have been a chief steward for many years. He hurriedly called 2 little eunuchs to carry the brazier away to ensure that even if the emperor fell 8 or 10 times, the confession would not fall into the brazier. The emperor couldn't wait to open the confession letter. This confession letter had a total of 10 pages, which was 9 pages more than Bai Kuan's confession letter. It recorded in detail Hua Xiao's birth, her first few years of wandering, and how she came to Immortal Music House. Hua Xiao was originally a young lady of an official's family. Her grandfather was the governor of South City. Because of a corruption case, he was sent to Zhao prison. Her grandfather was beheaded, and the rest of the family was sentenced to exile. Hua Xiao was only 2 years old. She was not deeply moved by the changes in her family. Every day she could not eat enough and wear warm clothes. From time to time she saw her family being beaten. It took a long time for her to understand what happened to her family. At that time she was already 7 years old. She was a clever and beautiful little girl. She was bought by a brothel's madam. She planned to educate her for a few years and become the brothel's money tree. However, Hua Xiao's life in the brothel was not smooth. She was often bullied by older children. One cold night she ran away. How long could a 7-year-old girl walk? In the middle of the night, she fainted in a dirty alley. When she came, she was lying in a carriage going somewhere. The carriage was very well decorated. It was clean and spacious, and it exuded a fragrance that was different from ordinary cosmetics. It was in this carriage that Hua Xiao met the most important person in her life. Her real name was not Hua Xiao, and her surname had been forcibly erased when she was sold to the brothel. She was called Lan in the brothel, and she hated this name. The gentle woman in front of her was given a new name. The woman looked at the setting sun outside the window and said to her, "You will be called Hua Xiao." The obedient little girl nodded in a daze. The emperor was a little moved to tears. It was clearly a confession letter, so why did it have to be so touching? Was Hua Xiao really the daughter of the Guan family? That's right. Was she really sold to a brothel? That was not the case. As for Hua Xiao's background, Mo Qianxue only said, "It seems that her grandfather used to be an official somewhere. Later he committed a crime and was confiscated." The latter part was all made up by the old chancellor. He was not afraid that the emperor would send people to investigate. Anyway, there were so many officials who were confiscated that a bundle of sacks couldn't hold them all. Hua Xiao came to the Immortal Music House 2 years earlier than Mo Qianxue. This was obvious to all, so there was no need to make it up. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was the woman who adopted Hua Xiao. She trained Hua Xiao into a woman with both talent and beauty and excellent martial arts. She sent her to the Immortal Music House in the capital and became her second confidant. The first confidant was Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue came to the woman's side later than Hua Xiao, and Mo Qianxue had been secretly trained by the woman. However, they had never met before entering the Immortal Music House. In the confession letter, Hua Xiao's analysis was that the woman was worried that they would grow up together and develop feelings for each other. They were not allowed to rely on and have feelings for people other than their master. This was actually the personal analysis of the old chancellor. This part was true. When the emperor saw this, a strong disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. Who was so perverted and vicious? He looked dignified as he finished reading the confession letter. The confession letter not only explained Hua Xiao's personal experience, but also explained the secret deployment of Immortal Music House in the capital these years. For example, Immortal Music House once came to make trouble in the name of the Empress Dowager. The emperor was even angrier. She actually used his mother? Very good, the behind-the-scenes owner of Immortal Music House was really bold. The second half of the confession letter focused on the case against Gu Jiao, which was similar to what Bai Kuan said. Mo Qianxue faked her death and got close to Gu Jiao. Hua Xiao conveyed the young master's orders several times, asking Mo Qianxue to take action against Gu Jiao. The last time she went to find Mo Qianxue, she was knocked out and drugged by Mo Qianxue. When she woke up, she was in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The confession letter also explained that Hua Xiao didn't intend to betray the young master, but the young master sent someone to poison her. She really fed her loyalty to the dogs. Since the young master did it, then don't blame her for doing it 15 times. In fact, you also know the young master. She is indeed the princess of the imperial family, and she does call your majesty brother. Her name is... The 9th page ended here. There was only one name on the 10th page. When the emperor saw the name, he suddenly gasped and looked at Ning Yan in horror. Bishahal. Huang Fuxian was in a daze in front of the window again. Lianer helplessly walked into the room with the dry clothes, put them on the bed and came to Huang Fuxian's side. A cold wind blew and Lianer shivered. Lianer sighed, "Young master, why are you sitting here in the cold wind again? Let me push you over to the fire to warm you up? I thought only the frontier was cold, but I didn't expect the capital to be so cold." As she spoke, she pushed Huang Fuxian's wheelchair to the fire basin. Huang Fuxian didn't object because he was frozen and couldn't speak. Lianer turned back and closed the window. Huang Fuxian sat by the fire basin to warm himself, while Lianer folded the clothes one by one and put them back in the wardrobe. She looked at the neat clothes in the wardrobe, then looked at her own clothes that were not folded properly. She cleared her throat and said, "Why did you fold them so well? Don't you have to wear them?" The rules in the palace were strict. Those who could be assigned to serve in Iridescent Cloud's hall were the most outstanding palace maids. Lianer had not received such strict training in the princess's residence at the frontier fortress, so the palace maids did not take her seriously. However, she was Princess Ning An's confidant, so the palace maids didn't dare to say anything to her face. They could only fold the clothes she had folded again after she left. Really? Lian Er's self-esteem was hurt again. She put her ugly clothes on top of a pile of clothes that were so neat that it was unreal and went out sullenly. Not long after she went out, Huang Fuxian, who had recovered his body temperature and was no longer stiff, pushed his wheelchair to the window and propped it up with a pole. The window was not short and he didn't have legs, so he couldn't stand, so this action was actually very difficult for him. When he reached the pole, he almost fell off the wheelchair. Fortunately, it was a close call. He felt the biting cold wind and looked at the empty courtyard. His hands and feet were frozen stiff again. The sky was dark. He looked down and curled his lips in self-mockery. Little brother. Little Mushroom appeared with his voice again. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered quickly, and his stiff body became even stiffer, but his expression didn't change at all. Little Jing Kong was small, so the windowsill was too high for him. Even if he used a stone as a cushion to climb up, it was still difficult for him. However, little Jing Kong was surprised to find that the stone had grown taller today. He climbed up the stone first, then easily flipped over the windowsill. Little brother. After he slid down, he turned around and looked at Huang Fuxian cutely. There was snow on his sleeves and pants, but there was no snow on his head or shoulders. Did you fall? Huang Fuxian asked coldly. Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded honestly. I only fell twice. What did he mean by only fell twice? 2 falls were not enough? Little Jing Kong hadn't fallen for a long time, but his instincts were still there. He hugged his little head in time so it didn't hurt. Huang Fuxian glanced at him indifferently, then reached out his hands expressionlessly. He supported the wheelchair with one hand and reached for the pole with the other. He had done this many times before, but now he was embarrassed in front of little Jing Kong. He successfully fell off the wheelchair. Little brother, are you okay? Little Jing Kong squatted down to help him up. Go away. Huang Fuxian said angrily. Little Jing Kong looked at him, thought seriously and said, You don't have to be embarrassed, I often fall too. You're a kid. It's natural for you to fall. You won't fall anymore when you grow up. But I'm a cripple. I'll fall my whole life. I'll be a good-for-nothing for the rest of my life. Huang Fuxian refused little Jing Kong's help. He used his hands, which were full of veins, to drag his injured body back to the wheelchair with difficulty. His leg started to hurt again. It was the place where his leg was amputated. Every once in a while his bone would pop out. Every time this happened he had to endure the pain and grind his bone. Every time he had to grind his bone he had to go to hell. He almost couldn't save himself several times. He didn't want to experience the pain of grinding his bone again, or he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive this time. But it was strange, wasn't it? Didn't he want to die long ago? What was he afraid of now? Little brother, what's wrong? Is it painful? Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian, who didn't look right, and asked with concern. No, Huang Fuxian said indifferently, grabbing a blanket to cover his injured leg. Little Jing Kong wasn't a person who liked to stare at other people's injured parts. In fact, no one taught him this on purpose. He just observed how Jiao Jiao did it and did it accordingly. His gaze quickly turned to Huang Fuxian's face. Little brother, why is your face swollen? It was swollen last time, but it wasn't this serious. It seemed that he had been exposed to too much cold wind for the past 2 days, and the swollen part was frostbitten. Huang Fuxian looked at him calmly. Are you curious? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded. Huang Fuxian curled his lips slightly and said playfully, My mother hit me. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and leaned forward. He looked confused. Why did your mother hit you? Huang Fuxian sneered, Because I'm disabled. Little Jing Kong clenched his fists and said seriously, She can't hit him. Bad brother-in-law is a cripple and Jiao Jiao didn't hit him. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Why is he a bad brother-in-law? Huang Fuxian asked. He's a bad brother-in-law? Little Jing Kong curled his lips and said. How bad? Huang Fuxian's eyes had a trace of true coldness. Very, very bad. Little Jing Kong said. Huang Fuxian knew very well how bad an adult could be to a child. Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? He asked. That's not necessary. Little Jing Kong coughed softly. I can teach him a lesson myself. Little Mushroom's face was red and his eyes were flickering. Obviously he didn't really hate that bad brother-in-law. Huang Fuxian's mood became worse. He couldn't explain why. Little Nine fluttered his wings and flew to Huang Fuxian's pillow. After tearing down so many things, he found that his favorite was Huang Fuxian's pillow. Little Nine, don't tear down the house, Little Jing Kong said helplessly. Little Nine didn't listen and kept tearing down the pillow. Soon the cotton in Huang Fuxian's pillow was pecked out. Little Jing Kong sighed like an old man. It's all because of Little 8 of Brother Yan's bad influence. Huang Fuxian asked, who's Brother Yan? Little Jing Kong said, he's my brother at home. Huang Fuxian frowned, you have other brothers? Little Jing Kong stretched out 2 little fingers, yes I have 2. Brother Yan and Brother Xiaoshan. Huang Fuxian asked with a dark face, do you like them? Little Jing Kong nodded without hesitation, yes I like them. Huang Fuxian's face became even darker. You have so many brothers, why do you still come to me? To take you out to play. Humph. Huang Fuxian turned his face away coldly. Little Jing Kong stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed his fingers. The soft touch reminded him of a kitten's paw pad. Little brother, I'll take you to my house. Little Jing Kong had just finished speaking when a little eunuch's hurried footsteps and panicked screams came from outside the door. Oh no! Something happened to Princess Ningyan. Chapter 562. Little brother, something happened to your mother. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian worriedly. Don't be sad. I'm not sad, Huang Fuxian said calmly. Little Jing Kong scratched his head in confusion. How could he not be sad? If something happened to Jiao Jiao, he would be very, very sad. Huang Fuxian slowly withdrew his hand from the little guy's grasp. Maybe they heard wrong. Nothing happened to my mother. You should go back first. Little Jing Kong, oh. This time, something did happen to Princess Ning. The incident happened in the imperial study. Once the news spread, the entire harem was alarmed. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, consort Shu, and the others all went to the imperial study, only to find that it was surrounded by imperial guards. No one could enter. I can't enter either? Empress Xiao asked coldly. The commander of the imperial guards was surnamed Fu. He cupped his fists in salute and said, we're searching for assassins inside. For the safety of the empress and the other imperial concubines, please wait here for a moment. How is His Majesty? Consort Shu asked anxiously. Commander Fu said, His Majesty retreated from the back door and returned to Pure Flower's palace. Noble consort Zhuang rolled her eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did they come here to catch assassins? Empress Xiao and the others hurried to Pure Flower's palace, which was also surrounded by imperial guards. Fortunately, there were no assassins here, so no one stopped Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang and consort Shu saw that she was going, so they also followed. Empress Xiao's position was stable. Her son was the crown prince, and her brother, Marquis Xianping, was fighting in the South Island. Noble consort Zhuang lost favor for a while because of Prince Ning, but she was backed by the Empress Dowager and the Zhuang family. As long as the Empress Dowager didn't punish her and the Zhuang family didn't dislike her, she would always have a place in the harem. Consort Shu was the same. Her 2 nephews had just made great contributions at the frontier fortress, so she also rose in status. Who would dare to block her path? The 4th concubine to enter Pure Flower's palace was Consort Yu, Rui Wang's birth mother. Last year, Consort Rui Wang gave birth to Xiao Junju in the 10th month of the previous year, which could be considered a meritorious service for the imperial family. The other concubines were not so lucky. All of the palace servants in Pure Flower's palace knelt on the ground with their heads bowed. The entire palace hall was filled with a cold and solemn atmosphere. For some reason, Empress Xiao had an ominous feeling in her heart. When she passed through the Chuehua gate, she suddenly stopped and looked at a little maid kneeling on the ground. She asked, Did your Majesty come back alone? The palace maid said nervously, Empress, Princess Ningyan came back with her. Empress Xiao frowned. Ever since Qin Chuyu was bullied by Huang Fuxian again and again, Empress Xiao didn't like Princess Ningyan. It was just that the emperor would come to comfort her from time to time, so she did not find fault with Ningyan. But in the end he was still unhappy. The emperor and Princess Ningyan came to the bedchamber in the imperial carriage. The palace maids and eunuchs didn't know the emperor's condition. They only heard that Princess Ningyan was injured and covered in blood. Empress Xiao didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked towards the bedchamber. At the entrance of the bedchamber, the palace maids and eunuchs were kneeling on the ground and wiping the mottled bloodstains. Empress Xiao's heart tightened. As she stepped in, A strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of golden sore ointment assailed her nostrils. Empress Zhao's scalp went numb. "Your Majesty." Noble Consort Zhuang passed by her and ran straight towards the dragon bed. Consort Shu and Consort Yu glanced at Empress Xiao and restrained themselves. No matter how worried they were about His Majesty's health, they didn't have the courage to run ahead of Empress Xiao like Noble Consort Zhuang. Princess Ningyan was sitting on a chair beside the bed. Her forehead was injured, her face was covered in blood, and her right arm was injured. An imperial physician was treating her injuries. 2 other imperial physicians were gathered in front of the dragon bed to check on the emperor's injuries. Eunuch Wei was anxiously wiping his tears beside the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, this concubine has come to see you." Noble Consort Zhuang couldn't wait to come to the bed, only to find that the emperor's forehead was wrapped in thick gauze. His face was pale and he seemed to have fallen into a coma. Noble Consort Zhuang's beautiful face turned pale as she asked, "What's wrong with His Majesty?" After imperial physician Liang finished examining the emperor's right arm, he began to examine his left arm. Hearing this, he bowed to Noble Consort Zhuang and said, "His Majesty's head is injured. As for other injuries we are carefully diagnosing." Empress Xiao stopped in the middle of the bedchamber and said with dignity, "Noble Consort, come here. Don't disturb the imperial physicians who are treating His Majesty." "I don't want to. I want to protect His Majesty." "Someone come." At Empress Xiao's command, Eunuch Su, along with 2 powerful eunuchs, stepped forward and grabbed the shouting Noble Consort Zhuang. Empress Xiao's gaze swept over Noble Consort Zhuang, Consort Shu, and Consort Yu. "All of you wait outside." Eunuch Su came in front of the 3 imperial concubines and said, "3 imperial concubines, please." Noble Consort Zhuang didn't want to go out, but she also knew that the situation was better than her. After Prince Ning's accident, her imperial mother no longer spoiled her. She had no capital to challenge Empress Xiao. Noble Consort Zhuang angrily left the bedchamber. Since she had gone out, Consort Shu and Consort Yu also couldn't stay in the same place and had to leave together. Princess Ningyan came to greet Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao looked at her injury and asked, "What did the imperial physicians say?" Princess Ningyan looked haggard. "It's just a superficial injury. It's not a big deal." Empress Xiao asked, "What happened in the imperial study?" "I heard that an assassin came." Princess Ningyan lowered her head and choked with sobs. "Yes, an assassin. Tried to assassinate imperial brother. I couldn't stop it and let imperial brother get injured." Empress Xiao sternly said, "You go back to Bixia Hall to recuperate. I will deal with the assassin." Princess Ningyan reluctantly looked back at the unconscious emperor. She also glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei quickly lowered his eyes. Princess Ningyan turned her face and bowed to Empress Xiao. "Yes." After she left, Empress Xiao called Eunuch Wei over and asked with a dignified look, "What's the matter with the assassin? Why would an assassin sneak into the imperial study? Doesn't His Majesty have an imperial expert around him?" Eunuch Wei looked embarrassed. "There is, but..." Empress Xiao frowned. "But what?" Eunuch Wei said with a pained heart, "It just happened too quickly. No one expected this to happen. If Princess Ningyan had not stepped forward bravely and blocked the blade for His Majesty, I'm afraid His Majesty would have been dead by now." Seeing that the first move failed, the assassin grabbed the inkstone on the table and smashed it on His Majesty's head. Empress Xiao's eyes were cold. "Who is the assassin?" Eunuch Wei lowered his eyes and said, "A Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice." After interrogating Eunuch Wei, Empress Xiao finally figured out the ins and outs of the emperor's assassination. It turned out that His Majesty had recently been investigating a case related to the royal family. Today, the prisoner in the prison of the Ministry of Justice pleaded guilty. The Yamen runner named Sun Ping came to deliver the prisoner's confession to His Majesty. Minister Xing was the emperor's trusted aide. Naturally, the emperor would not suspect the person he sent. Sun Ping took advantage of the fact that the emperor was flipping through the confession letter to suddenly pull out the soft knife hidden in his belt and stab towards the emperor. Eunuch Wei was at the door. He was far away and didn't see what Sun Ping was doing. Princess Ningyan reacted first. She rushed over and blocked the knife. Her right arm was seriously injured. When she fell down, she accidentally hit her forehead on the stool. When Eunuch Wei found something wrong and called someone to protect His Majesty, it was too late. Sun Ping was too close to His Majesty. His Majesty was hit by the inkstone Sun Ping grabbed. When Sun Ping wanted to hit Princess Ningyan a second time, Princess Ningyan rushed over, pulled out the remaining knife in her right arm and stabbed Sun Ping's heart. At that time, there were only His Majesty, Princess Ningyin and Eunuch Wei in the imperial study. There was no fourth witness. Empress Xiao asked the guards at the city gate and confirmed that Sun Ping did enter the palace in the name of delivering the confession. Of course, Empress Xiao also sent Eunuch Su to the Ministry of Justice. The news he received was consistent with what Eunuch Wei said. Sun Ping was here to deliver the confession. However, the Ministry of Justice didn't expect Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty. Sun Ping and Sun Jian were cousins. One was in his early 20s and the other was 23. The two of them worked under Minister Xing. Their positions weren't high, but they were always around Minister Xing. Minister Xing thought highly of them. When they heard that Sun Ping had done such a rebellious thing, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. If it was Sun Jian who did it, they would think twice. Sun Jian was more cunning than Sun Ping. Occasionally he would bully others. However, Sun Ping had always been honest. Eunuch Su, where is Sun Ping? Minister Xing asked. He's already dead, Eunuch Su said coldly. Minister Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Eunuch Su asked in an arrogant tone, who let Sun Ping enter the palace? Xiaoheng took a step forward. Minister Xing pulled him back and said to Eunuch Su, it was me. Eunuch Su raised his chin and harumphed coldly. Then Minister Xing, please follow me into the palace. Also, this matter concerns His Majesty. This assassination case will be handed over to the Supreme Court and the censorate will handle it. Minister Xing said politely, Eunuch Su, please wait for a moment. Allow me to tidy my attire so as to avoid being disrespectful in front of the palace. Amen, Eunuch Su replied indifferently. Then he led the palace servants out of Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing lowered his voice and said to Xiaoheng, I don't believe that Sun Ping would assassinate His Majesty. Lulang, investigate the truth. Xiaoheng nodded solemnly. As soon as Minister Xing left, Xiaoheng wrote a letter to Empress Xiao. The letter stated that Sun Ping was sent by him and the confession was obtained by him. It had nothing to do with Minister Xing. There was something else going on with Sun Ping. However, he hesitated and didn't send the letter out in the end. Minister Xing was brought to a side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao sat on the main seat and looked coldly at Minister Xing, who was kneeling on the ground. She said, Minister Xing, do you have anything to say now? Were you the one who sent Sun Ping? Minister Xing said, Empress, Sun Ping was indeed sent by this humble subject. However, this humble subject doesn't believe that he would assassinate His Majesty. Empress Xiao said, do you not believe me or do you want to distance yourself from this matter? Minister Xing said, Sun Ping was this humble subject's bailiff. He died for no reason. This humble subject should do his best to investigate the truth and seek justice for him. Why would this humble subject be in a hurry to distance myself from this matter? Empress Xiao narrowed her eyes. So you're saying that this empress is wrongly accusing you? Minister Xing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, this humble subject doesn't dare. Empress Xiao said indifferently, this empress also wants to believe you, but the evidence is conclusive. Minister Xing looked up at her. May I ask what the empress is referring to as evidence? Empress Xiao said seriously, witnesses and material evidence. We have both. Eunuch Su walked over with a tray. On the tray was a piece of brocade cloth. On the brocade cloth, there was a bloody soft knife and a blood-stained ink slab. These are Sun Ping's murder weapons. Eunuch Su told the empress the whole story of the emperor's assassination. Princess Ning, and then Eunuch Wei said the same thing. Princess Ning, Anne's biggest backer, was the emperor. Everyone in the imperial court was debating whether to confer her the title of Princess Royal or not. The emperor wanted her to be conferred the title. The emperor's death was a great loss to her. Therefore, from this perspective, she had no motive to commit the crime. As for Eunuch Wei, he had been serving the emperor for a long time. Who would doubt his loyalty? At this point, Minister Xing realized how weak his inference was in front of these two powerful witnesses. Empress Xiao asked, what else do you have to say? Minister Xing said, this humble subject has nothing to say. Empress Xiao said coldly, guards, escort Minister Xing to the Supreme Court. Minister Xing knelt on the ground with his back straight. He slowly took off his official hat and carefully handed it to the palace guards who came to detain him. Empress Xiao called the officials of the Supreme Court over and took them to the crime scene to collect evidence. The palace guards who had been interrogated before were also interrogated one by one. Empress Xiao was busy until late at night. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep on the back of the chair in the side chamber. It was late at night. The candlelight in the bedchamber flickered. Eunuch Wei knelt on the foot of the dragon bed, silently wiping his tears. A ghost-like beautiful figure quietly entered the room. The gorgeous train of her dress swept across the smooth floor. Eunuch Wei was crying when he suddenly saw a huge shadow on the dragon bed. He was so scared that he shivered. When he was about to turn around, a white hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Eunuch Wei's whole body tensed up. "Eunuch Wei, are you cold?" The person behind him asked gently. Eunuch Wei swallowed and suppressed the fear in his heart. He whispered, "Princess, I'm not cold." "If you're not cold, then why are you shivering?" she asked. Eunuch Wei forced himself to stop shivering. "Is my royal brother awake?" She lifted the bright yellow curtain and hung it with a hook. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed. Eunuch Wei looked at her uneasily and said, "Not yet." She raised her hand and gently touched the emperor's cheek. "My royal brother has suffered a lot." Eunuch Wei lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Eunuch Wei, who do you think caused my royal brother to be like this?" Sun Ping." Sun Ping? She was stunned and then laughed. She laughed so hard that she leaned forward and back. The sinister laughter echoed in the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei shuddered. He quietly turned his head to look at the palace guards kneeling in the bedchamber and found that they all fell asleep on the ground without exception. Eunuch Wei shuddered even more. She laughed enough and wiped the tears with her fingertips. "Eunuch Wei, isn't it me? Didn't I kill myself to prove my innocence, but my royal brother didn't believe me, so I accidentally harmed my royal brother?" Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. If he said the wrong thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. If he said the right thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. She said, "Eunuch Wei, you really are a person. I let you work for me and you really betrayed my royal brother. Are all of you rootless people so cowardly?" At the end of her sentence, she gritted her teeth and kicked Eunuch Wei to the ground. Eunuch Wei wasn't as old as Eunuch Qin, but he wasn't young either. This fall almost broke all the bones in his body. Was this still the princess he knew? She was clearly a violent madwoman. Whoever was with her really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. She gave a mocking laugh. "Royal brother, open your eyes and look. This is the eunuch you trust. Their bodies are broken and their hearts are broken. They have no loyalty to speak of. Royal brother, I originally didn't plan on making a move against you so quickly, but why don't you believe me? Haven't you always trusted me the most? Is it because I didn't drug you that you are not as loyal to me as you are to Mufei? But I gave it to you now," Princess Ningyan said as she took out a small porcelain bottle from her chest. Eunuch Wei's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to stop her, but she could even beat the dragon shadow guard. If he rushed over, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? He didn't realize before that this princess hid so deeply. Princess Ningyan saw Eunuch Wei struggle. She didn't care about the suspicion and disgust of an ant. She only found it funny. She laughed a few more times before turning to look at the emperor on the dragon bed. "Don't worry, it's not a drug to control your mind. You've taken too much of that drug. If you take more, you'll become a fool. How could I bear to? I still hope that Imperial Brother will be able to witness everything I do with a clear mind." Princess Ningyan pried open the emperor's mouth and poured the medicine in. Not long after, the emperor's eyelids began to tremble slightly. This was a sign that his consciousness was recovering. But although his consciousness had recovered, his body was even more unable to move. He would know everything that Ningyan had done. In a state of incomparable clarity, he would bear all the betrayal that Ningyan had brought him. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, his lungs burned like fire, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 563. Little Jing Kong sat in Lu Quan's carriage and returned to Baishui Alley at night. The secret guard on the roof of the carriage who was responsible for protecting him also flew into the house. "Jiao Jiao! Jiao Jiao!" The first thing little Jing Kong did when he entered the house was to shout "Jiao Jiao," regardless of whether Gu Jiao was there or not. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was really at home today. She came to treat Master Zhao next door. In the evening, Master Zhao's eldest grandson suddenly ran to the clinic and said that Master Zhao fell and couldn't get up. Gu Jiao quickly put down her work and rushed back. Uncle Zhao's fall was an accident. His right wrist and right ankle were sprained, and the pain was unbearable, so he couldn't get up. When Gu Jiao checked Uncle Zhao's injuries, she also checked other things and found that Uncle Zhao had high blood pressure. It wasn't serious, so Master Zhao didn't feel much. But if he really felt unbearable discomfort, the situation would be very serious. After Gu Jiao treated Master Zhao's injuries, she prescribed some medicine to lower his blood pressure. When she returned to the east room, she heard little Jing Kong's voice. Gu Jiao put down the medicine box and walked out. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. The 5-year-old boy could no longer hug Gu Jiao's thigh when he first came here. Now he could barely reach Gu Jiao's waist when he stood on his tiptoes. Gu Jiao would usually bend down and let little Jing Kong throw himself into her arms. When she did this action, she did not have the same motherly gentleness as Yao Shi. In truth, she was a little stiff and her expression was a little too calm, but in the instant that she wrapped her arms around little Jing Kong, the sense of security that came from being blocked behind her was something that no hug could compare to. Little Jing Kong breathed in Gu Jiao's scent with peace of mind. He closed his eyes and calmed down. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. You went to the palace? Gu Jiao had heard about it from Yao Shi. Okay. Little Jing Kong nodded. I'm going to visit great aunt and my brother. Gu Jiao took his little hand and walked to the backyard. How are grand aunt and little brother? Little Jing Kong said happily. Good, it's all good. No, that's not right. Little brother isn't very well. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong sighed. Something seems to have happened to his mother. I don't know what happened. I'm worried about him. Something happened to Princess Ningyan? Gu Jiao paused. Then I'll ask around for you. Okay. The two came to the well and Gu Jiao fetched a bucket of water for him to wash his hands. Fortunately, little Jing Kong was a child who could withstand the cold and was not delicate at all. If it were Qin Chuyu, he would have been screaming from the cold. Gu Jiao felt that the well water in winter was really warm, and she could take a bath directly. But her family didn't let her. After washing his hands, little Jing Kong went to practice the set of boxing that Gu Changqing taught him. He practiced it every day at least once, at most 3 or 4 times without stopping. Gu Jiao felt that once a day was enough to strengthen his body. There was no need to work so hard. Little Jing Kong didn't just want to strengthen his body. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao and his chickens. There was no harm in practicing more boxing, so Gu Jiao let him be. At night, Gu Jiao learned that the emperor was assassinated and was in a coma. In the study of the old chancellor next door, Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng, and the old chancellor sat on a cushion beside a short table. I knew she would do it, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. The old chancellor sighed. They publicized the case of Immortal Music House, forcing the emperor to investigate the case and give the people an explanation. Then they got Hua Xiao's confession. Their original intention was to force her to do it. After all, a person would only reveal their flaws when she did it. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I thought she would use the trick of injuring herself to make the emperor soften. Or she would destroy the confession before the emperor saw it, and then send someone to assassinate Hua Xiao. But why did she stab the emperor? She smashed it. Xiaoheng corrected. It's all the same. The old chancellor cleared his throat. The emperor is so pitiful. Xiaoheng, your expression clearly doesn't show that. Gu Jiao was thirsty and went to drink tea. Xiaoheng took her cold tea without a trace and gave her the cup of hot tea that he hadn't touched. His eyes didn't fall on Gu Jiao, and his expression was very indifferent, as if it was just a casual movement. He said, the emperor should have seen the confession and chose not to believe her. He might even want to detain her, so she took the risk to attack the emperor. There are 2 doubts. First, why didn't the emperor believe her? Second, there was a dragon shadow guard beside the emperor. How did she get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor? Empress Xiao hadn't seen the power of the dragon shadow guard, so she couldn't imagine how fast they were. No one could easily hurt the emperor under the eyes of the dragon shadow guard. Even if the emperor was hurt, it was impossible to escape unscathed. I'm very confused about the first point, Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao nodded. So was she. The emperor doted on Princess Ning, and so much that it didn't seem right to suspect her based on a confession. Unless something else happened in the imperial study that shattered the emperor's familial filter for Princess Ning'an. The old chancellor stroked his white beard and said, back then old concubine Jing fell from the horse too quickly. I always felt that there was something between her and the emperor that we overlooked. Xiaoheng said, as for the second doubt, I have a guess in my heart. The old chancellor looked at him. Say it. Xiaoheng analyzed. It's impossible for her to get past the Dragon Shadow Guard and attack the Emperor. She either lured the Dragon Shadow Guard away or defeated the Dragon Shadow Guard. She didn't know that Sun Ping would come to deliver the letter, so it's unlikely that the Dragon Shadow Guard was lured away in advance. So she can defeat the Dragon Shadow Guard? The old chancellor looked at Gu Jiao. Jiao, does she know martial arts? Gu Jiao took a sip of the hot tea that her husband handed over. Her stomach felt warm. She shook her head. I didn't notice. The old chancellor frowned. Could it be that she's an expert like old concubine Jing who used medicine to change her pulse and hid the fact that she knows martial arts? Gu Jiao said, if that's the case, her body will show signs of weakness. She doesn't have this kind of situation. Xiaoheng said, you don't have to know martial arts to deal with the Dragon Shadow Guard. Everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. The Dragon Shadow Guard came from the Yen Kingdom. I think that the Yen Kingdom must have a way to deal with the Dragon Shadow Guard. The few of them coincidentally thought of the power behind the collusion with Immortal Music House. Could it be that they were really afraid of a young lord of Immortal Music House? With Empress Dowager Zhuang's ability, was it difficult to issue an edict to depose the princess? The reason why she had to lower herself to play mind games was largely to test the power of the Yen Kingdom hidden in the dark. Xiaoheng paused and said, Hua Xiao can't continue to stay in the Ministry of Justice. The emperor couldn't tell whether the confession letter was real or fake, but the young master of Immortal Music House could see the flaw at a glance. After all, what was written in the confession letter wasn't Hua Xiao's real experience at all. The narrative tone was also wrong. The only similarity was the handwriting. However, in the case that the first 2 points were fake, it wasn't difficult to guess that the handwriting was also fake. The young master of Immortal Music House understood that Hua Xiao hadn't betrayed her so far. However, things were different now. She had made such a big move, and the risk she had to take was much greater than before. Hua Xiao's existence was always a threat to her. Xiaoheng didn't care about Hua Xiao's life, but Hua Xiao was always one of the important witnesses to bring down the young master of Immortal Music House. After several people's discussion, Hua Xiao was secretly sent to the medical center that night and became neighbors with Mo Qianxue. Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue, Gu Jiao planned to transfer Secret Guard A to watch Hua Xiao, but Mo Qianxue snorted and said, no need to be so troublesome. I can keep an eye on her. Use more bone-softening powder. Hua Xiao. After settling Hua Xiao, they assessed the risk of the other related people. From the youngest to the oldest, it was Empress Xiao, the emperor, and Minister Xing. Empress Xiao was investigating this case. The less she knew, the safer she would be. As long as her direction was wrong, it was what Princess Ning wanted. Once she realized who the real murderer was, the situation would become dangerous. This was also why Xiaoheng decided not to tell her the inside story for the time being. The emperor was now in the hands of Princess Ning, and his personal safety was difficult to guarantee. But if he died at this time, Ning En's interest would stop here. Before squeezing the emperor's value, Ning En would not touch him. She just didn't know how long she could squeeze this value out of him. The first one to be executed might be Minister Xing. The next day, the Supreme Court began to investigate Sun Ping's assassination of the emperor. Minister Xing firmly claimed that Sun Ping was wronged and hoped that the Supreme Court could give Sun Ping justice. Minister Xing was, after all, a second-rank official. Unless His Majesty personally issued a decree to torture him, the Supreme Court really couldn't torture him. But it was not a good idea to waste time like this. Just when the Supreme Court could not find conclusive evidence for the case, a Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice came to the Supreme Court and claimed that a suspect detained by the Ministry of Justice had evidence of the case. The Supreme Court hurriedly called the person to the interrogation room. Minister Xing was also there. Minister Xing never expected that the person who came would be Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li was set up because he was investigating the case of Xian Le House and took a life. There was not enough evidence to reverse the case for him, so he was temporarily detained in the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing had a plan in mind. When Xian Le House was overthrown, he would release Assistant Minister Li. 2 lords. Assistant Minister Li saluted the two of them. The Minister of the Supreme Court said, "No need to be so polite. I heard that Assistant Minister Li has clues of the case." "That's right." Assistant Minister Li looked straight at the ground in front of him and said, "Actually, this official knows who the mastermind behind this is. Sun Ping is only a sharp blade. The real murderer is someone else." "Is..." Assistant Minister Li suddenly paused. Minister Xing's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Assistant Minister Li steeled his heart and said, "Lord Xing, I'm sorry. I've let down your years of cultivation, but this official really can't hide it for you anymore." Minister Xing looked at him in disbelief. Assistant Minister Li? Assistant Minister Li did not look at him. He only took out a few letters and handed them to the Minister of the Supreme Court. These are the evidence of Lord Xing and Sun Ping's private dealings. Sun Ping's cousin, Sun Jian, used to be a street thug. Once, Lord Xing met a few robbers on a trip. Sun Jian had a grudge against them, so he beat them up. Unexpectedly, this incident caught Lord Xing's eye. Lord Xing brought the two brothers into the Ministry of Justice to become yamen runners. Sun Ping can be considered honest, but Sun Jian's bad habits did not change. Lord Xing had helped him pay off his gambling debts several times. These are all Sun Jian's promissory notes and letters of remorse. Not long ago, Lord Xing gave Sun Ping a large sum of silver and asked Sun Ping to do something important for him. This official accidentally overheard it outside the watchroom. Lord Xing told him that this matter was of great importance and that he must keep his mouth shut about Sun Jian. This official also heard Sun Ping say that if I don't come back, please take care of my cousin for me. Although my cousin likes to gamble, he has been changing and has been changing for a long time. The Minister of the Supreme Court asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Assistant Minister Li said bitterly, "We are the Ministry of Justice and often have to investigate some confidential cases. I thought that Sun Ping had been sent out to investigate a major case that could lead to his death. That is not something I should ask, so I didn't think too much about it. It was only this morning that I heard the yamen runners outside the prison say that His Majesty was assassinated and that the murderer was Sun Ping that I thought of this matter. The most hurtful thing was never the enemy's sword or spear, but the cold arrows of one's comrades." "Why did you do this?" "Lord, is what I said not true?" "It was true, but it was not the entire truth." Minister Xing had indeed asked Sun Ping to do something for him and gave him a few banknotes, but he was only taking care of the family of a yamen runner who had passed away. That yamen runner had been killed by the murderer while investigating a murder case. Minister Xing had always felt guilty, feeling that he had not protected his subordinate well. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before Sun Ping could give out the banknotes? As expected, when one was unlucky, even water would be stuck between one's teeth. The Minister of the Supreme Court looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression and said to Assistant Minister Li, "So, the mastermind who ordered Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty was Minister Xing?" Assistant Minister Li said, "The person who ordered Sun Ping was Minister Xing, but the mastermind behind the assassination of His Majesty was not him. Minister Xing was only acting on behalf of someone else." With these words, not only was Minister Xing stunned, even the Minister of the Supreme Court was stunned. The Minister of the Supreme Court said seriously, "Is there something else? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Assistant Minister Li closed his eyes with a pained expression as if he had made a huge decision. He said, "It was the Empress Dowager." Minister Xing punched Assistant Minister Li to the ground. Assistant Minister Li handed over a portion of the letters that Empress Dowager Zhuang had written to Minister Xing. They were not personally written by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but this was easy to understand. Afraid of leaving something behind, how could such a clever person like the Empress Dowager have her own handwriting? She did not even know how to use the handwriting of the people around her. However, if each letter was burned with candlelight, Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix seal would appear on the paper. The contents of the letters confirmed that Minister Xing had been secretly plotting between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang over the years. The last letter was from 7 days ago. Empress Dowager Zhuang said that she had endured the Emperor for a long time. The Emperor had been at odds with her for many years and found that he could not win against her by force, so he began to use filial piety to confuse her. She thought that the Emperor had truly buried the hatchet with her and even gave away the power of court that she had controlled for many years for the Emperor. Who would have thought that the Emperor had been secretly plotting to get rid of her? The Emperor was heartless, so he could not blame her for being unjust. She wanted the Emperor's life. All of this was made up with a nose and eyes. If Minister Xing did not know that this was a trap set for him, he would have believed it himself. These letters were all written by Empress Dowager Zhuang and there was no reply from Minister Xing. This was understandable. Minister Xing's reply must be in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands. If it could not be found in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands, there was an explanation. With Empress Dowager Zhuang's shrewdness, she would not leave any evidence. She must have burned it after reading it. Then why should I keep the evidence? Am I not afraid that it will be exposed? Minister Xing questioned Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li covered his swollen face and replied calmly, "That is because you understand that being the Empress Dowager's puppet is like asking a tiger for its skin. If one day the Empress Dowager kills the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, at least you still have a trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager in order to protect yourself. This reason was impeccable. Minister Xing should be angry, but his first reaction was to give a thumbs up in his heart. It was a perfect crime. Empress Dowager Zhuang was once the most powerful woman in Zhao country. Before the previous emperor passed away, he had appointed her as regent. It was the previous emperor who had rightfully handed over the power to her. So what if she held court behind the curtain? As long as she didn't rebel, no one could do anything to her. But now that the regicide had happened, everything was different. Empress Xiao was usually very afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. But even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Empress Dowager Zhuang had committed regicide. How could she continue to swallow her anger? At worst I'll die. If I die, my brother will avenge me when he comes back. Commander Fu of the Imperial Guards was a confidant of Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao took the token left by Marquis Xianping to her and ordered Commander Fu to lead the troops to put Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest in Rinqiu Palace. Empress Xiao had no right to punish Empress Dowager Zhuang. She could only wait for the emperor to wake up and then make a decision. Therefore, after putting Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest, Empress Xiao returned to Jianghu Palace to deal with official business. After the emperor was assassinated, everyone in the imperial palace was in a state of panic. In the past, when it was time to eat, the gates of each palace would be bustling with activity. But today it was especially solemn. The palace servants came out of the imperial kitchen with food boxes. When they saw each other, they didn't greet each other with laughter. They silently saluted when they should and treated those who didn't need to. Inside Pure Flower's palace, a young eunuch also brought in the emperor's food. You can all withdraw. I'll do it, Eunuch Wei instructed the palace servants. Yes. Everyone left in a single file. Eunuch Wei looked around and confirmed that there was no third person in the bedchamber. Then he came to the side of the emperor's bed and softly called out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The emperor didn't respond. Your Majesty, this servant has offended you. Eunuch Wei took out a raw fish bladder. He had soaked this fish bladder with medicine to get rid of the fishy smell. He cut a small hole in the fish bladder and forced the emperor's mouth open. Then he used his finger to shove the fish bladder in. Just as he finished doing this, an indifferent voice came from behind him. Eunuch Wei, what are you doing? Eunuch Wei trembled and almost stabbed the fish bladder into the emperor's throat. He forced himself to calm down and turned around with a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. So it was the princess. I thought the empress had come. Princess Ning'an walked forward and looked at him suspiciously. Why are you feeling guilty when the empress is here? Eunuch Wei used the action of tidying the emperor's bedding to discreetly stuff the fish bladder into the emperor's pants. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed and he said embarrassedly, This servant is now yours. It's inevitable that I feel a bit guilty when I see the empress. Princess Ning'an smiled coldly. That's true. If the empress finds out that you betrayed his majesty, this princess won't be able to keep your life. So you have to be careful. Don't let this princess not take your life, but the empress will. Eunuch Wei agreed fawningly, Yes, yes. How is his majesty? Princess Ning'an asked haughtily. Eunuch Wei thought to himself, You really have shed all pretenses. You don't even bother to pretend. Where is the affection between siblings? Even Princess Xingyang treats his majesty better than you. Eunuch Wei replied, He still seems to be unconscious. Princess Ning'an took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve. This servant will do it. Eunuch Wei said politely. You. Princess Ning'an looked at him suspiciously. Eunuch Wei said, His majesty hasn't washed in 2 days and is a bit disheveled. The princess is precious. It's better for this servant to do it. You can watch from the side. If this servant doesn't feed him properly, you can remind this servant. Princess Ning'an looked at the slovenly emperor and pursed her lips. She handed the bottle to Eunuch Wei. Okay, you do it. Eunuch Wei took it and pulled out the cork. He carefully and nervously reached out to grab the emperor's chin. His hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. However, this nervousness wouldn't arouse suspicion. After all, this was the first time someone had offended the emperor's body. Anyone would be afraid. Princess Ning'an stared unblinkingly at Eunuch Wei as he carefully poured the medicine into the emperor's mouth. She smiled faintly. You poured it better than me. Not a single drop spilled. Eunuch Wei smiled but didn't say anything. He looked scared and servile. Princess Ning'an was successfully pleased. She couldn't help but laugh. That's enough. Your head is firmly on your neck. Even if you spill it, I won't kill you. If Empress Xiao wants to kill you, I will protect you. Do you know why? Eunuch Wei naturally wouldn't say that it was because the princess was kind and benevolent. Wouldn't that be hitting the horse's hoof? Eunuch Wei smiled mockingly. It's because this servant is His Majesty's steward. There are some things that His Majesty needs this servant to convey. This servant is still somewhat useful to the princess. Princess Ningyan sneered. You're smart. Eunuch Wei said, That's right. Princess, shouldn't you avoid coming to Pure Flower's palace in the future? If the Empress finds out, Princess Ningyan said carelessly, if she finds out, just say that I'm here to visit Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother and I have a close sibling relationship. Why would the Empress suspect me? Eunuch Wei said sincerely, That's because you came openly. The Empress won't suspect you. If you keep coming here secretly and get caught by the Empress isn't stupid. Why did Princess Ningyan come here secretly? Wasn't it to drug the Emperor while avoiding everyone? There weren't many people at this time. When she thought of this, Princess Ningyan realized that the palace servants weren't here tonight. Chem? Where did they all go? She asked in confusion. I sent them away because I did something bad. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat, but his expression didn't change as he said, I calculated that the princess might come at this time, so I sent them away in advance. Princess Ningyan looked at Eunuch Wei and laughed. No wonder Imperial Brother thinks so highly of you. Eunuch Wei, you're truly meticulous. Eunuch Wei said with a sincere expression. It's this servant's duty to share the master's worries. If this servant wants to live, I naturally have to show the princess my abilities. Princess Ningyan smiled. Good. After this matter is done, whether or not you can live will depend on how much this princess likes you. Eunuch Wei said, This servant will be willing to sacrifice my life for the princess. Princess Ningyan coldly hooked the corners of her lips. Alright, you go guard outside. I have something to say to Imperial Brother. Remember, don't let anyone in. Yes. Alright. Princess, please give your orders. Where is my Imperial Brother's Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei froze. Princess Ningyan looked at him with a faint smile. Just now you said that you would sacrifice your life for me. Now you're not willing to give me the Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei braced himself and went to the small study in the bedchamber. He opened a secret compartment, took out the Imperial Jade Seal, and handed it to Princess Ningyan with both hands. Princess Ningyan smiled proudly. Go out. Eunuch Wei looked back at the unconscious His Majesty, then turned and left the bedchamber. Princess Ningyan took the Imperial Jade Seal and sat down next to the Emperor. Her other hand took out a bright yellow Imperial Edict from her wide sleeve. In Zhao country, the Emperor's Imperial Edict was mostly dictated by the Emperor. Hanlin officials wrote the edict with a little rhetoric. Finally, it was presented to the Emperor to be stamped. But there were also special cases. For example, the Emperor wrote his own edict or appointed someone to write the edict. Imperial Brother, you must want to know what happened today. Why don't I tell you? There's progress in the case of Sun Ping's assassination of Imperial Brother. You can't imagine who the mastermind behind Sun Ping is. It's Imperial Mother. I didn't expect it either. Imperial Mother loves you so much. How could she let someone kill you? But there are witnesses and evidence. Imperial Mother can't overturn the case this time. Who is investigating the case? It's the Minister of the Supreme Court and the Empress's sister-in-law. Imperial Brother knows the temper of the Empress sister-in-law. Hearing that Imperial Mother had done such a terrible thing, the Empress sister-in-law made a prompt decision and ordered the Imperial Guards to put Imperial Mother under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. The Empress sister-in-law also told me to ask Imperial Brother how to deal with Imperial Mother. What? Imperial Brother wants to kill Imperial Mother? That's not appropriate. Imperial Mother raised Imperial Brother for a while. How could Imperial Brother kill his mother? I forgot. Imperial Brother has already done it. Wasn't Imperial Mother killed by Imperial Brother? Thinking about it, Imperial Brother won't even bat an eyelid if he kills Imperial Mother, right? Princess Ningyan's smile made people shiver. It was as if she was possessed. But in the next moment, her smile disappeared. She said coldly, Imperial Mother was killed by you all. You have the face to ask me if I have any resentment? Imperial Brother, how about I kill your Imperial Mother and then ask you if you have any resentment? The unconscious Emperor's body suddenly began to tremble slightly. His hands and eyes under his eyelids seemed to be violently struggling and shaking. He was like a beast trying to break free of its shackles and cages, even if the price was his own flesh and blood. Ah! Princess Ningyan held him down with one hand. She said mockingly, "Killing her is too easy for her. It is better to let her become a nun and taste the pain my imperial mother suffered. Then let her watch as her son dies tragically in front of her. Let her watch as the country she protected falls bit by bit into the hands of others. Isn't this worse than death?" The emperor's entire body trembled violently. There was no pity in Princess Ningyan's eyes. She withdrew her hand from the emperor and stood up. Taking the imperial edict, she left the bedchamber. She threw another bottle of medicine to Eunuch Wei. "Give him another dose at night." Eunuch Wei looked at the imperial edict in her hand. His pupils contracted. He didn't dare ask more. He lowered his head and took it with both hands. "Yes." Princess Ningyan raised her chin and said, "His Majesty just woke up. This is the imperial edict he asked me to write for him. Empress Dowager Zhuang killed the emperor and rebelled. She is disgraceful and will go to Taiping Temple to become a nun. She is not allowed to return to the palace without being summoned. Eunuch Wei, come with me to Rinshou Palace to issue the imperial edict now." Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Princess Ningyan looked at him coldly. "Go or die." Eunuch Wei trembled as he took the imperial edict. He didn't believe that His Majesty would do anything to Empress Dowager Zhuang. The mother and son had already buried the hatchet. His Majesty would rather die than hurt the Empress Dowager. This was clearly, Princess Ningyan said coldly, "Don't challenge my patience. If you don't go, you can change to someone else." Eunuch Wei's chest rolled. I can't die. If I die and she changes to someone else to His Majesty's side, His Majesty will be even more doomed." Eunuch Wei's eyes were red. He said in a trembling voice, "Go. I will go to Rinshou Palace to issue the edict now." Eunuch Wei followed Princess Ningyan to Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao ordered that no one could enter Rinshou Palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, seeing the imperial edict was like seeing His Majesty. Therefore, Eunuch Wei and Princess Ningyan were not among those who were stopped. "The imperial edict has arrived," Eunuch Wei sang. There was no response from Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Wei sang again, "The imperial edict has arrived." Only the palace people came out. Princess Ningyan looked at the closed bedroom. "Mother, His Majesty has an imperial edict." Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't seem to want to pay attention to people. Since ancient times, no emperor had ever given an imperial edict to the Empress Dowager. This was the first time since the beginning of time. It was reasonable for Empress Dowager Zhuang to ignore it. Eunuch Wei shouted the imperial edict again. Princess Ningyan frowned. She walked forward and pushed open the red hollow door. She saw an empty bedroom. Where was Empress Dowager Zhuang? Chapter 564. Eunuch Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Ningyan, who was frozen in place, was not so happy. Her eyes turned cold. "Eunuch Wei. I'm here." Eunuch Wei collected his emotions and immediately turned into a lackey. "Princess, what orders do you have?" Princess Ningyan ordered faintly, "Go and find my mother." "Yes." Eunuch Wei responded and searched Rinshou Palace 3 times with the imperial guards. The rest of the palace people were all there, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. "Go and ask those palace people." Princess Ningyan said. "I asked but they don't know." Eunuch Wei said. Princess Ningyan looked at him coldly. Eunuch Wei blocked the view of the imperial guards and whispered, "Princess, we can't use torture in Rinshou Palace. It's too conspicuous. Besides, it's the Empress's job to organize the harem. If she oversteps her authority, it'll be easy for others to use against her." Princess Ningyan took a deep breath and slowly suppressed her anger. "Go and call Commander Fu." "Yes." After Commander Fu came, Princess Ningyan asked him, "How did you guard Rinshou Palace?" "My mother suddenly disappeared. Didn't you notice? I don't know if something happened to my mother and she was taken away by thieves." Commander Fu was at a loss. To be honest, he really didn't know. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang taking a walk in the courtyard in the afternoon. How did she disappear after dinner? "When was the last time you saw my mother?" Princess Ningyan asked. Commander Fu said truthfully, "It was in the afternoon around 5 o'clock. The Empress Dowager was taking a walk in the courtyard and then she went back to her bedroom. I was only responsible for guarding and couldn't disturb her." In other words, the imperial guards could only surround Rinshou Palace and couldn't watch Empress Dowager Zhuang closely. But then again they were guarding so tightly. How did the Empress Dowager disappear? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A figure swept onto the roof where the cold wind was whistling and nimbly jumped on the eaves and walls in the dark night. Not long after, the figure entered Jadewater Alley and landed in Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's home. It was not early now, so Yao Shi and the children had all gone to bed. Only Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, and the old chancellor were still sitting in the central room. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Gu Jiao stood up. Xiao Heng walked over before her and opened the door. Gu Chengfeng carried a person on his back as he entered, looking travel-worn. Panting heavily, he said, "I'm so tired, so tired. It's too far from the palace." Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the courtyard and closed the door behind Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng carefully placed Empress Dowager Zhuang on the chair. "Be careful." The old chancellor stretched out his hand to support him. "Are you freezing?" Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him. He took a closer look and his expression changed. Gu Chengfeng turned around and pulled at his collar while looking at the unconscious Empress Dowager Zhuang. Is the Empress Dowager asleep? Could it be that she was knocked out by him? Well, he was indeed a bit fast just now. Zhuang Jins, Zhuang Jins, Zhuang Jins. The old chancellor called a few times and his heart tightened. Could it be that something happened? Gu Jiao bent down and approached her grandaunt. "Grandaunt, we need one more." Empress Dowager Zhuang instantly woke up, opened her eyes and sat up. "Where?" Then she really went to play the Yi card. Everyone looked at her vigorous figure with her sleeves rolled up, ready to fight for 300 rounds, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Gu Chengfeng. Has she been looking forward to playing cards for a long time? Princess Ningyan took Eunuch Wei to Chenghuan Palace to report to her about the Imperial Edict and Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao put down the half-read account book in her hand and said to Princess Ningyan indifferently, "If there is such a thing in the future, you better inform me first." Princess Ningyan bowed. "Yes, sister-in-law." Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat for Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao called Eunuch Su. "You go and tell Commander Fu that no matter if Empress Dowager left by herself or was kidnapped, he must find her, both in the palace and outside the palace." "Yes." Eunuch Su responded. Empress Xiao glanced at the two indifferently and said, "Princess Ningyan, you go back first." Eunuch Wei, stay. "Ningyan, please excuse me." Princess Ningyan bowed, took a few steps back and brushed past Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei looked straight ahead and maintained the posture of bowing. Princess Ningyan also didn't have the slightest change and left Chenghuan Palace. Empress Xiao looked at the imperial edict in her hand and looked at Eunuch Wei seriously. "I ask you, did His Majesty really wake up just now?" Eunuch Wei said, "Yes." Empress Xiao suspiciously said, "When His Majesty was issuing the imperial edict, you were always there?" Eunuch Wei nodded. "Yes, I served him with the brush and ink." After finishing the edict, His Majesty exhausted his vitality and fell asleep again. Empress Xiao frowned. She could be suspicious of anyone but she could still trust Eunuch Wei. Empress Xiao sighed. "I understand. Keep the imperial edict well and take good care of His Majesty. The next time His Majesty wakes up, remember to send someone to inform me first." "I will remember." After leaving Chenghuan Palace, Eunuch Wei headed in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. He hadn't taken a few steps when he saw a beautiful figure under a large tree. He jumped in fright. "Princess." Princess Ningyan turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile. Eunuch Wei blinked and bowed. "Princess, the Empress just asked. There's no need to tell me. I don't think you have the guts to betray me in front of the Empress." "Yes, yes." Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. "Then the Princess is waiting for me here? This?" Princess Ningyan tossed him a porcelain bottle. "Tomorrow's medicine. Give it to His Majesty at dinner time." Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed. "Ah yes, this servant will definitely do as instructed." Princess Ningyan chuckled. "If you can't," Eunuch Wei shook his head like a rattle drum. I don't dare. This servant's life is in the princess's hands. If the princess tells this servant to go east, this servant doesn't dare to go west." Princess Ningyan's lips hooked coldly. "It's good that you know. Alright, hurry and go serve Imperial Brother. This medicine isn't foolproof." "If he really wakes up," Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, "this servant won't let anyone discover that His Majesty is awake. This servant will immediately notify the princess." "It's good that you know." After saying this, Princess Ningyan calmly returned to Jade Cloud's hall. After confirming that she was far away, Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh of relief and quickly returned to Pure Flower's palace. It's been so long. I wonder how the swim bladder in His Majesty's mouth is doing? Did he sprinkle the medicine? Did he swallow it? Eunuch Wei arrived in front of the dragon bed and sent the palace servants away. He then pried open the emperor's mouth and slowly took out the swim bladder. The medicine inside was still there. Eunuch Wei's heart relaxed. I have to quickly take care of it. Eunuch Wei took the swim bladder and walked out. He vaguely felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what it was. The immobile emperor, our underpants. There's something in our underpants. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The news of Empress Dowager Zhuang colluding with Minister Xing to murder the emperor quickly spread through the capital. The civil and military officials and the citizens of the capital never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Empress Dowager Zhuang. But if one carefully thought back to the years when Empress Dowager Zhuang controlled the court and suppressed the emperor, it wasn't hard to accept the fact that she was the mastermind. The people began to voice a crusade against Empress Dowager Zhuang, but the Zhuang family actually remained silent at such a critical moment. Grand Tutor Zhuang also claimed that he was sick and didn't attend court. This caused Empress Dowager Zhuang's reputation and situation to worsen. Grandfather. Royal Prince and angrily rushed to Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. The guards at the door couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Grand Tutor Zhuang was practicing calligraphy in the study. When he heard his grandson's voice, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He dipped the tip of his brush in ink and said, "Shouldn't you be on duty in the inner court at this time?" Royal Prince did go to the inner court, but he immediately returned after hearing some things. Thanks to his status, no one in the inner court dared to stop him. He came to the desk and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was concentrating on practicing calligraphy. He understood that he wasn't really sick these days. He just didn't attend court on purpose. "Grandfather, have you heard about Grandaunt?" he asked. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't look at him. He wrote the character for Shan. "This isn't something you should worry about." Royal Prince looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with burning eyes. "This isn't something I should worry about." "Then what about Grandfather?" "Grandfather, aren't you worried? Something so serious happened to the Empress Dowager. Shouldn't Grandfather come out to protect her reputation and go to the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice to find evidence of her being slandered?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's brush paused. He glanced at him. "How do you know it's slander?" Royal Prince said seriously, "The Empress Dowager wouldn't do such a thing. If she wanted His Majesty's life, she wouldn't have waited until now. Grandfather knows the Empress Dowager's methods better than I do." Grand Tutor Zhuang asked, "So what?" Royal Prince looked deeply at Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Grandfather, are you planning to stand by and watch?" Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't admit or deny it. "I'm doing this for the Zhuang family." Royal Prince sneered. "For the Zhuang family? What for the Zhuang family? Without the Empress Dowager's protection, can the Zhuang family still be the Zhuang family of the past?" Grand Tutor Zhuang slammed the brush on the table. "Then do you think the Empress Dowager is still the Empress Dowager of the past? She drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family long ago." Royal Prince clenched his fists and said bitterly, "So Grandfather just watched and didn't save her? She's your younger sister. After her biological father sold his daughter and sent her to that man-eating palace, after she lost her only flesh and blood, after she had licked her wounds and racked her brains for the Zhuang family for so many years, her grandfather had abandoned her just like that. Grandfather only remembers the year she drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family, but he doesn't remember the decades when the Zhuang family ate her flesh and blood." Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, "Enough." Royal Prince wasn't intimidated by Grand Tutor Zhuang's anger. He looked disappointedly at Grand Tutor Zhuang, whom he had respected for so many years. "Grandfather, when I was 8 years old, you sent me to Qin country as a hostage. The Empress Dowager tried her best to stop you. She said that it was enough for the Zhuang family to have her and that there was no need to sacrifice more people. What did Grandfather tell me?" "Grandfather, you said that it was too hard for the Empress Dowager to support the Zhuang family alone. She couldn't bear everything alone. So I went. I was humiliated all those years in Qin country, but I never regretted it. But now I regret it. Grandfather, you didn't do it for the Empress Dowager or the Zhuang family. You only did it for yourself." These words were harsh, but Grand Tutor Zhuang was past the age to argue with the younger generation. He suppressed his anger and continued to write a few words. He said, You're my most outstanding grandson and the future heir of the Zhuang family. I hope you can understand your identity. Identity. Royal Princeton laughed at himself and didn't say anything else to Grand Tutor Zhuang. He had already understood his grandfather's meaning. It was useless to say more. It was better to save his energy. Grand Tutor Zhuang called out to him, "Where are you going?" Royal Princeton turned around and said coldly, "Grandfather doesn't care about the Empress Dowager. Then I can only save the Empress Dowager myself. I'm going to reverse the verdict for the Empress Dowager." Grand Tutor Zhuang threatened, "If you dare to take a step out of the Zhuang family, don't come back to see me again." Royal Princeton clenched his fingers and stepped over the threshold. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a low voice, "I mean what I say. Zhuang Yuheng, your identity was given by me. Your power and status were also given by me. Without me, without the identity of the Zhuang family's legitimate grandson, you, Zhuang Yuheng, are nothing in the capital. Think carefully. It's not hard for you to walk out of the manor today, but it won't be so easy for you to come back in the future." Royal Princeton heard this and retracted his foot. Grand Tutor Zhuang raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. "Don't go to the cabinet these few days. Stay at home." Before he could say the words rest, Royal Princeton lifted the hem of his robe and knelt on the ground. He put his hands on the ground and kowtowed heavily. With just one kowtow, his forehead turned red. "Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me." Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. Royal Princeton's eyes turned red. He kowtowed for the second time. "Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me." Blood seeped out of his forehead and his eyes were watery. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed. He shouted, "Zhuang Yuheng." Royal Princeton didn't stop. He kowtowed for the third time. His hot tears fell onto the cold floor. "Thank you, grandfather, for your love. Yuheng is unfilial." After he finished speaking, he stood up with his forehead full of blood. He turned around with a choked voice and ran into the night without looking back. Chapter 565. Princeton regretted it after he came out for a stroll. It was so cold and the road was so dark. He should have brought some money and warm clothes before leaving home. Now he was penniless, without a carriage, and even his trusted secret guard Wu Yang had been detained by his grandfather. Wu Yang was the person who went to Chen with him. He was 7 years older than him. He was both his secret guard and his playmate. He always thought that Wu Yang was completely loyal to him after going through so many hardships. Reality gave him a cruel blow. Unknowingly, he had wandered around the capital for several hours and fell several times. There were still many people on the street. However, for the first time in his life, he felt that the bustle had nothing to do with him. He walked through the busy streets and came to a small courtyard where he used to live. However, he was stopped by the servant inside when he was about to enter. The servant said awkwardly, "Prince, I just received orders from the Zhuang family. You are not allowed to enter the house." Very good. Very good. He couldn't even stay in the courtyard. If he couldn't stay here, there were other places. Princeton went to 3 residences under the Zhuang family's name in a row. Without exception, he was rejected. Princeton couldn't even enter the restaurants and inns where he was treated as a guest. First, he didn't have money. This wasn't the main point. In the past, he didn't have money and could do whatever he wanted in the capital. There were many people fighting to pay him. The second point was the main point. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered people to send messages to the restaurants and inns he went to. How did Grand Tutor Zhuang know his past like the back of his hand? Thank you, Wu Yang. After being rejected countless times, Princeton looked at the quiet sky and laughed until his shoulders trembled. His grandfather was right. Without the identity of the Zhuang family's grandson, he was nothing. Grand Tutor Zhuang probably wanted to use this method to force Royal Princeton back. Royal Princeton had been a sensible and obedient child since he was young. He had suffered and suffered, but he had not faced all of this alone. He had Wu Yang and many masters by his side. He had the Empress Dowager and Grand Tutor Zhuang behind him. Now he had nothing left. He couldn't even find a place to stay. It was sad and laughable. However, there was one thing that he was very thankful for, and that was that Gu Jiao had cured his eyes. He was no longer night blind. Otherwise, it would be an extravagant hope for him to even walk on the streets. The biting cold wind cut his face like a knife. At first he could still feel the pain, but gradually he became numb. After walking for a while, even his mind was numb. He had no idea where he was. When he realized where he was, his eyebrows twitched and he turned around to leave. Unfortunately, it was too late. A small mushroom head poked out from the door. Are you looking for someone? Royal Prince opened his mouth. The courtyard door was pushed open by the little bean, and the candlelight in the courtyard came in. The little bean saw his face clearly and said, "You're the big brother who came to my house. We've met in the countryside. Do you still remember me, brother?" Royal Prince was speechless. When Gu Jiao's family was still in the countryside, he went to their house. In order to meet the Empress Dowager, he went there more than once. But how long had it been? How could the little bean still remember him? Then, before Royal Prince passed by and didn't disturb them, the little bean rushed into the courtyard and shouted, "Brother-in-law, there's a guest at home." Royal Prince was shocked. Xiao Hing came over and said to little Jing Kong, "Do you want to sneak out to play again?" Little Jing Kong blinked guiltily. "I didn't." After saying that, he ran away. Xiao Hing looked at Royal Prince, who was trying his best to stay calm but was actually at a loss. He didn't know what to say. Royal Prince also felt guilty. Although he wasn't an adult according to the customs of the Zhao kingdom, he was going to get married and the ceremony would be brought forward. Soon he would be a real man. Men were all prideful, especially in front of love rivals and rivals. Royal Prince made up his mind not to let Xiao Hing see that he was a stray dog. He straightened his back and said with a strong aura, "I'm just passing by. I'm not here to be a guest. I'll leave first." Xiao Hing looked at him deeply and said, "Come in and sit." Royal Prince was stunned. Were they close? He was just passing by. Xiao Lulang actually invited him to sit in the room? Fine, I'll sit. Who's afraid of who? Royal Prince nodded without changing his expression and entered the room with Xiao Heng with a cold face. At this time the young men were running around in the courtyard. The front and back doors of the central room were open and there was no fire. Xiao Heng invited Royal Prince to sit on the chair by the table and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Royal Prince had been wandering the streets for the whole afternoon and half the night. He was cold and thirsty. He took the teacup and slowly took a sip. His stomach instantly warmed up. Xiao Heng sat opposite him. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" "I've eaten," Royal Prince said stubbornly. Gulp, he growled alone. Royal Prince An's face turned red. Xiao Heng called Yuya over and had her go to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Yuya looked back at Royal Prince a few times. Royal Prince thought, "Even if I'm handsome, you don't have to keep looking at me, right?" "Xiao Lulang, your servant girl doesn't know the rules." Grand Aunt went to Andy Lu's house to play cards. Old Chancellor went to serve tea in his private savings. They were not at home. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao to watch Grand Aunt play cards. Gu Xiaobao was excited when he saw the cards. Yao Shi didn't know why. Royal Prince drank his tea and looked around. Jiao Jiao is not here. Xiao Heng exposed him. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Indeed, she was not here. Royal Prince drank his tea to hide his awkwardness. Yuya cooked a bowl of noodles with smoked bamboo shoots and bacon. It was accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Royal Prince was the legitimate grandson of the Zhuang family. He usually ate all kinds of delicacies. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that this was the best noodles he had ever eaten. After a bowl of noodles, Royal Prince felt comfortable all over. Even his frozen toes were warm. He didn't leave a single drop of soup. He also finished all the pickled vegetables. He drank the tea and ate the noodles. If he stayed any longer, Royal Prince would feel embarrassed. Just as he was about to leave, little Jing Kong's frantic voice came from the room. This kind of voice usually only happened when Gu Jiao was out. When Gu Jiao was at home, he was very obedient. "Sit for a while. I'll go take a look." Xiao Heng got up and went to the west room. Little Jing Kong couldn't find anything again. He rummaged through his little treasure chest. His toys were scattered all over the floor. "What are you looking for?" Xiao Heng asked. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. "Xiao Jin. My Xiao Jin is missing. It's being naughty again." Xiao Heng got down and found the golden abacus under the bed. Then he pulled little Jing Kong to clean up the things on the floor. Royal Prince didn't mean to peek. It was just that he was facing the west room. It was hard not to see him. He didn't expect that an official from the imperial court would do something that only the servants would do at home. "Wasn't there a maid?" "It's late. You should take a bath." "I don't want to take a bath." Sure enough, when Gu Jiao wasn't here, he wasn't a good baby who liked to take a bath. Xiao Heng didn't want to spoil him. Xiao Heng came out to get water. He pointed to the study room and said to Royal Prince, "I'll give Jing Kong a bath first. Why don't you sit in the study room? It's warm there." Forget it. It was hard to refuse such kindness. He would just sit there for a while. When Xiao Lulang finished his work, he would bid him farewell. Thinking of this, Commandery Princeton entered Xiao Heng's study. Before Royal Princeton came, Xiao Heng had been in the study room. Therefore he lit a brazier and it was burning brightly. Xiao Heng went to the kitchen to get hot water. He carried it back and forth a few times. He also chopped some firewood and threw it into the stove. Royal Princeton was baffled. He worked in 2 yamens during the day and had to work at home. Why didn't he hire more servants? Wasn't he good at earning money? When he was in the Imperial College, he helped people recite poems and compose essays. Soon, Royal Princeton found that Xiao Heng was doing far more than that. There were a few homework books on the desk. Most of them were about little Jing Kong. The other half were about Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. So Xiao Lulang had to tutor his 3 brothers-in-law? Beside the homework was a thick stack of paper. The ink on the top few pages was still wet. It was obvious that they were written tonight. Royal Princeton glanced at it and was surprised to find that he didn't recognize the words on it. He didn't say that he was proficient in the 6 languages, but he knew a little. These weren't the words of the lower 3 kingdoms or the upper 3 kingdoms. Could it be Sanskrit? Royal Princeton didn't know Sanskrit, but he had seen Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures before. They didn't look like this. Amidst the screams and howls, Xiao Heng forcefully bathed the little boy. He put on his clothes and threw him into the bed. Xiao Heng took the bathwater out and cleaned up the room before returning to the study. Royal Princeton looked at the paper in his hand and said embarrassedly, "I just looked at it casually." "It's fine. Take a look." Xiao Heng entered the room. Royal Princeton pointed to the room next door. Is he like this every day?" Xiao Heng nodded. "He's like this when Jiao Jiao isn't here. Taking a bath was like fighting a war." Royal Princeton thought about how he was annoyed by the noise next door. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Lulang survived every day. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Lulang didn't have it easy either. "Alright, what are these?" Royal Princeton looked at the stack of papers on the table and asked. "Calculation," Xiao Heng said. "Calculation?" Royal Princeton frowned strangely. Xiao Heng looked at the paper in his hand. "The one you're looking at is for calculating the ancestral rate." Royal Prince N's expression became even more strange. Isn't ancestral rate calculated using the circle cutting method? He knew about the circle cutting method, but this obviously wasn't. Xiao Heng explained, "This is another method." Royal Princeton was still confused. Using these strange patterns? Xiao Heng thought seriously for a moment. Strictly speaking, they should be another language. Royal Princeton, another language? Outside of the 6 states? Tujue language? Xiao Heng, no, the Tujue uses the Jin language. There are some differences, but it's more or less the same. The reason had to be explained from the ancestors of the Tujue and the Jin. At that time it wasn't the Jin but the previous dynasty of the Jin. It was rumored that it was originally part of the Tujue, but later on the tribe became independent. However, it was also said that the Tujue was part of the previous dynasty of the Jin. This saying was recorded in the history books, but history belonged to the victors. Who could say that the previous dynasty of the Jin didn't let the historians change the history books? Royal Princeton was suddenly interested. He lowered his status and asked Xiao Heng for advice. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't be able to lower his face. Tonight. Who knew what was wrong with him tonight? Xiao Heng never hid anything. As long as someone sincerely asked for advice, he would tell them everything he knew. He was willing to teach them everything. He started with simple numbers and slowly talked about the basic formulas. Royal Princeton didn't know that arithmetic could be so interesting. He seemed to have opened the door to a new world and fell into it. Moreover, he seemed to understand why the students of the Imperial College and the Hanlin Academy were willing to ask Xiao Lulang for advice. Xiao Lulang never showed off his literary talent when teaching. What he taught was real knowledge that people could understand. Until now, he finally realized that Xiao Lulang didn't rely on connections to get to where he was today. Everything he had was obtained with his own ability. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Heng asked. Royal Princeton smiled. "When you became the new top scholar, I wasn't convinced by you." Xiao Heng looked at him. "Are you convinced by me now?" Royal Princeton opened his mouth and nodded. "You can say that." Xiao Heng put down the paper in his hand and saw through the appearance. He hit the nail on the head. "You can stay overnight. 1 tael of silver per night." Royal Princeton choked. Cough, talking about money hurts feelings. Xiao Heng said calmly, "On credit, 30% interest." "There was interest?" "Wait, how did you know I wanted to pay on credit?" Royal Princeton coughed softly. In which room? Xiaoheng raised his finger. Next door. Royal Prince An's face darkened. He couldn't lose face in front of Xiao Lulang. Let's make it clear first. I'm not homeless. It's just that I can't refuse your kindness. I'll reluctantly stay for one night. As he spoke, he went to the old chancellor's side like a proud peacock. The big rooms were all full. There was only one small room left. Until he crossed the threshold, he maintained the pride and nobility that a royal prince should have. After Xiaoheng left and closed the door for him, he subconsciously looked at himself in the bronze mirror. In the middle of the night there was a series of screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! This beggar with messy hair, a straw stuck in his head, a face full of dirt, his clothes torn open, and his sleeves torn 3 times was not him. Chapter 566. There are all the novels that can't be found on the internet here. After Prince An died on the spot for a full 3 seconds, Xiaoheng asked Yu to send a bottle of medicine. Prince An wanted to die even more. Gu Jiao treated Mo Qianxue and Hua Xiao's injuries in the medical center and returned to Bishui Alley with a small medicine box. Hua Xiao was originally next door to Mo Qianxue, but in order to better monitor Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue directly asked Gu Jiao to put the 2 of them in the same room. It was not Gu Jiao's room. Mo Qianxue didn't want others to live in Gu Jiao's room. Hua Xiao lay on the small bed. After using the bone-softening powder, she felt uncomfortable all over. She could only stare coldly at Mo Qianxue on the big bed. Mo Qianxue, you traitor. Mo Qianxue didn't speak. She sat at the head of the bed, back against the soft pillow, silently weaving the red rope she learned from little Jianghu. Hua Xiao laughed and said, "What? You dare to do but don't dare to admit it? Master shouldn't have trusted you so much. It was the lodge master who picked you up. In the end you betrayed young master." Mo Qianxue stopped weaving the red rope in her hand and glanced at her. "Hua Xiao, what do you know?" Hua Xiao said coldly, "Then tell me, what don't I know? Or did I say something wrong?" Mo Qianxue paused. "You didn't say anything wrong. Yes, I betrayed young master." Some things were relieved when she admitted it. She didn't want to accept the fact that she betrayed young master in the past, but when it really came to this point, there was nothing to argue about. She didn't carry out young master's order. In everyone's eyes, she betrayed young master. No one thought that she could actually jump out and testify against young master. She didn't do so. She couldn't kill Gu Jiao. She chose to escape or die, but she couldn't push young master to the death table. After all, young master was her master. Mo Qianxue said softly, "Hua Xiao, do you know? I almost died that night. In order to gain Gu Jiao's trust, young master ordered his men to be ruthless. I almost lost my life." Hua Xiao sneered, "Aren't you fine now? Young master is certain that the Miracle Hands Hall can cure you." Mo Qianxue shook her head. "You don't understand. If she hadn't given me her blood, she wouldn't have been able to do anything." Hua Xiao said indifferently, "It's just a matter of sacrificing a few drops of blood." Hua Xiao was not a doctor. She didn't understand that not everyone's blood type could be transfused with each other. Obviously, the young master of Immortal Music House didn't know, so the young master really didn't care about her life or death. Mo Qianxue said indifferently, "I can't be bothered to talk to you. Women were generally like this. It would be fine if they had a good quarrel, but this kind of quarrel halfway through was like punching a few balls of cotton." Hua Xiao said angrily, "Humph, our lives are young master's even if we die for young master, so what? You're just greedy for life and afraid of death." Mo Qianxue took a deep breath, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and continued to weave the red rope in her hand. Gu Jiao knew that she was an important witness, but Gu Jiao never forced her to testify against the young master. She didn't even mention this request. If the young master knew that she had the opportunity to testify against Gu Jiao, would the young master have scruples about whether she was willing or not, and whether she was embarrassed? Definitely not. She used to be like Hua Xiao, thinking that the whole meaning of life was to contribute to the master. She was not an independent individual, she was just a vassal of the master. Until she met Gu Jiao. How could Hua Xiao understand? She didn't get what she didn't want others to get, and she didn't believe that others could get it. No matter how Hua Xiao angered Mo Qianxue's words went in one ear and out the other, making Hua Xiao faint. Recently, there were a lot of cases in the capital and they were reversed again and again. First, Xian Le House colluded with the imperial princess, and then it was revealed that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Empress Dowager. The emperor wanted to punish the Empress Dowager, but who knew that the Empress Dowager disappeared? Minister Xing, as the Empress Dowager's henchman, was locked up in the Supreme Court. Assistant Minister Li made a meritorious report and temporarily replaced Minister Xing's position. To officially become Minister Xing, the emperor had to personally close the case, issue an edict and a series of other procedures. The imperial court was in turmoil and the people were uneasy. Grand Tutor Zhuang claimed that he was ill. The memorials to the imperial court were piled up like a mountain, and the pressure of the cabinet was all piled up on Grand Secretary Yuan's shoulders. The two assistants were both Grand Tutor Zhuang's confidants. This time, when something happened, the two of them were very negative. Fortunately, Grand Secretary Yuan was able to control them. It was just that it was a bit tiring, and for the first time Grand Secretary Yuan had the idea of appointing a junior assistant. Under normal circumstances, the cabinet didn't appoint a junior assistant. After the Grand Secretary stepped down, one of the two assistants would be chosen to become the new Grand Secretary. Only when the two assistants weren't enough would the position of junior assistant be added. The interests of the junior assistant conflicted with those of the assistants, as well as the powerful chain of interests behind the assistants, because it would often encounter strong opposition from the cabinet ministers. However, it was indeed a type of revolutionary new method, and as a result, it received the emperor's support. The monarch and his ministers competed with each other, and in the end they reached a clever balance, agreeing to establish a junior assistant. However, the position of junior assistant had many restrictions. First, the age couldn't exceed 20. Second, one had to be a scholar of 2 lists. Third, one had to have made great contributions to the court, or at least 2 years of experience as a Hanlin official. These conditions were too harsh to the extent where no one had ever met them. No, it wasn't that there hadn't been anyone. The Zhuang family was Zhuang Yuheng, 20 years of age, a scholar of 2 lists, second place in the new imperial examination. He had previously taken the crown prince's place as a hostage in Qin country, making great contributions. However, on one hand he was a member of the Zhuang family. On the other hand, Grand Secretary Yuan actually had another candidate he favored. Unfortunately, the conditions weren't met. Grand Secretary Yuan sighed regretfully. The two matters that gave Empress Xiao the most headaches recently were the emperor's illness and Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts. The emperor's head was injured, and the imperial doctors couldn't say when the emperor would wake up. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts, there was no progress either. There were checkpoints at the city gates. How high were the city walls? How high were the walls of Renshou Palace? Empress Xiao didn't believe that Empress Dowager Zhuang had the ability to fly out of the imperial city, so Empress Dowager Zhuang was definitely still in the city. Empress Xiao ordered Commander Fu to increase the search efforts. In the past few days, Princess Ningyan either stayed at Pure Flower's palace to accompany the emperor or went to Cunning Palace to pay respects to Empress Xiao. No one found her actions strange. One of her 2 backers in the imperial palace was gone, and the only remaining emperor was unconscious. If she didn't curry favor with Empress Xiao, how could she establish herself in the imperial palace in the future? In addition, her son Huang Fuxian didn't come out to cause trouble these days. She really was someone who understood the situation. In the afternoon, Princess Ningyan went to Empress Xiao's Cunning Palace again. Empress Xiao was checking on Qin Shuyu's homework in the warm room. Qin Shuyu was stuttering and absent-minded, giving Empress Xiao a headache. "Can you focus a bit more? I want to see Imperial Father," Qin Shuyu said pitifully. "Didn't I already take you to see him?" Qin Shuyu was the emperor's son. How could Empress Xiao not take him to see the emperor? She also took the crown prince. The crown prince was an adult. No matter how sad he was, he could only cry secretly. Qin Shuyu, on the other hand, would cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf when he pounced on the emperor. Those who didn't know would think that his imperial father had already passed away and he was mourning for his imperial father. Empress Xiao didn't dare to take him there anymore. A young eunuch stuck his head in at the door. Eunuch Su walked over and asked him a few questions. When he came back he reported, Princess Ningyan is here." Empress Xiao frowned. "Take the 7th prince to the study and let him carry him properly. I'll check on him later." "Yes." Eunuch Su took Qin Shuyu's hand and led him to the study. Princess Ningyan walked in. After returning to the imperial palace to recuperate, she lived a life of luxury. It was no longer as hard as it was at the border. Princess Ningyan's face had turned pale and her hands were much more tender. How are your injuries? Empress Xiao asked. She winked at the young maid. The young maid brought a stool and placed it next to Empress Xiao. Princess Ningyan looked at her right arm and said with a smile, "It's fine. Thank you for your concern." "Sit down," Empress Xiao said. Princess Ningyan sat down slowly. The young maid served hot tea. Princess Ningyan took the teacup with her left hand and took a sip. She pretended to ask casually, "Sister-in-law, is there any news about my imperial mother?" Princess Ningyan and Empress Xiao used to have a good relationship. It was just that they hadn't seen each other for many years and Huang Fuxian always bullied Qin Chuyu. That was why Empress Xiao was dissatisfied with Princess Ningyan. Now Princess Ningyan had saved the emperor and treated her respectfully. Moreover, Princess Ningyan was on the emperor's side. This made Empress Xiao and Princess Ningyan less unhappy. Empress Xiao shook her head. "Not yet." Princess Ningyan paused and said, "Sister-in-law, I don't know if I should say something." Empress Xiao said, "Go ahead." Princess Ningyan said in a low voice, "A few days before the incident, I saw Lord Xiao in my imperial mother's study. He came for the case of Xian Luju." Empress Xiao frowned. Princess Ningyan continued, "I don't mean to suspect Lord Xiao. It's just that my imperial mother has a good relationship with Lord Xiao." "Could it be?" Empress Xiao's eyes darkened. "Could it be what? Are you suspecting that Xiao Lulang has something to do with the assassination of the emperor, or that Xiao Lulang is harboring Empress Dowager Zhuang?" Princess Ningyan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Empress Xiao's good impression of Princess Ningyan disappeared. Xiao Lulang is the new top scholar promoted by the emperor. He is loyal to the emperor. It's impossible for him to collude with the Empress Dowager to harm the emperor. Are you kidding? His Majesty is Aheng's uncle, her uncle. Aheng will harm anyone but the emperor. Princess Ningyan lowered her eyes. "Sister-in-law, don't be agitated. I am too worried about my brother. I hope to find my imperial mother one day. After all, she cares for me. I hope to persuade her to repent and be saved." Empress Xiao said coldly, "In short, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Lulang. I won't allow anyone to slander her by insinuations. Don't mention this again in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Princess Ningyan looked at the tea in the teacup. Her tone was weak, but her eyes were calm. "Ningyan will remember." Empress Xiao pressed her aching temples and reached out to pick up the tea on the table. "Serve the tea and send the guest off." Princess Ningyan was very sensible and handed the tea to the little palace maid. She got up and bowed to Empress Xiao, saying, "Sister-in-law, Ningyan will go to visit my brother first. I will come to pay my respects to you tomorrow." Empress Xiao responded faintly. Princess Ningyan was about to turn around when she thought of something. She said, "By the way, sister-in-law, the servants who served Xian'er at the border have arrived. At the time the army left in a hurry. They had to say goodbye to their families, so they set off a few days later. Can they continue to serve Xian'er?" Empress Xiao said carelessly, "You can arrange it yourself. They were just servants." She could go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to register them. She wouldn't make things difficult for the mother and son over such a small matter. Princess Ningyan glanced at the high and mighty Empress Xiao, but the latter didn't look at her directly. Princess Ningyan looked down, bowed, and left Kunning Palace. Unexpectedly, on her way to Pure Flowers Palace, she ran into Qin Chuyu, who had snuck out. Because he had snuck out, only Qin Chuyu was there. Princess Ningyan looked at him with narrowed eyes. Empress Xiao's arrogant attitude flashed through her mind. She coldly curled her lips and walked toward Qin Chuyu. "Little Qi, what are you doing?" "Auntie Ningyan," Qin Chuyu greeted her. Although Huang Fuxian was annoying, Ningyan had never bullied Qin Chuyu. Princess Ningyan smiled and said, "Did you sneak out?" Qin Chuyu felt wronged. "Yes, they didn't allow me to see Imperial Father." Princess Ningyan asked again, "Did anyone see you on the way?" Qin Chuyu shook his head like a rattle drum. "No. I was very careful." Princess Ningyan's smile deepened. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Qin Chuyu nodded. He was very sure. Princess Ningyan raised her hand and gently patted Qin Chuyu's head. She said gently, "Little Qi is really an amazing prince. You didn't even get discovered. It seems like no one knows that you came here." Qin Chuyu looked at her smile and for some reason he felt scared. "Why is your smile so strange?" "I'm so scared." Princess Ningyan pinched his chubby little face. "Don't be scared. I'll take you to a place." Qin Chuyu decisively refused. "I'm not going. I want to see Imperial Father." Princess Ningyan said gently, We're on the way to see your imperial father. Qin Shiyu thought for a moment. Okay, then. Princess Ning'an took Qin Shiyu's chubby little hand and expressionlessly pulled him to the pond. The pond in the imperial palace wasn't as deep as the imperial liquid pond, but it could still drown people. Qin Shiyu became more and more confused. This isn't the way to the imperial palace. This is a shortcut. Princess Ning'an stopped at the edge of the pond. Do you see what's over there? What? Qin Shiyu took a step forward. Princess Ning'an stared at his back without blinking. She reached out her hand coldly and gave him a hard shove. Mother. A demonic voice suddenly sounded not far away. Qin Shiyu would recognize the owner of this voice even if he turned into ashes. It was Huang Fuxian. That annoying little cousin. Qin Shiyu's hair stood on end. The fear of being bullied flooded his heart. Almost instinctively he used his own unique secret, the peerless running technique. Whoosh! Qin Shiyu ran away. Princess Ning'an didn't expect the little chubby in front of her to run away. She wanted to pull back her hand but it was too late. Her push missed and her body fell forward into the cold pond with a splash. Chapter 567. The lake water in the first month was bone-chilling. Even though Princess Ning'an could swim, she was still frozen to the point of almost losing consciousness. Coupled with the heavy winter clothes, she couldn't swim at all. By the time Princess Ning'an finally managed to swim ashore, she was already half dead. The little fatty who caused her to fall into the water was long gone. Huang Fuxian didn't run away. He just sat in a wheelchair by the shore. Princess Ning'an lay in the grass, trembling and gasping for breath. After a long while, she finally had the strength to speak. Who allowed you to come out? Princess Ning'an had already grounded Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian said, I came out of my own accord. They couldn't stop me. Huang Fuxian did whatever he wanted and threatened to kill her. Who in the palace could stop him? The injuries on Princess Ning'an's right arm and forehead were real. The injury on her forehead was lighter and had already healed. However, her right arm had been stabbed by a knife and needed several stitches. Just now, when she flopped in the water, the wound split open again. Blood seeped into her wet sleeves and dyed a large patch red. Princess Ning'an endured the piercing pain and gritted her teeth to get up. She walked shakily to Huang Fuxian and gasped. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Huang Fuxian met her cold gaze and said fearlessly, I just saw Mother and wanted to say hello. Princess Ning'an raised her hand to slap Huang Fuxian. Unfortunately, she didn't have much strength left. Before the slap landed on Huang Fuxian's face, she fell to the ground first. When Lian came out to find Huang Fuxian and found this place, Princess Ning'an had already fainted. Princess Ning'an slept for 4 hours before waking up. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to teach Huang Fuxian a lesson. Princess, you should at least put on some clothes. Lian took the cloak and chased after her. Don't come in. Princess Ning'an locked Lian outside the door. She ignored the pain from her wound and came to the bed aggressively. Just as she was about to vent her anger, she found that something was wrong. Huang Fuxian's condition was not very good. To be exact, it was very bad. His entire face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. His consciousness seemed to be drifting. Princess Ning'an suddenly panicked. She changed her terrifying aura and sat down by the bed. She held Huang Fuxian's hand and touched his forehead. Xian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Huang Fuxian was tortured half to death by the pain of his broken limbs, but he did not say a word. He just silently endured the pain of his flesh being pierced by the bones. Princess Ning'an choked and said, Xian, talk to your mother. Don't sleep. I don't want you to leave Mother too. Mother cannot lose you. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? As she spoke, she turned around and shouted towards the door, Imperial Physician. Summon the Imperial Physician. Huang Fuxian finally opened his eyes and looked at her. He used most of his willpower to endure the pain and said weakly, Stop, Mother. Princess Ning'an's emotions stopped abruptly. What did you say? Huang Fuxian's breath was drifting. I will be filial to you, for the rest of my life. I will be filial to you. I will not be angry with you. I will not make you angry. I will be your good son. Let's leave here, go far away, to a place where no one knows, just like, when I was young, when I liked you. Princess Ning'an expressionlessly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. They killed your father, killed your grandmother, and destroyed the great cause that should have belonged to you. I don't want those. Huang Fuxian grabbed her hand. The pain was eating away at him. His eyes were red. I only want you, let's leave here, okay? No. Princess Ningyan coldly withdrew her hand. She stood up and looked down at the pale Huang Fuxian. Live well. When you grow up, leave an heir for your father. Then she turned and left the room. Lian came over with the imperial physician. She looked at her mistress strangely. Princess? What's wrong? Princess Ningyan didn't answer her. Instead, she said, let the imperial physician take a look. Yes. Lian brought the imperial physician into the room. Princess Ningyan returned to her room. Not long after, Lian anxiously reported, Princess, the young master is not cooperating. The imperial physician is not allowed to treat him. Princess Ningyan said indifferently, I see that he has so much strength. He should be fine for a while. I won't treat him. Just let him be in pain. Lian opened her mouth. Princess. Princess Ningyan's eyes flickered. Send an imperial physician to guard him. Princess Ningyan's expression was extremely cold. She quietly stood in front of the window and looked at the courtyard that was as still as snow. Then she looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Suddenly she seemed to have made a decision. She turned and walked in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei had just finished wiping His Majesty's body and was about to go to the small kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he walked into the garden, a figure suddenly appeared and covered his mouth. He was so shocked that he started whimpering. It's me. The other person said in a small voice. Eunuch Wei was stunned. The other person removed his hand. Eunuch Wei turned around and said in surprise, Eunuch Qin? Shu. Eunuch Qin made a shushing gesture and pulled him behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei was puzzled. Didn't you escape? Why are you still in the palace? Eunuch Qin said, I originally planned to leave that day, but I was still worried and decided to stay. Eunuch Wei clicked his tongue and said, Aren't you afraid of being caught? Eunuch Qin said, I've worked in the palace for so many years. It's not hard to find a place to hide. Eunuch Wei glared at him. Even so, you shouldn't have come here. It's too dangerous. I'll keep an eye on the palace people for you. Hurry and leave. Don't come here again. If Eunuch Wei could still say this, it meant that he hadn't betrayed him. Eunuch Qin inwardly sighed in relief. To be honest, he had gathered a great deal of courage to come find Eunuch Wei. He was worried that if Eunuch Wei really did betray him, then his appearance would spell his death. Eunuch Qin looked around and lowered his voice. Tell me what exactly happened in the imperial study that day. How did His Majesty become like this? Also, what's up with His Majesty's shadow dragon guards? Who's there? When Princess Ningyan passed by the small garden of Pure Flower's palace, she saw a sneaky figure behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei awkwardly walked out from behind the large tree. Princess. Princess Ningyan asked suspiciously, what are you doing sneaking around there? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, this one lost the key and was looking around. Did you find it? Princess Ningyan asked. No, Eunuch Wei said regretfully. Princess Ningyan coldly hooked her lips and walked towards Eunuch Wei. A trace of unconcealable panic flitted across Eunuch Wei's face. Princess Ningyan walked closer and saw the other figure on the ground. Her eyes turned cold. Hurry and get out here. That figure timidly walked out. Princess Ningyan frowned. You are? Eunuch Wei hurriedly blocked the person behind him and begged, Princess, this servant didn't do it on purpose. This servant won't dare to do it again, this servant? Princess Ningyan looked at Eunuch Wei's hand grabbing the other person's wrist and realized something. She burst out laughing. So Eunuch Wei is also into food. The palace really does prohibit it, but this princess is kind-hearted and didn't see anything tonight. Eunuch Wei pulled the palace maid behind him to kneel. Many thanks, princess. Many thanks, princess. Eunuch Qin only walked out from behind the large tree after Princess Ningyan went to the emperor's sleeping quarters. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. This person can be trusted, right? Eunuch Qin was referring to the palace maid that had been pulled in at the last minute to put on a show. She can be trusted, don't worry, Eunuch Wei said. Who didn't have a few trusted subordinates. She was the one who had reported that Princess Ningyan had entered Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei. Princess Ningyan's indifferent voice came from inside the sleeping quarters. Coming. Eunuch Wei hurriedly gestured to Eunuch Qin to leave quickly. Eunuch Qin looked at the emperor's sleeping quarters, then walked out of Pure Flower's palace with a dark expression. Princess. Eunuch Wei cheerfully walked up to Princess Ning, and Princess Ning sat on the emperor's chair and put down the finished imperial edict. She said to Eunuch Qin, "All right, use the imperial jade seal to stamp it." This. Eunuch Wei stared at the imperial edict and his eyes widened. Princess. Princess Ning smiled. What? Did I write something wrong? His Majesty's body is not well and he can't personally govern. The Empress Dowager also colluded to plot against His Majesty. The country can't go a day without a ruler. Is there anything wrong with letting the Crown Prince handle court affairs in His Majesty's place? Isn't this the rule set by the old ancestor? This is the rule set by the old ancestor, but your last sentence is against the rules. How can you go to court to supervise the country? Eunuch Wei tried his best to dissuade her. The Empress probably won't admit it so easily. Princess Ning sneered. She'll either admit to everything written on the imperial edict or not. I bet she'll let her son personally govern the country. Of course Empress Xiao would let the Crown Prince personally govern, even if the price was another Princess Ning to supervise the country. Empress Xiao probably didn't care about this widowed princess who had been acting subservient in front of her recently. If she was going to supervise the country, then so be it. If she was unhappy one day, she could have the Crown Prince remove Ning An's authority at any time. But would things really go so smoothly? Ning An wasn't a sheep, she was a wolf. It was hard to say whether it was the Crown Prince who removed Ning An's authority or if it was Ning An who removed the Crown Prince. Back then, Empress Dowager Zhuang had used her authority to supervise the country step by step to cover the sky in court. Eunuch Wei wanted to cry. It's over, it's really over now. At night, an eagle circled above the imperial palace. It let out a cold cry and flew into the night sky. The next morning, Empress Xiao received news that she was to head to Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei was going to read the imperial edict. Empress Xiao washed up and dressed neatly before heading to Pure Flower's palace with a complicated expression. Eunuch Wei was already waiting in the main hall of Pure Flower's palace. Empress Xiao walked over angrily and said in a low voice, "Did His Majesty wake up again last night? Didn't this Empress tell you to immediately report to this Empress as soon as His Majesty woke up? Are you treating this Empress's words like the wind?" Eunuch Wei thought, "It's not that I want to treat your words like the wind, but Princess Ning An didn't give me any time to prepare." By the time I entered, she had already finished drafting the imperial edict. If you rushed over, the result would have been the same. Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "This was His Majesty's will. This servant can't do anything about it. Please forgive this servant, Empress." Empress Xiao glared at him coldly. "Wei Quan, you're very daring." Eunuch Wei felt bitter inside, but he didn't say anything. Not long later, the Crown Prince also came over in confusion. Imperial Mother? Imperial Son? Empress Xiao frowned. Why was the Crown Prince also here? Could it be that the imperial edict was related to the Crown Prince? Empress Xiao looked indifferently at Eunuch Wei. "This Empress and the Crown Prince are both here. You can announce the edict." Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. "This is an important matter. His Majesty wants to announce the edict in front of the Empress and all the imperial concubines. Those who could bear the title of imperial concubine were at least standard third-rank noble concubines or above. Soon, noble consort Zhuang, noble consort Shu, noble consort Yu, and all the imperial concubines arrived at Pure Flower's palace one after another. Princess Ning An also came. There were enough people here, so everyone thought she was also called here to listen to the imperial edict and didn't pay too much attention to her. Seeing that everyone was here, Eunuch Wei unfolded the imperial edict in his hand. Everyone hear the edict? Everyone led by Empress Xiao knelt on the ground. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that we have ascended the throne for 21 years. Although we have worked tirelessly day and night, we have bowed to the Emperor. Today we are bedridden and our dragon body is lacking in health. The Crown Prince is of noble character and deeply respects us. From today onwards, the Crown Prince will take over the court and temporarily govern the country." Hearing this, Empress Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was an imperial edict to help the Crown Prince ascend the throne. The other imperial concubines were also very shocked when they heard the contents of the imperial edict. However, they weren't shocked that the Crown Prince would temporarily govern the country, but rather that the Emperor would hand over his authority. This meant that the Emperor was too ill. It was even possible that he would fall sick forever. Back then, the previous Emperor had been like this, also. Eunuch Wei cleared his throat. Everyone was shocked. Also? The crown prince is still young and has just started governing the country. We are also worried and have specially appointed him as regent. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth, a trace of extreme fear flashing through his eyes. What do you mean? The crown prince asked. Princess Ning An's lips curved imperceptibly. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, he steeled his heart and read out the words on the imperial edict. Princess Xingyang will be regent. Princess Ning An was struck by a bolt from the blue. Chapter 568. The rest of the people didn't have as big of a reaction as Princess Ning'an, but they were also very strange. His Majesty? Why did he let a princess govern the country? The one who asked was noble consort Zhuang. If it was revealed today that Princess Ning'an would govern the country, she would also ask the same question. Since Empress Dowager Zhuang was the Empress Dowager, she had set a precedent for a woman to govern the country. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang was the empress, and Princess Xingyang was only a princess. Moreover, she didn't hear that His Majesty loved this princess very much. The relationship between the emperor and Princess Xingyang was indeed not very close. The marriage between Princess Xingyang and Marquis Xianping was arranged by the emperor. Most people didn't know that the emperor was actually following the will of the late emperor, so the husband and wife didn't get along well. It was inevitable that people would think that the emperor randomly matched them. Princess Xingyang probably had complaints about the emperor in her heart. Everyone thought so. So why did the emperor let her govern the country? This imperial edict isn't fake, is it? Noble consort Zhuang's mouth really didn't have a lock. She dared to say anything. Empress Xiao was the first to have a black face. She stood up and looked coldly at noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort, what do you mean? The imperial edict is clearly written in black and white and is stamped with the imperial seal of the Zhao country. Do you not believe in the imperial seal of the Zhao country, or His Majesty's decree? The imperial edict had the part where the crown prince was the regent. If she said it was fake, wouldn't she also deny the crown prince? Empress Xiao didn't care who was the regent. In short, the crown prince had to replace His Majesty in the imperial court. Noble consort Zhuang laughed and said, "Who knows if someone stole His Majesty's imperial seal while he was unconscious and then wrote an imperial edict? Isn't that right? Eunuch Wei?" Eunuch Wei's temples suddenly jumped. Noble consort Zhuang, oh noble consort Zhuang, you're usually so stupid. How come you're smart today? That's right, that's the truth. But unfortunately, I can't admit it. Empress Xiao said seriously, Eunuch Wei, tell us about the whole process of His Majesty's imperial edict. This? Eunuch Wei looked at the imperial edict that was obviously still in Princess Ning'an's handwriting and braced himself to say, when His Majesty woke up, Princess Ning'an was also there. His Majesty had Princess Ning'an draft the imperial edict on his behalf and had this old servant bring the imperial jade seal to stamp it. Noble consort Zhuang sneered, let Princess Ning'an write the imperial edict? Why is it that every time His Majesty wakes up, Princess Ning'an is there? When we go to visit His Majesty never wakes up. This was referring to the matter of the emperor asking Princess Ning'an to draft an imperial edict to punish the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao said coldly, that's because you can't wake His Majesty up. Don't you know whether His Majesty wants to see you or not? Wasn't that right? These women in the harem added together were not as important as Princess Ning, and noble consort Zhuang was completely choked and had no words to refute. Princess Ning, and, is this the imperial edict you wrote last night? Empress Xiao asked Eunuch Wei to pass the imperial edict to Princess Ning, and Princess Ning, and took it and looked at it carefully. It was her handwriting without any flaws. But she would never confuse her own title with Xingyang's. So the imperial edict had been swapped. But even if she told the truth at this time, no one would believe her. Not to mention, it was not a tenable truth. Princess Ning'an held the imperial edict so tightly that the veins on her hands bulged. Eunuch Wei was frightened. Princess Ning'an wouldn't think that he did it, right? In all honesty, he hadn't touched the imperial edict after putting it in the brocade box last night. Who the hell knew how Ning'an had turned into Xingyang? Princess Ning'an took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, replying to sister-in-law yes. Empress Xiao raised her eyebrows. Princess Ning'an and Eunuch Wei are loyal to His Majesty. You should believe their words. Moreover, the crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by beheading. Who would dare to pass a false imperial edict? Eunuch Wei thought, there are many people who pass false imperial edicts. Would you believe that there is only one in front of you? Princess Ningyan said, it seems that Princess Xingyang hasn't returned to the capital yet. If she hadn't returned to the capital, there was still room for negotiation. If they could draft an imperial edict, they could draft a second one, a third one, or even find a reason to remove her title of regent. It wasn't difficult at all. But before she could finish speaking, she heard the young eunuch at the door rush over, panting, Princess Xingyang has arrived. Princess Ningyan. Everyone stood up and looked towards the entrance of Pure Flower's palace. Under the golden light of dawn, Princess Xingyang, dressed in a light golden muslin palace robe and a bamboo hat, slowly walked over with the support of a young maidservant. Princess Xingyang's beauty was well known throughout the world. Even though she had passed the most beautiful years of her life, she was still unbelievably beautiful. But today she wore a bamboo hat with a muslin veil, hiding her devastatingly beautiful face. Even so, her every movement still had the bearing of a member of the imperial family that made it hard for people to look away. There were 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, but it had to be said that no man would look at Princess Xingyang when she appeared. Princess Xingyang gracefully walked towards Empress Xiao. Just as she was about to greet her, she accidentally stepped on her skirt and fell in front of Empress Xiao, prostrating herself on the ground. Empress Xiao. There's no need for that. Why aren't you helping your master up? Eunuch Su scolded the young maidservant. The young maidservant pursed her lips and bent down to pick up Princess Xingyang. That's right, she was picking her up. Her movements were rough, and there was even a trace of disdain in her eyes. Eunuch Su. Princess Xingyang straightened her clothes and said to Empress Xiao, greetings to the Empress. Empress Xiao nodded. The Crown Prince came over and bowed to Princess Xingyang. Empress Xiao said to Princess Xingyang, you came back just in time. There is an imperial edict to announce to you, but why are you wearing this? A few days ago I ate something wrong and had an allergic reaction, so I have a lot of rashes. It's hard to see people. As she spoke, Princess Xingyang lifted her veil, revealing her chin covered in rashes. Empress Xiao only took one look and felt scared. She quickly waved her hand and wiped the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. Okay, be careful when you eat. Receive the imperial edict. The person accompanying Princess Xingyang wasn't her personal maid, Yujin, but an unfamiliar maidservant. However, Empress Xiao didn't care about Princess Xingyang's affairs, so she didn't bother to ask. Eunuch Wei read the imperial edict to Princess Xingyang alone. Princess Xingyang knelt, but the young maidservant didn't. No one at the scene realized that something was wrong. By the time everyone reacted, Princess Xingyang had already received the imperial edict. Xingyang receives the imperial edict. Long live the emperor. Then she turned her head and handed her noble jade-like hand to the young maidservant behind her. She said in a tone of voice, help this princess up. The young maidservant pulled her up with a look of disgust, almost ripping her arm off. Princess Xingyang's veil was mesh-like. The inside couldn't be seen from the outside, but the outside could be seen from the inside. She looked at Princess Ningyan and asked in confusion, I am Ningyan, Princess Ningyan said to her calmly. Princess Xingyang nodded. So it's little sister Ningyan. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Ningyan curtsied. Princess Xingyang nodded in return. Empress Xiao said to everyone, okay, there's nothing else here. You can all leave. Princess Xingyang said, I'll go in and see His Majesty. Okay, Empress Xiao agreed. Princess Xingyang had returned from outside the city. It was reasonable for her to pay respects to the emperor. The crown prince would go to court tomorrow. Empress Xiao had too many things to take care of, so she left with the crown prince. Noble consort Zhuang and the others naturally had to leave as well. When Princess Ningyan turned to return to Bixia Hall, she was stopped by Princess Xingyang. Princess Ningyan stopped and looked at her. Sister Xingyang, do you have any other orders? Princess Xingyang said in a concerned tone, you don't look well. Are you sick? Princess Ningyan pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Eunuch Wei hurriedly explained, Princess Xingyang, you don't know. Not long ago His Majesty was attacked by an assassin. It was Princess Ningyan who took the blow for His Majesty. Princess Ningyan must have not recovered from her injuries. Princess Xingyang said, I see. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in less than a month after I left the capital. Little sister Ningyan placed righteousness before family and risked her life to protect His Majesty. It's truly admirable. If little sister Ning'an doesn't mind, why don't you come with me to see His Majesty? We sisters haven't seen each other in many years. It's a good opportunity to catch up. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xingyang strangely. When did Princess Xingyang become so enthusiastic? His gaze instinctively swept over Princess Xingyang's body. When his gaze landed on Princess Xingyang's slender hand that held the imperial edict, his temples twitched violently. What was going on? Princess Xingyang had a hand. Princess Ning'an hesitated. Just as she was about to refuse, Princess Xingyang grabbed her wrist through her sleeve. Little sister Ning'an, you're not going to refuse me, are you? Naturally, she couldn't refuse in public. Princess Ning'an's backers in the palace fell one after another. Of course, she couldn't refuse Princess Xingyang, who had just been appointed regent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with her image of trying to please Empress Xiao. Princess Ning'an said, "How could I? Let's go in." Princess Xingyang held Princess Ning'an's hand and stepped into the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xingyang's back and rubbed his eyes hard. Was he seeing things? What woman would have hand hair? A cold wind blew, blowing up Princess Xingyang's veil. She just happened to turn her head. Eunuch Wei took a closer look and almost fell to the ground. Princess Xingyang not only had hand hair, she also had an Adam's apple? Chapter 569. The three of them entered the bedchamber. During this time, Princess Ning and also looked at Princess Xingyang strangely several times. Obviously, she also felt that Princess Xingyang was strange. However, Princess Ning and Princess Xingyang weren't close before they got married. After they got married, they were at different ends of the world. Not familiar with each other meant that there was no reason to suspect. There were many palace servants on duty in the bedchamber. Princess Xingyang called Eunuch Wei in and said, "Take them away first. I want to be alone with Imperial Brother and Princess Ning'an." "Ah yes." Eunuch Wei suppressed the fear in his heart and secretly glanced at Princess Xingyang's hand. "Oh my, it really is there." He pretended to drop the token on the ground and used the time he squatted down to pick it up to look at Princess Xingyang's Adam's apple under her bamboo hat. "Oh my, she really does have an Adam's apple." He hadn't carefully looked at Princess Xingyang before. Today was such a coincidence that he saw everything he shouldn't see. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Marquis Xianping. Eunuch Wei took the palace servants away. Only the sleeping emperor and the two princesses were left in the room. "Oh, I'm so tired." Princess Xingyang let go of Princess Ning'an's hand and found a chair to sit down. Then she ordered arrogantly, "Xiao Yu, pour me some tea." The servant girl called Xiao Yu, ignored her and walked to the dragon bed and grabbed the emperor's wrist. "What are you doing?" Princess Ning and grabbed the servant girl's wrist. Princess Xingyang's expression changed and she stood up. "You dare grab her wrist? Aren't you afraid she'll send you flying with a slap?" The servant girl looked indifferently at Princess Ning'an's hand. For some reason, Princess Ning and felt this gaze was inexplicably familiar and made her shudder. "Okay, Xiao Yu, there's nothing else for you to do here. Go make me some tea." Princess Xingyang unobtrusively separated the two people's hands and shielded the servant girl behind her. She waved her hand behind her back. The servant girl slapped the back of her hand. It was a little painful. Princess Xingyang smiled and once again took Princess Ning'an's wrist. She whispered, "Let's go sit over there and talk." Princess Ning'an asked, "You're not here to see Imperial Brother?" Princess Xingyang chuckled and said, "Of course. What I meant was that you go sit over there and wait for me. After I'm done with my brother, I'll go and chat with you." Princess Ning and glanced at Princess Xingyang suspiciously. After all, she wasn't familiar with Princess Xingyang and wasn't sure if Princess Xingyang had been like this all these years. She didn't say anything and went to sit down on a chair. The young maidservant who was ordered to make tea also found a chair and sat down. Princess Ning'an, "Didn't you want to make tea?" "Oh my poor His Majesty, how did he get hurt so badly?" Princess Xingyang took out her handkerchief and reached into her veil to wipe away two non-existent tears. She then beckoned to the young maidservant, "Xiao Yu, come and watch over His Majesty. If His Majesty wakes up, call me. I want to have a few intimate words with Sister Ning'an." The young maidservant gave her a sidelong glance. She had gone overboard. The young maidservant came to the bedside. Princess Xingyang choked out, "Watch over His Majesty carefully." Young maidservant. Princess Xingyang came to Princess Ning'an's side and asked sadly, "Sister Ning'an, quickly tell me what happened these past few days?" Princess Ning'an looked in the direction of the dragon bed. Princess Xinyang blocked her with her broad body. Sister, tell me. I'm listening. Princess Ning'an frowned but still told her what had happened. It was nothing more than an assassin trying to assassinate His Majesty, and His Majesty was smashed in the head and fell into a coma. It's getting late. I should go back and take care of Xianhe, Princess Ning'an said as she stood up. I'll see you out, Princess Xinyang said. No need, Princess Ning'an declined. Princess Xinyang insisted on seeing her out. As they tugged and tugged, Princess Ning'an's skirt was stepped on by Princess Xinyang, and she fell forward. Princess Xinyang, who had been behind her, somehow flashed in front of her and caught her steadily. Are you all right, sister? I'm fine. Princess Ning'an straightened up. Thank you, sister. Princess Xinyang said apologetically, I'm sorry I stepped on your skirt. Princess Ning'an said, It's fine. Princess Xinyang sighed, I won't cause you any more trouble. You should hurry back and take care of Xian. I'll come see you when I have time. Okay. Princess Ning'an turned to leave. She had already crossed the threshold when she turned back to look at Princess Xinyang, her eyes filled with confusion. After confirming that Princess Ning'an was far away, only then did Princess Xinyang take off her bamboo hat, revealing an unfamiliar face covered in rashes. But how was it Xinyang? It was Gu Chengfeng. I can finally stand up straight. Gu Chengfeng stood up straight, and his skirt instantly shortened by a large chunk. He was taller than Princess Xinyang, and in order not to expose himself, he kept his legs bent. His calf Achilles tendons were sore. How is it? The young maidservant turned to ask her. The young maidservant was naturally not a young maidservant but Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a mask made of human skin. She couldn't make too much of an expression, or the mask would fall off. Gu Chengfeng didn't wear it because he had to speak and make a lot of expressions. If a piece of his face fell off, the scene would be quite frightening. The rashes on his face were drawn on. Have I ever made a mistake? Look at what this is. He raised his eyebrows proudly, reached out, and opened his palm to reveal a bronze key. This was the item he had stolen from Princess Ning'an earlier. There was another important reason why eunuch Qin didn't leave the palace with Empress Dowager Zhuang. He wanted to stay behind to investigate what Empress Dowager Zhuang had told him. After Princess Ning'an returned to the palace, she went to the nunnery. At first, Empress Dowager Zhuang thought she was missing her late mother and didn't think much of it. Later, she guessed that old concubine Jing had left something for Princess Ning'an before she died. Eunuch Qin searched until his head went bald. Finally he found a clue. It seems to be a key, Eunuch Qin said in the letter. Along with the letter, Little Nine brought back the imperial edict for Princess Ning'an to be a regent. Thus they came up with the plan of having Princess Xinyang be regent. Xiao Heng also thought of removing the regent position, but with Princess Ning'an's personality, she would probably make another imperial edict for herself. Thus, she still had to take the regent position. Why Princess Xinyang? First, Gu Chengfeng had seen her and heard her speak, so he didn't feel any pressure acting as her. Second, she had the golden whip bestowed by the late emperor. If anyone doubted it, Gu Chengfeng could take the whip to the throne room. Gu Chengfeng looked at the key and said, Say, what kind of key do you think this is? Old concubine Jing must have left something important for her daughter. Could it be a treasury for her daughter? Or was it a treasure trove? The kind that could rival a country's wealth. Or it could be an armory. Men and women had different hobbies. Women liked jewelry while men liked weapons. In Gu Chengfeng's eyes, an armory was something that excited him more than gold and silver. Gu Jiao said, Make a guess. It didn't cost any money anyway. Gu Chengfeng waved his hand. Forget it, I won't guess. Hurry up and think of a way to make a copy. We still have to send it back to her later. Gu Jiao took out a piece of dough wrapped in cloth from her sleeve, pressed the key into it and removed the mold. Then she handed it to him. Okay, you can return it to her now. Gu Chengfeng put away the key. Is His Majesty all right? Gu Jiao put the dough back into her sleeve. His head was severely injured and he was fed medicine again. His condition isn't too good. Can he still wake up? Gu Chengfeng asked. I don't know, Gu Jiao said. Gu Chengfeng sighed. Although it's not appropriate to say this, why do I feel like His Majesty deserves it? The emperor, who couldn't wake up but could hear everything clearly, was speechless. Gu Chengfeng continued to complain. Who told him not to spoil the person he should have and not trust the person he should have? What a waste of his eyes. Gu Jiao was measuring the emperor's blood pressure when she felt the changes on the blood pressure gauge. Gu Chengfeng said with a strong aura, "If it were up to me, Ning Anzing's stone was too light. She should have stabbed him a dozen more times so that he couldn't get out of bed for 7 or 8 years. Let's see if he still remembers." The emperor's blood pressure soared. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at Gu Chengfeng sympathetically. Gu Chengfeng grabbed a fruit and took a big bite. Then he crossed his legs and looked at Gu Jiao. "Why are you looking at me?" Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and looked at the blood pressure gauge that was about to explode. She put it away without batting an eyelid. Then she came to Gu Chengfeng's side, patted his shoulder, and put the bamboo hat on his head. "After we're done with this, find a place to hide. Also." She looked down at his collar. "Here it's crooked." When Eunuch Wei entered the bedchamber with a pot of brewed tea, he saw Princess Xingyang with her head lowered and her hands constantly rubbing her chest. Eunuch Wei was petrified on the spot. Chapter 570. Gu Qingfeng used to have a fake voice, but today was his first time cross-dressing. It was really hard for a straight man like him. Gu Qingfeng took a long time to make the two little fellows symmetrical. "Oh, not bad." He was quite satisfied. "Eunuch Wei, so you're this kind of Princess Xingyang?" Gu Jiao gave the emperor acupuncture to alleviate his condition, but the specific effects would have to be observed later. "Let's go," Gu Jiao said to Gu Qingfeng. And Gu Qingfeng switched to Princess Xingyang's voice in a second. He stood up and bent his knees, letting his gorgeous skirt drag on the ground. Then he elegantly reached out a hand. "Shall you, support this princess?" Gu Jiao didn't even look at that hand and walked past him. Gu Qingfeng, who was ignored, Gu Qingfeng forcefully recovered his dignity and said, "Xiao Yu is still so anxious to open the way for this princess. All right, you can open the door." Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark expression. "Can you not be so dramatic?" The two left Pure Flower's palace. Gu Qingfeng said, "I want to return the key to her. Wait for me outside Jade Cloud's hall." Gu Jiao glanced at him. "Is it convenient for you to wear this?" It was indeed a bit inconvenient. A woman's clothes were actually so troublesome. They were layered and bound from head to toe. He couldn't even move his legs. Gu Jiao reached out a hand. "I'll go. You wait for me in the Imperial Garden." Gu Qingfeng thought about it for a while. His clothes really hindered his movements. He handed the key to her and said, "Then be careful." Eunuch Qin said that there were more than 10 servants coming from the frontier fortress. They said that they used to serve Huang Fuxian. Does that little cripple need so many people to serve him? I think there's something fishy going on. Understood. Gu Jiao took the key and went to Jade Cloud's hall. Gu Jiao had never been to Baixia Hall, but it did not affect Eunuch Qin from drawing a picture of Baixia Hall for her. She easily found Princess Ning An's bedroom. Princess Ning An's key was originally placed in her purse. Along the way she had not opened the purse, so there was no possibility of it falling out. In order not to be discovered, she had to put it back in its original place. Gu Jiao's luck was good. Princess Ning An had just put down the purse on the dressing table and then went to the side room. Gu Jiao put on her gloves, gently opened the pouch and put the key inside. When Princess Ning An came out of the side room, Gu Jiao had already jumped out of the window. Gu Jiao planned to meet up with Gu Qingfeng, but when she passed by a room she heard a muffled groan from inside. "There's a patient." Gu Jiao took a few steps back and looked through the narrow gap in the window lattice. She saw an empty wheelchair. She could almost guess whose room it was. There was an imperial doctor on duty in the room, but now he went to the outhouse. Gu Jiao opened the window lattice and jumped in. She came to the bed. Huang Fuxian's situation was very bad. His breathing was short, his pulse was unstable, and his forehead and body were constantly sweating. It seemed that he was enduring great pain. "Does it hurt anywhere?" Gu Jiao frowned strangely. She checked Huang Fuxian's upper body. Except for a few abrasions on his palms that had already healed, she did not see any injuries that could cause such intense pain. She then gently pulled Huang Fuxian's quilt. She pulled up Huang Fuxian's trousers and finally understood the problem. His bones grew out of his skin and flesh. Bones grew faster than skin and flesh. Therefore, many patients with amputations at a young age would undergo more than one bone grinding operation during their growth. This kind of operation was a kind of torture for the patient's body and mind. His situation had already caused slight inflammation. He had to undergo the bone grinding operation as soon as possible. No matter how bad it was, he had to quickly treat the wound to stop the inflammation. Gu Jiao did not bring a small medicine box, but she carried a palm-sized emergency medicine bag. She took out disinfectant and gauze, did a simple cleaning of the inflamed area, and took 2 anti-inflammatory pills to feed him. Huang Fuxian was in a daze. He felt that he had fallen into a cold embrace. He wanted to open his eyes, but he did not even have the strength to look up. Drink it. He heard someone talking to him in his ear. He was a rebellious teenager. No one could order him to do things. Gu Jiao said, "If you don't drink it, I'll take off your pants." Huang Fuxian drank the medicine aggrievedly. He was in great pain. Gu Jiao gave him a special painkiller from the research institute. This kind of painkiller had little side effects and could be taken by children. However, under normal circumstances, Gu Jiao still would not give it to children. But wasn't this an emergency? She could not care so much. Gu Jiao laid him down and pulled the quilt over him. At this time the imperial doctor also came back. Gu Jiao jumped out of the window. "Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen?" In the imperial garden, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao, who had arrived late, and asked. Gu Jiao looked around and said, "Nothing, I went to see Huang Fuxian." Gu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you went to investigate the situation of those people from the frontier fortress. They are not in Bixia Hall." Gu Jiao did not feel the aura of any masters. Either they also used drugs to self-destruct their bodies to suppress their skills, or they were not there at all. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. Not in Bixia Hall. Then where did they go? Gu Jiao said, "Maybe they went to the Imperial Household Department." Didn't Eunuch Qin say that those who move into the palace from the outside must go to the Imperial Household Department to register? Ah, there is such a thing. Gu Qingfeng suddenly understood and thought of something. He smiled wickedly. "Why did you go see Huang Fuxian? Do you want to capture him to threaten Ning'an?" Gu Jiao gave him a speechless look. The next second her ears twitched. She grabbed Gu Qingfeng and hid in the grass behind her. On a small path not far away, Princess Ning'an hurried past with Lianer and a few men dressed as guards. It looked like they were about to leave the palace. Gu Qingfeng asked in a low voice, "I've always had a question. Why can a man outside live in the palace? Huang Fuxian is still young and is the princess's son. This is another matter, but those guards..." Gu Jiao said, "The masters in the palace are all eunuchs. What do you think? So they are eunuchs too?" Gu Qingfeng felt that his little melon was a bit cold. Gu Jiao nodded. "Should be. If they weren't eunuchs, Empress Xiao wouldn't let them in." Even though Xiao Heng was so loved by her grandaunt who even left a room for him, he had never really stayed overnight in the palace. This was the palace's rule. "Follow them," Gu Jiao said. The two of them followed at a distance. They heard Princess Ning'an get into the carriage that the emperor had bestowed upon her as she approached the palace gates. The guards on duty stopped the carriage. Princess Ning'an said, "I'm going out to buy something. I've already told the empress." Lianer took out a travel card given to her by Cunning Palace. The guards hurriedly let her go. Princess Xinyang didn't need to show the card when she left the palace. She didn't live in the palace in the first place. The guards were just a bit confused. Why did another princess come after they had just sent off one princess? Since they were both going out, why not go together? Princess Ning'an's carriage stopped at the entrance of a silk shop. Lianer alighted from the carriage. It was unknown what Princess Ning'an said to her, but Lianer entered the shop while Princess Ning'an continued her journey in the carriage. The 4 guards and the driver also followed. Gu Qingfeng looked over from the carriage and snorted. Sure enough, buying something is just a cover. He turned his head and found Gu Jiao deep in thought. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you in a daze?" Gu Jiao said indifferently, "Who's in a daze?" Gu Qingfeng asked, "Then why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm thinking about what happened in the imperial study that day." Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Didn't Eunuch Qin say that nothing happened in the letter? Even if His Majesty saw Hua Xiao's confession, Princess Ning'an didn't hesitate to commit suicide by hitting a pillar to prove her innocence. Who would have thought that she would do it for nothing? His Majesty didn't believe her at all. After that, she knocked His Majesty unconscious. The Dragon Shadow Guard made a move, but with a wave of her hand, the Dragon Shadow Guard fell. After that, she killed Lu Ping and stabbed and smashed herself, pretending that the guard was injured. This is what Eunuch Wei saw, but perhaps there are some things that he didn't see. As Gu Jiao spoke, she made a waving motion with her hand. With this, the dragon shadow guard was knocked down. Gu Qingfeng took off his bamboo hat and said, "Did she use some kind of hidden weapon? But what kind of hidden weapon can make a dragon shadow guard fall down in an instant? The kind with poison?" Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand. Speaking of which, where did the injured dragon shadow guard go? Eunuch Wei said that he escaped, but where could he escape to? And isn't the dragon shadow guard loyal and devoted? Why did he abandon his majesty and escape? Gu Jiao muttered, "Yes, why?" "Hey, their carriage stopped," Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, "Stop for a moment." Their carriage stopped in an alley about 10 steps away, while Princess Ningyan's carriage stopped in front of a gambling house. When Princess Ningyan got out of the carriage, she was no longer dressed as she was in the palace. Instead, she was wearing a black cloak and the hood of the cloak covered her head. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Sneaking around, it's obviously not a good thing. Chapter 571. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ning An's cloak and couldn't help but think that concubine Jing also had a similar cloak. They were indeed mother and daughter. This was a gambling house where crooks mixed in with honest folk. One could see all kinds of people inside. Princess Ning and seemed to be very familiar with this place. Soon, she entered a room at the end of the corner on the first floor that was guarded by guards. Gu Jiao tried to enter, but was told that it wasn't a place where ordinary people were allowed to enter. So she had to keep an eye on them from somewhere else. Here, here. In a shabby courtyard next to the casino, Gu Qingfeng waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over. This was a house that hadn't been inhabited for a long time. The wall in the backyard was only one wall away from the room in the casino. The two put their ears to the wall and could faintly hear the conversation in the room. "Didn't I lead them out? Are you blaming me for the failure of your own men?" It was Princess Ning An's voice. Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Jiao silently, "What do you mean?" It should be the time when Xiao Heng was lured out of the capital by Assistant Minister Li's case. Minister Xing was also there. The two of them were almost killed by a group of men in black. It was only because of the black fire pearl that they managed to escape. From these words, it was almost certain that the other party was from the Yan Kingdom. There was a dangerous aura in it that even Gu Jiao was wary of. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes, a little excitement surging in her heart. Princess Ning An spoke again, "Speaking of which, who is he? Why do you want to kill him?" "That's not something you should ask." It was a man's voice. It seemed that Ning An didn't know Xiao Liulang's true identity. She might not even know that Xiao Liulang was Xiao Heng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to sow discord in front of Empress Xiao and ended up asking for a snub. Eunuch Qin's informant in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility brought out the news of sowing discord. Eunuch Qin told Gu Jiao and the others about it in a letter. It wasn't strange that Princess Ning An didn't know. First of all, she hadn't seen Xiao Heng before, so it was difficult to connect the two just by looking at their faces. Secondly, this group of people probably didn't want Immortal Music House to inquire about Xiao Heng's identity. Princess Ning An said, "Fine, I won't meddle in your business. However, I've already done what I promised you. You haven't fulfilled your promise to me even once." The man said, "Lure him out again." Princess Ning An asked, "Why must we lure him out? Can't I just find a random place in the capital to make a move?" He goes to the Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Justice every day. He can always find an opportunity to make a move on the way back and forth, right? The man said, "There are too many witnesses. We can't take this risk." Princess Ning An said, "Then tonight should be fine, right? Or you can just sneak into his house. Can't you do that?" The man said, "Unless we kill everyone in the alley and leave no witnesses. But even so, there would still be traces of the crime. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't want to make a move in the capital." Princess Ning An said sarcastically, "It seems that there's no room for discussion between us." The man said, "If you want your things back, you'd better do as we say." Princess Ning An sneered, "Why go through so much trouble? Why don't I help you kill him?" The man said, "If you can really kill him, that's fine. Bring his head here and we'll give it to you." After that, the room fell into a strange silence. No one knew what Princess Ning An was thinking, but it wasn't difficult to judge that Princess Ning An was very angry from the sound of the table being hit and the cup being thrown. In the end, the man seemed to have given Princess Ning An a gift, which temporarily calmed her down. Gu Qingfeng whispered, "That group of people is the power of the Yan kingdom. What did they take from Princess Ning'an to force Princess Ning'an to work for them? Could it have something to do with the key?" "She's gone," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng said, "Then should we follow her or follow that group of people?" Gu Jiao said, "That group of people. They had cast such a long line and finally caught the fish. Naturally they would chase after the fish and bite it. But no one expected that Gu Qingfeng's nose would suddenly itch. He couldn't hold it in and sneezed loudly. "Who's there?" the man asked coldly. Gu Qingfeng hated his nose. Why didn't he sneeze earlier or later? Why did he have to sneeze now? This was great. They were exposed. Gu Jiao whistled at the sky, then grabbed Gu Qingfeng and flew out of the courtyard. Princess Ning'an's bodyguard used Qinggong to chase after them. Gu Qingfeng lifted the veil of his bamboo hat and grabbed the heavy skirt with both hands. He stepped on his splayed feet and ran forward. A woman's skirt really affected his speed. In a moment of carelessness, the two were caught by the 4 bodyguards. The two sides fiercely exchanged blows. Gu Jiao didn't bring any weapons and fought with her bare hands. She held back 3 bodyguards by herself, but one of them still ran towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's heavy palace attire really made it impossible for him to run away or fight. The other side slashed down with a cold sword. Gu Qingfeng dodged. "I'll dodge." The other side slashed at empty air and swung his sword again. "I'll dodge again." The other side slashed a few times but didn't hit and was completely enraged. He suddenly gave up on the sword and changed to a dagger at his waist. With lightning speed, he stabbed towards Gu Qingfeng's heart. This move was too strong and too fast. Gu Qingfeng didn't have time to dodge. With a loud bang, Gu Qingfeng's chest exploded. The guard was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he blow up a woman's thing? Gu Qingfeng wanted to disguise as a man, so her figure had to be similar. Their first choice was steamed buns. However, light steamed buns were too small and big steamed buns were too heavy. In the end, Gu Jiao took out 2 small buns from the small medicine box and let Gu Qingfeng blow on them. They could be as big as he wanted. They were light and didn't fall off easily. Perfect. Gu Qingfeng thought it was quite fun. He asked Gu Jiao if she had any extra. He would give 1 each to his brother and Gu Qinglin so they could blow on them when they had nothing to do. In the end, Gu Jiao said she didn't have any. There were only these 2 left and this guy exploded one of them. Gu Qingfeng was enraged. He picked up his pair of large palms and slapped the other party. Gu Jiao took care of the 3 people, but Gu Qingfeng was still slapping them with righteous indignation. "Okay, let's go. Don't stop me. I want to beat him. I want to beat him." Gu Jiao grabbed the angry Gu Qingfeng and dragged him out of the alley. When Princess Ning'an and the man rushed to the alley, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were long gone. Princess Ning'an lost 4 bodyguards, but she didn't come out empty-handed. She found a section of golden muslin that had been cut off at the scene. She had seen this type of golden muslin on a person this morning. Before the 4th bodyguard died, he revealed 2 important pieces of information. It exploded. He was wearing women's clothes, but he spoke with a man's voice. Princess Ning'an measured the footprints on the ground. There were 2 pairs of female footprints. One was a normal size, but the other was bigger than the bodyguard's feet. Ah! Princess Ning'an laughed softly, her shoulders shaking. "Xinyang, oh Xinyang, so you're a fake." After Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng got into the carriage, they had the coachman quickly drive the carriage to a crowded area. Gu Qingfeng was still feeling the pain of losing his treasure. "Why are we running so fast?" Gu Jiao said, "They have a master. I can't beat them if you're with me." Gu Qingfeng snorted. "What do you mean? Are my martial arts bad?" "Ah. When you broke into the marshal's residence at night, I wonder who saved you from the Tang army's arrows." Gu Jiao glanced at him. "You know it was back then." Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat. "They can't do anything in the capital, right?" Gu Jiao said, "They can't do anything easily, but there will always be a time when they have no other choice." Gu Qingfeng sighed regretfully. "So we lost them just like that?" Gu Jiao smiled and said, "I won't." In the clear blue sky, a mighty gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew past. The next day, just after 3 in the morning, Empress Xiao took eunuch Su to the Eastern Palace. Today was the Crown Prince's first day in court. Empress Xiao was worried that her son would miss something, so she came over to explain everything again. Empress Xiao tidied up her son's clothes and said, "Your uncle is not in court." If you can't make up your mind, don't agree on the spot. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Your uncle's subordinates will help you. The Crown Prince said, I know. Mother, you've told me many times. That's because no one has reminded you. Empress Xiao paused in the middle of her words. Then she changed the topic and said, I'll choose a few concubines for you. When the time is right, you can choose one you like to be your wife. I'll listen to mother's orders. The Crown Prince whispered. Empress Xiao stroked her son's shoulder. Although he was still upset, he was not as stubborn as his father. The Crown Prince said, Mother, I'm going to court. Empress Xiao was still worried. Although I don't get along with Princess Xinyang, she's still your aunt. She won't harm you. Listen to what she says. Don't argue with her in court. If someone wants to drive a wedge between you two, you're not allowed to listen. The Crown Prince muttered, If I bully her, my uncle will beat me when he comes back. My uncle loves my aunt. Empress Xiao rolled her eyes. Your uncle doesn't love her. He's just a man who cares about his face. Eunuch Su hurriedly walked in. Empress, Your Highness, something happened. Empress Xiao frowned and looked at him. What happened? Eunuch Su couldn't hide his panic. Princess Xinyang and Princess Ningyan quarreled outside the throne room. Empress Xiao was puzzled. What are they quarreling about? Why did Ningyan go to the throne room? Eunuch Su said, Princess Ningyan seemed to have gone to find Princess Xinyang. She said, Empress Xiao asked, What did she say? Eunuch Su braced himself and said, She said, Princess Xinyang is a fake. You said I'm a fake? What evidence do you have? Outside the throne room, Princess Xinyang, who was wearing a bamboo hat and veil, stood on the highest step. She looked down at Princess Ningyan, who was several steps shorter than her. If there's no evidence, then it's just slander. The doctor from the Imperial Censorate said, That's right. How could Princess Xinyang be a fake? Her voice is clearly the same. Princess Ningyan looked at everyone sincerely. I guess that you wouldn't believe me, but I really did see this person pretending to be Princess Xinyang on the street yesterday. I asked the old nannies in the palace. Princess Xinyang is accompanied by a female official called Yujin. No matter where Princess Xinyang goes, Yujin follows her everywhere. Then why is it that on such an important day as the court, Yujin is nowhere to be seen? This? The doctor from the Imperial Censorate choked. Yujin has been with Princess Xinyang for more than 10 years. Indeed, Yujin follows her every time she enters the palace. Princess Ningyan's gaze fell on the young maid beside Princess Xinyang. This was the same maid from yesterday, but she had already guessed her identity. Princess Ningyan pointed at the young maid and said, This maid is wearing a human skin mask. She's also in disguise. What? Everyone was shocked. Not only was the princess a fake, but even the maid was a fake? For a moment, no one thought of the imperial edict conferring Princess Xinyang the regent of the country. However, if they knew that this master and servant were the Gu siblings in disguise, then the Gu family would not be able to escape the crime of rebellion. The crime of rebellion was punishable by the execution of the entire family. Xiao Lulang was the son-in-law of the Gu family. He would also die under the guillotine. This was what it meant to be given a pillow when one was sleepy. She was just worrying about how to kill Xiao Lulang. Everyone looked at the expressionless young maid, and then at Princess Xinyang, who was wearing a bamboo hat and didn't dare to reveal her true appearance. Princess Xinyang's fingers were slightly clenched. It wasn't hard to see that she was nervous. The young maid gently patted the back of Princess Xinyang's hand and shook her head slightly. This action seemed unintentional, but everyone still caught it. Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and slowly said, Sister Ningyan, I've never done anything wrong to you. Why are you slandering me like this? Princess Ningyan said, I'm not slandering you. I just don't want you to use the identity of Princess Xinyang to swindle others. Yesterday you went to see His Majesty. I don't know if you did anything, but I heard that His Majesty's condition is getting worse. Everyone's eyes darkened. They looked at Princess Xinyang with suspicion and coldness. Princess Ningyan stared straight at her. If you were Princess Xinyang, would you dare take off your bamboo hat? Princess Xinyang clenched her handkerchief and said calmly, I have a rash. My appearance is unsightly. It's inconvenient for me to meet people. Princess Ningyan walked up the steps step by step. Do you have a rash or are you not? Princess Xinyang said indifferently, What if I am? Princess Ningyan suddenly looked behind Princess Xinyang. Brother? Princess Xinyang turned around. Princess Ningyan took advantage of the unprepared situation and took off her bamboo hat. A face covered in rashes was exposed in front of everyone. What was surprising was that this was indeed Princess Xinyang's face. Princess Ningyan was shocked. Impossible. You must be wearing a mask. She reached out to tear off the human skin mask on Princess Xinyang's face, but was slapped by Princess Xinyang. Impudent. Princess Xinyang's eyes were cold, and her aura was completely released. Princess Ningyan was hit and rolled down the steps. The imperial experts behind her swarmed forward to capture Princess Xinyang. Who would have thought that suddenly, a dragon-like figure would descend from the sky and block in front of Princess Xinyang? Chapter 572. Those imperial experts who were originally rushing towards Princess Xinyang were almost instantly blown away by a terrifying internal force. No one saw how this man who had suddenly appeared made his move. By the time everyone reacted, they had already fallen beside Princess Ningyan. It should be known that they were all experts brought from the frontier fortress. Although they weren't as powerful as the Dragon Shadow Guards, they were definitely not ordinary people. Unexpectedly, they were so easily defeated by the other party. Princess Ningyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. In a flash, she recognized the Dragon Shadow Guard mask on the other party's face. But this was very strange, wasn't it? She had seen all 4 of the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guards, but none of them were so tall and swift. Moreover, one of the 4 Dragon Shadow Guards was already dead, and the other 3 were still healing. It was impossible for them to move. So where did this Dragon Shadow Guard come from? Not many ministers of the imperial court had actually seen the Dragon Shadow Guard. For a moment, no one recognized the rumored Dragon Shadow Guard, and only thought that he was a shadow guard at Princess Xinyang's side. The ministers didn't know much about the martial strength of experts, but seeing him easily defeat 4, they couldn't help but feel that he was very powerful. So powerful, is he a shadow guard given by Marquis Xianping? Should be. The ministers began to whisper among themselves. Because of their fear of Long Yi, no one dared to step forward and help the injured Princess Ningyan up. Princess Xinyang walked down the steps step by step. Her face was covered with red rashes, but her aura didn't decrease in the slightest. Princess Xinyang stopped at a step in front of Princess Ningyan and looked down at her. You say I'm fake. Open your eyes wide and see, am I fake? Princess Ningyan's gaze firmly fell on Princess Xinyang's face. After looking for a long time, she shifted her gaze to the little maid. Princess Xinyang raised her hand and beckoned with her finger. The little maid understood and silently came to Princess Xinyang's side. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, You suspect my maid is wearing a human skin mask? Then I'll find someone to take it off for you to see. Finished speaking, she looked at a nearby eunuch. You come here. The eunuch quickly walked over. Do it. Yes. The eunuch walked in front of the young maidservant and said politely, Excuse me. He reached out to touch the young servant girl's face and behind her ears, then carefully examined the young servant girl's face. He turned to Princess Xinyang and Princess Ningyan and said, in response to the 2 princesses, this is her own face. Princess Ningyan's expression changed. Impossible. Yesterday, it was this servant girl who had been with the impostor Princess Xinyang. This servant girl's actions were strange, and she had even taken the Emperor's pulse. It was clearly Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang ordered, go over yourself and show Princess Ningyan your face. Yes. The servant girl called walked up to Princess Ningyan, squatted down, and put her face close to Princess Ningyan. Princess Ningyan raised her hand and touched her face. It was indeed his face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Princess Xinyang coldly asked, Ningyan, why did you do this? Princess Ningyan looked at the officials with complicated expressions and explained, It's because someone saw Princess Xinyang and this servant girl causing trouble on the street and exposed the fact that she wasn't Princess Xinyang, so Princess Xinyang coldly snorted. That's why you didn't go to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility to report to the Empress or the Eastern Palace to report to the Crown Prince, and you didn't even go to my residence to ask my retainers for confirmation. You just brought me to justice in public like this. Have you gone crazy from wanting to gain merit? Or are you deliberately trying to stop me from regenting the country? Princess Ningyan gritted her teeth and avoided the sharp words, trying to focus on the main point. If I wasn't sure you were fake, would I have come to expose you? You're the one who set me up. Princess Xinyang wasn't afraid at all. Even if I set you up, you have to be willing to fall into it. You're overstepping your authority. The Empress and the Crown Prince are both here, so when did you have the right to come to the throne room to expose the fake princess? That was because Empress Xiao was protecting Xiao Lulang. If she knew that one of the impostors was Xiao Liulang's wife, Gu Jiao, she might have suppressed this matter. But if it was brought to the throne room, there would be no turning back. What happened? Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince arrived, and the one who asked was Empress Xiao. Princess Xingyang told the Empress what had just happened. The Empress saw my face yesterday and knows how serious it was. If it wasn't for my face recovering quickly, I'm afraid no one would recognize me today. She might say, if you're innocent, won't the truth be revealed after a few days when your rash subsides? The problem is, while I'm in prison waiting for the rash to subside, won't I be plotted against? These words were too perfect. Even Empress Xiao felt that this method of framing someone was feasible. If Princess Ning'an's goal was to kill Xingyang in prison, then her actions in the throne room today could be explained. Princess Ning'an was very angry. She didn't think that a person could make up such a flawless lie. But aren't you forgetting something? I have no reason to harm you. She indeed had no reason to frame Xingyang. Now she wanted to see how Xingyang would make up another story. Princess Xingyang's lips curled mockingly. Do you really think that His Majesty didn't tell me anything? Princess Ning'an's brows furrowed. She didn't understand what Princess Xingyang was saying, but she instinctively felt that something was wrong. Princess Xingyang said, there are some things that His Majesty didn't say because he wanted to save your face, and I didn't plan to expose it. But if you won't cry until you see the coffin, then don't blame me for announcing your and your mother's crimes to the world. Princess Ning'an's temples suddenly throbbed. She knew what Princess Xingyang wanted to say, but her reaction was too late. It was too late to shut Princess Xingyang's mouth. Princess Xingyang angrily looked at Princess Ning'an. When my son was 5 years old, he was poisoned near Rinshou Palace. The culprit behind the scenes was your mother, Jing, and Shi Tai. Not only did she poison my son to frame the Empress Dowager, she also drugged His Majesty and sowed discord between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. She even found people to assassinate His Majesty and kidnap the Empress Dowager. Her crimes, one after another, are too numerous to list. Such a vicious and sinister person should be destroyed by the heavens and earth. It's funny that you actually think that we colluded to force her to death. Princess Ning'an, you. Princess Xingyang coldly said, what about me? What did I say wrong? Or is there nothing wrong? You're so guilty that you can only glare at me? Princess Ning'an couldn't say a word for a long time. It was also at this moment that she truly realized that she had been crushed. Whether it was the truth or a lie, she had been completely crushed by Xingyang. Nonsense. I didn't. Sister-in-law. Believe me. Princess Ning'an couldn't out-talk Princess Xingyang, so she could only turn her head and place her hopes on Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao and Princess Xingyang had always been at odds. If you asked Empress Xiao which princess she hated the most, it would be none other than Xingyang. However, most people only saw Empress Xiao throwing a tantrum at Princess Xingyang, but they didn't know that it was all trivial matters. If Empress Xiao really wanted to scheme against someone, she wouldn't show her emotions on her face. Empress Xiao sternly said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Men, take Princess Ning'an away. Without my orders, she is not allowed to leave Iridescent Cloud's hall. This meant that she was going to put Princess Ning'an under house arrest. Yes. Eunuch Su complied and called for 2 capable eunuchs to drag the bruised and battered Princess Ning'an away. Go to court, Empress Xiao said to Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang nodded and reminded, don't let her get close to His Majesty again. Empress Xiao was stunned. Princess Xingyang didn't say anything else. She put on the bamboo hat handed to her by the servant girl and turned to walk towards the throne room. Everyone, including Empress Xiao, was stunned for a long time. Concubine Jing really did those things? Cough. A doctor from the censorate muttered in a low voice, but he was elbowed by the Minister of War. Minister Su from the Minister of War lightly coughed, hinting his old friend to shut up. Mother? Crown Prince looked at Empress Xiao worriedly. Mother is fine. You can go to court. Empress Xiao was greatly shocked. She didn't feel sorry for Concubine Jing. She actually knew a little about Concubine Jing, but she didn't know everything. She also didn't feel sorry for Princess Ning'an. She just couldn't come back to her senses. Empress Xiao patted her son's shoulder. Go quickly. Don't delay the court. Mother still has other things to do. Crown Prince, oh. Empress Xiao closed her eyes. Although she was very unwilling, she still warned, Listen, listen to your Aunt Xinyang. He doesn't dare to disobey. Long Yi beat him. Princess Xinyang didn't look back. Long Yi heard, ha ha ha, beat him? Long Yi flashed in front of Crown Prince. Crown Prince's hair stood on end. Hey hey hey. Why do I have to be beaten when I'm obedient? Chapter 573. Long Yi took the Crown Prince to a deserted place and spanked him. He didn't hit him too hard, but it was enough for the Crown Prince to suffer. After returning to Cunning Palace, Empress Xiao called for Xiao Heng to enter the palace. It was inconvenient for Xiao Heng to enter Cunning Palace as a male, so Empress Xiao met him in the side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Ever since she came from the throne room, Empress Xiao's mind was filled with doubts. From the moment Xiao Heng received the summons, he knew that there was no way to hide the truth. Some things would come back sooner or later. Moreover, at this point there was no need to hide anything from Empress Xiao. Xiao Heng first told her everything about old concubine Jing. There were some things that Princess Xinyang didn't mention, such as the fact that she was ordered to die by the emperor. Empress Xiao had been waiting for Xiao Heng for a while, so when she heard that the emperor had ordered the death of her most beloved and respected old concubine Jing, there weren't many ripples in her heart. She just sighed. Everyone said that the imperial family was heartless, but Empress Xiao knew that the emperor was a very sentimental person. The crown prince had perfectly inherited his sentiments, so he was deeply in love with Wen Linlang. Then what about Princess Ningyan? What's the matter with her? Compared to old concubine Jing, who had been dealt with long ago, Empress Xiao cared more about the living princess in front of her. Ningyan? Did she really want to harm Xinyang? Xiao Heng shook his head. That's not it. Princess Ningyan came back for revenge, but the target of her revenge wasn't Princess Xinyang. His Majesty, Grandaunt, Gu Jiao and the Gu family were her ultimate targets of revenge. In Ningyan's opinion, His Majesty and Empress Dowager killed old concubine Jing, and Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing killed the emperor's son-in-law. Empress Xiao frowned. What does it have to do with the girl of the Gu family? She could understand the other three, but wasn't her husband killed by Gu Changqing? Xiao Heng said, at the frontier fortress, the remnants of the previous dynasty found plague patients and tried to use them to poison the Gu army. Jiao Jiao was treating a patient and unfortunately got infected. The Jiao Jiao didn't know about it and fainted during an operation. After that, he was captured by the prince consort. The prince consort is also infected. Jiao Jiao didn't give him any medicine. Empress Xiao said angrily, of course I can't give this bastard medicine. So she blamed this on the Gu family's girl? But weren't they the ones who caused the plague? Being infected could only be said to be a consequence of one's own actions. What does this have to do with the Gu family's girl? Xiao Heng said calmly, some people are unreasonable. If they are reasonable, they won't become that kind of person. Empress Xiao sighed. You're right. So, it seems that she didn't really give up the prince consort because she had no other choice. Xiao Heng continued, I heard from Jiao Jiao that her relationship with the prince consort had been strained since before the prince consort was diagnosed with the plague. Now that I think about it, she might have thought about every step of the way from the beginning. Even the prince consort couldn't understand her thoughts and only thought that she was really estranged from him. This person's thoughts are too deep. Why didn't I find out that she was so scheming before? Empress Xiao frowned. The bright smile of the girl Ningyan flashed in her mind. For a moment she couldn't believe it. Next, Xiao Heng told Empress Xiao about the case of Xian Le House, as well as how Princess Ningyan killed Lu Ping, persecuted the emperor, and bribed Assistant Minister Li to slander Minister Xing and Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, there was also the matter of Princess Ningyan forging 2 imperial edicts. Empress Xiao was so angry that her face turned green. Outrageous. Preposterous. She was so angry that her teeth itched. After a while, she suppressed her anger and asked Xiao Heng, is the Empress Dowager all right? Xiao Heng said, she's fine. The Empress Dowager is living in by Shui Alley. She's very safe. That's good. Empress Xiao was secretly relieved. You have to be careful. Xiao Heng nodded. We will. Empress Xiao looked at him again with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, you guys are too bold. Not only did you copy Ningyan and forge imperial edicts, but you also found someone to pretend to be Princess Xinyang. She was wondering why Princess Xinyang was so strange yesterday. She spoke in a strange tone and even fell down in front of her. The whole harem saw it. If Xinyang found out about this, he would skin them alive. Empress Xiao felt sorry for them. Empress Xiao said, "Also, if your mother didn't come back in time, how would you deal with the situation in the throne room this morning?" Xiao Heng had really thought about this. Yesterday, after Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng followed Princess Ningyan back, they found that Gu Qingfeng's skirt had been scraped a little. At that time they guessed that their identity might have been exposed. Princess Ningyan would definitely expose them as soon as possible. And the best time to do so would be the first court appearance of Princess Xinyang. Just as they were thinking about countermeasures, Princess Xinyang returned. She came back quietly without alerting anyone. It was worth mentioning that Gu Jiao's identity was not fabricated. There was a servant girl named Yu in the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue. The human skin mask Gu Jiao wore was made according to her face. She was a Hanlin official who had passed 2 imperial exams. She still had this degree of rigor. Princess Ningyan's act in front of the court officials today could be considered a complete failure. Princess Xinyang was not someone to be trifled with. Just because she didn't scheme didn't mean she didn't know how. She just disdained it. Empress Xiao lamented that these guys were really newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They had committed all the capital crimes and even killed their master with their fists. She didn't know if they were lucky or Ningyan was unlucky. Empress Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you plan to do next?" Xiao Heng said, "There's still another force in the dark. Next we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop." Empress Xiao pondered for a moment and asked, "Where did that force come from?" Xiao Heng paused. "The Yen Kingdom." Empress Xiao sucked in a cold breath. Xiao Heng had confessed everything he could. The only thing he didn't mention was his identity. It wasn't that he didn't dare to tell Empress Xiao. Whether or not he was Princess Xinyang's son, he was still Marquis Xuanping's son. Empress Xiao was still his aunt. He just didn't know how to say it. At first, he didn't want to mention his identity to the people around him because it was hard for him to say it. But now he was afraid. He was afraid that one day he would leave Princess Xinyang's side and search for the truth that he shouldn't search for. He only had one mother, Princess Xinyang. Jade Water Alley. Gu Jiao sat listlessly in the central room, peeling corn. Last night, Long Yi had pulled her charcoal pencil all night. Now she was sleepy and tired. Her little head kept pecking at the rice. Gu Qingfeng walked over and sat down in front of her. He waved his hand. "Hey girl." Gu Jiao ignored him and continued to peck at the rice like a little chicken. She almost pecked the table. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly stretched out the back of his hand to support her forehead. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. "Your hand is so hard." Gu Qingfeng, "I'm your cushion and you still dislike it? Is the back of my hand or the table hard?" Gu Jiao sat up straight. Gu Qingfeng looked at her strangely. "What's wrong with you?" "I didn't sleep well." Gu Jiao yawned. "My hand is so sore in the morning." Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue and took the corn cob that Gu Jiao had peeled. "Why are you women's hands sore?" "You're not a man." Gu Jiao asked, "Why can't a woman's hands be sore?" "Woman." Gu Qingfeng spoke halfway and realized what he had just said. He suddenly choked and cleared his throat. "I'm so hungry. Let's go and see if there's anything to eat." After saying that, he slipped away like a wisp of smoke, even forgetting to put the corn cob back. When Xiao Heng returned from the imperial palace, Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep on the table. She was drooling. Everyone in the family had gone out. Even Gu Xiaobao and Yao Shi were not there. Unsurprisingly, they had gone to watch their grandaunt play cards again. Xiao Heng came behind Gu Jiao and gently carried Gu Jiao back to the east room. He took off her outer clothes and shoes and covered her with a quilt. Gu Jiao turned over towards him. He was in the process of tidying up Gu Jiao's hair. His hand was suddenly pressed under Gu Jiao's cheek. He felt a soft and delicate touch on his palm. His heart seemed to have been rubbed by something. He sat down by the bed and did not pull his hand away. He looked at her and the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Gu Jiao slept very soundly. There was a charcoal brazier in the room, so it was very warm. Not long after, her whole body heated up and her cheeks became red. Xiao Heng felt the heat from his palm. He looked at her face and unconsciously reached out his other hand to brush away the hair on her face. Then he slowly lowered his head. But the moment he was about to kiss her, he suddenly felt something. He turned his head and saw a masked face in front of him. A pair of innocent and grave eyes were staring at him with confusion. Xiao Heng sat up straight. Long Yi also sat up straight. Xiao Heng was sitting on the bed and Long Yi was sitting on a small stool in Little Jing Kong. Xiao Heng's eyelashes trembled. Thinking about the matter of Long Yi looking at him just now, his ears slightly reddened and he said sternly, "You can't do that." Long Yi understood. Xiao Heng said again, "Other people can't do that to her." Long Yi looked at the sky and thought for a bit. He probably understood. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.